One Bark and Stormy Prom Night. Happy Tales Dog Walking Mysteries, Volume 3. Written by Stella St. Clair. Narrated by Machelle Williams. Prologue. She whistled as she worked. Everything she'd worked so hard for was finally coming together. There had been a time when it had seemed like maybe it wasn't going to be worth it. She'd lost countless hours to stress and anxiety. The strain on her marriage had reached the breaking point, and in those first few months after her divorce, she couldn't help but resent the decision she'd made. What was the point of success if there was no one there to share it with her? What was the point if she'd lost herself in the process? But this was her dream, and she couldn't blame it for the other problems in her life. So she picked herself back up and kept going. She worked harder. She worked longer. She promoted shamelessly, and the business grew. What had once been a tiny idea in the back of her head was now a warehouse full of inventory that could barely keep up with the demand. Stores across 5 states were now carrying her brand, and things were only going to get bigger. A celebrity endorsement. A year ago, the thought would have never crossed her mind, but this was big. The big league. This was her dream, all grown up, ready to take on the world. She'd be able to expand. 5 states could turn into the whole coast, the whole country. It would be a moment to celebrate with an expensive bottle of champagne and good friends. As she thought about her friends, her mood immediately darkened. Over the years, she hadn't just lost her husband. She'd lost friends she thought might last a lifetime. One thoughtless moment had cost her someone she'd treasured dearly. She'd apologized until her throat was raw, but her pleas fell on deaf ears. There was no making up for what she'd done. Even as the years passed, chance encounters only grew chillier and chillier. Some people could never just forgive and forget. Pushing the thought away, she started to whistle again. This was her time to shine, and she couldn't let the past drag her down. As she leaned down to retrieve the papers printing from the machine under her desk, she barely had time to register the shadow that fell over her. Pain exploded in her head, and she fell from her swiveled chair. Slumping to the floor, she noted the sound of the chair spinning, spinning, spinning. Darkness. Chapter 1. Warm weather meant great weekends for Lexingburg. The shops were busy, full of residents, shedding their winter coats and eager for the newest flavors of smoothies and iced coffee. Stores were running spring sales, employees were moving inventory to the sidewalks, and everyone was laughing and having a good time. Olivia Rickard used to adore this time of year. The people of Lexingburg were always a quirky bunch, but they made the town come alive. As a dog walker, she got to see more of the town in the warmer months than in the winter season, and now that she was stationed right above her sister's bakery on Main Street, she was more immersed in society than she had ever been. "Puppy!" Smiling in spite of the heaviness in her heart, Olivia stopped and let a small girl reach her hand out to the giant Rottweiler eyeing her ice cream cone. "Snowball," Olivia warned in a low voice. "Don't even think about it." The giant beast was in his iconic tiara. He tested his boundaries, leaning against the easy walk harness and stretching out his tongue. The little girl laughed, and Olivia snapped her fingers. Snowball sat down and rolled his eyes as the girl skipped away. "Sorry, pal. Maybe you can charm a frozen treat from Janelle." Olivia knew how the dog felt as he stared at the ice cream moving away. It was strange how, once someone was gone, everything reminded her of him. Last summer, Andrew had surprised Olivia with what he'd called an ice cream tour. They'd strolled around the town and tasted as many different flavors as possible, until her tongue was numb and her brain frozen. Then he'd taken her home and effectively warmed her up. Pushing the memory away, she continued her walk. Normally she had her own dogs, Goodwin and Fender, with her, not to mention several other dogs added to the mix. But Snowball was all out of sorts today. His family was on vacation. And even when he was in a good mood, he was harder to control when other dogs were around. Plus, he and Goodwin got into far too much trouble when they were together. Just yesterday, she had discovered that her giant shaggy brown dog and the Rottweiler had managed to climb on top of the counter to reach the cookies she kept on top of the refrigerator. Unfortunately, they'd knocked 2 wine bottles and her coin jar to the floor on their way to the cookies. Thankfully, there had been no cuts on their feet. Poor Fender, her senior basset hound, desperately needed a break. So Olivia was keeping Snowball in her office for the day and leaving her dogs at home. Olivia, there you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. I figured that you'd be at the dog park. Where's Goodwin? Jackie, Olivia's best friend, came bounding up to her. The redhead was normally a firecracker, but ever since Olivia and Andrew had broken up, Jackie had been extra bubbly. It was weird. Goodwin is at home, Olivia said slowly, staring at her friend. Have you been drinking Janelle's new triple shot latte? Didn't I tell you to stay away from that? But I love butterscotch. Okay, well, you didn't have to chase me down. You could have called me. Jackie frowned. I did. You didn't pick up. Opening her small messenger bag, Olivia searched for her phone and grimaced when she didn't find it. There were 4 different types of snack bars. Really? 4? That's what comes of working above a bakery. 2 water bottles, a collapsible water bowl for the dogs, a bag of dog treats, a makeup bag filled with the makeup that she never wore, and her earbuds. But no phone. She must have been really distracted to leave it back at the office. She'd been glued to her phone for weeks now, just in case Andrew might call. Pathetic. You're here now. What do you want? Her voice was harsher than she'd anticipated, and she swallowed hard. Sorry. What's with all the roses? Every flower shop that I've passed has red roses and chocolates out. Valentine's Day was months ago. Wow, you are out of it. Jackie's eyes widened. Olivia, it's prom season. Groaning, Olivia closed her eyes. Prom season was ridiculous in Lexingburg. The high school might be small, but the whole town would get involved. Couples dressed up and enjoyed romantic dinners, movies, shows, and concerts, and there was a huge dance right in the middle of the square for the adults who wanted to reminisce about their own prom. Even the sports grill banked on the evening. Romance would be in the air for the next 2 weeks. It would be impossible to escape. Jackie continued, relentless. That's why I was looking for you. I'm trying to get the romance display back up, but Preston, with all of those wonderful muscles, is on vacation, and I need some help. Romance display? Olivia eyed her warily. Are we going to have another 50 Shades debacle? When Jackie had first introduced erotic romance to her store, the whole town had gone nuts. Funnily enough, when the dust settled, it had been those same haughty women sneaking back to buy the very books they'd claimed to despise. It's mostly young adult romance for prom, but I'm going to have some clean adult romances. Nothing too scandalous. Janelle would have my head if I created a riot just when things are going well for her bakery. Speaking of Janelle, she also tried calling you. Who else had tried to call Olivia? All right, I was getting ready to head back anyway. With a gasp, she stopped short as a huge banner rolled down outside a window front. All dresses 40% off. Dresses. She cringed, seeing a mannequin dressed in shimmery peach. Peach had been one of the colors she'd chosen for her wedding. Let's go. She grabbed Jackie's arm and dragged her friend down the sidewalk. Faster, faster! Olivia, are you okay? Jackie picked up the pace, but Olivia kept accelerating until they were practically jogging. Snowball joyfully bounding along ahead of them. You're not usually into activities that exert energy. I'm single now, Olivia snapped. I have to stay in shape. What are you doing today? I was thinking of heading to Endgame tonight and getting that appetizer sampler. Mozzarella sticks, nachos, potato skins. Not used to this kind of fast pace, she was starting to get out of breath and gasped the last words. Her friend snorted as, having gotten past the shops with their romantic displays, they slowed down. Even though Snowball stretched the leash tight, wanting more of the excitement of going fast. I don't think you really understand what staying in shape entails. Besides, I have a date with Brett tonight." Hearing the name of Andrew's womanizing best friend jarred Olivia. "Brett? You're going on another date with him?" "Jackie, it was amusing the first few times you went out with him, but Andrew and I aren't getting married anymore. There's no point in you guys hanging out." Jackie cleared her throat and tugged at her red ponytail. Her eyes darted around nervously, and she began to hum under her breath. Olivia stopped, dragging Jackie and Snowball to a halt as well, and stared at her friend suspiciously, ignoring the huge, eager dog turning in circles at the end of the leash. "Oh my God, you like him! Jackie, have you lost your mind? Brett is great, but he loves women. All women. Sometimes more than one at a time." "We're just dating. It's not like I'm planning to marry the man." As soon as the words were out, Jackie's eyes widened. "Oh, Olivia, I'm so sorry. That was callous." Grumbling, Olivia let Snowball pull her down the sidewalk. "I don't want you to have to censor your words just because of me," she muttered. "Yes, Andrew and I are over. No, it's not easy, but it's going to be okay. And knowing that my friends and family are walking around on eggshells does not make things easier on me." "I know, honey, but we're just concerned about you. We know how much you and Andrew loved each other, and I know that diamond ring is hanging around your neck." Cringing, Olivia fingered the engagement ring through the fabric of her t-shirt. Her older sister, Janelle, had told her that since Andrew was the one who walked away, Olivia didn't have to give the ring back. But Olivia knew she couldn't keep it forever. Still, it was going to be harder than she'd first anticipated to part with the beautiful diamond. "I found that ring when I was in high school," Andrew had said. "I didn't tell anyone because I knew that ring would lead me to the woman I'd want to spend the rest of my life with." "I don't want to talk about that," she muttered as they turned the corner. She stiffened when she saw Delilah Devereaux arranging sequined mannequins outside her clothing boutique. Olivia and Delilah had a not-so-friendly feud going on over Andrew. And now that Olivia had lost Andrew, Delilah was the last person she wanted to see. "Bookstore," she muttered as she pushed Jackie into the latter's store. "Go, go, go." "Olivia," Jackie shrieked, "you cannot bring that monster of a dog into my store." The door shut behind them, and Jackie glared at her. "If that beast eats any of my books, you're buying them." Glancing out the door, Olivia frowned. The sophisticated woman was pinning the dresses onto mannequins and not leaving any time soon. "Relax. I'll take Snowball into the office. The last thing I want right now is to talk to that devil of a woman." She nodded in Delilah's direction, then gave her friend a bright smile. "Besides, didn't you say you wanted me to help you move your book display? We can always harness Snowball to it and have him drag it out." Jackie cocked her head and pursed her lips. "Actually, that's not a bad idea. I don't think Sarah is going to be much help." Sneaking a glance at the teenager behind the desk, Olivia couldn't help but smile. The girl was glued to her phone. Some of the seniors at the high school had entered a work program where they could use their jobs as credit before graduation. They worked for minimum wage, provided that their jobs didn't interfere with the rest of their studies. Jackie had hired Sarah, and Olivia had hired Sarah's best friend, Tanya, to help her out. Tanya was an excellent worker, but she was still a teenager, and Olivia felt older than dirt when she was around the kid. Checking the window again, she sighed in relief to see that Delilah had gone back inside. An elderly couple was slowly walking down the street, hand in hand. They stopped at one of the tables outside the gift shop, and the gentleman picked up a red heart-shaped box of chocolates. A huge smile spread across his lady's face, and she kissed him. Olivia felt a pang in her heart. Maybe if she hadn't gone so crazy about the wedding planning, she and Andrew would still be walking hand in hand down the sidewalk. "Too late for that," she muttered to herself. "All you can do now is move on." "Are you talking to yourself?" Jackie grunted as she pulled at the display case. "Only crazy people do that. You talk to yourself all the time." Opening the door, Olivia grabbed the other end and pulled. Did it ever occur to you that this would be much easier if you took the books off the shelves? What? You said you wanted a workout. With some grunting and a bit of swearing, the two women got the case out of the shop and onto the sidewalk. Gasping for breath, Olivia stepped back and looked at Jackie's handwork. The glittery pink sign was over the top, but it was cute, perfect for prom. Thanks for the help, Jackie said, wiping a hand across her brow. She eyed her dog-walking friend. Are you going to offer anything special? Olivia chuckled. Like what? Doggy speed dating? No, I don't think that I need to romanticize dog walking. She took a deep breath and let it out again. I should get back. Enjoy your date tonight, but just be careful. I know Brett is hot, but Brett also knows that Brett is hot. Would you stop worrying so much? I'm a grown woman, and I know exactly what I'm doing. I'll call you when it's over and see if you still want company. No, Olivia held up her hand. I appreciate the offer, but I don't want you to rearrange your schedule for me. Besides, you never know. The date might run long, like all night long. Jackie flushed with embarrassment, and Olivia laughed softly as she grabbed Snowball's leash and headed to happy endings. Heading around to the back entrance of the 3-story townhouse, Olivia unleashed Snowball at the bottom of the back private entrance. The dog did his business before dutifully heading back up the stairs to her doggy daycare space. When they'd first bought the 3-story brownstone, Olivia had worried that her doggy daycare and walking business might turn off the bakery customers. But quite a few customers liked to sneak out back and watch the pups play while they enjoyed their muffins and coffee. Once Snowball was settled, Olivia jogged down the front stairway that had been gated off when she'd opened the daycare and inhaled all the delicious aromas from the bakery. Coffee, scones, cookies, muffins. They delighted her senses and made her stomach tumble. Janelle looked up as Olivia tried to slip into the back and steal something yummy. Hey! The sun shone through the large windows and spread over the cheery room. It was slow in the bakery, and Janelle was decorating the seating area with balloons and candles. Janelle and Olivia looked remarkably alike, with the same dark hair and olive skin. While Olivia usually pulled her long hair back in a ponytail, her older sister kept hers in a short and flippy style. Janelle was much more fashionable outside of work, but in the bakery she wore her trusty white chef's coat, which now, as usual, was coated in flour. Whoa, Olivia muttered. Are you trying to replicate your prom night? Her sister straightened at the top of the ladder and frowned. What, you don't like it? It looks cheesy. Great, Janelle. You don't serve full meals here. What kind of special are you running? Janelle wiped some of the flour from her cheek. We're going to have a small table of sweets at the town square during the community dance. But some people are going to want to relax and sit down. I want the prom theme to spill into the store so couples can enjoy their cannoli with candlelight and romance. And lots of balloons. Janelle, these are all going to deflate in a couple of days. Are you going to keep blowing up more between now and then? Climbing down from the ladder, her sister smiled as she looked around. If that's what I have to do. I love prom season. The whole town is just all about romance and love. It's beautiful. Sure, unless a girl was newly single, then it was revolting. Have fun with that. Jackie said you were looking for me? I am. I brought the paperwork from the town meeting for business. She fixed her sister with a pointed stare. The one that you decided not to attend? It's not like I didn't attend it on purpose, Olivia protested, although she didn't point out that she didn't lose any sleep over not going. Those meetings were always such a bore. I had dogs to walk. Janelle sighed. I know, but owning a building is far different from renting one. Our property tax is high, and I think we should try to fill those 2 vacant apartments above your office by August so we can get the tax break. What? Olivia groaned in frustration. The apartments aren't finished. All we did was install the plumbing. We need more walls and drywall and paint and carpet. We didn't budget for that. I know, But we used more money than expected to renovate the space for you. And if we don't start renting fast, we're not going to pull a profit this year. And I don't want those loans hanging over our head. Besides, the income that we'll make from the rent will more than make up for it. Is there anyone that you know who's looking for a place to live? Preferably someone who is good with their hands and might want to chip in? Jackie gave her a pleading look, and Olivia averted her gaze. No, she lied, but I'll keep an eye on it. As she hurried up the stairs, she tried not to think about Andrew. They'd just signed a new lease together on the house, and now that they were no longer together, Andrew had moved out. It was hard enough dealing with his absence, but there was no way she was going to offer the space above her office to her ex-fiancé. The sight at the top of the stairs stopped her cold. Tanya was leaning against the desk with her arms around someone in a high school football uniform. It was obvious from the way that their lips were still locked that the teen hadn't heard her boss come in. Was this going to be her life for the next couple of weeks? Romance and couples around every corner? Clearing her throat, Olivia raised her eyebrows as the young couple broke apart. "Olivia," Tanya gasped. "I didn't realize you were coming back so early." "Actually, I'm late. Do you always have your boyfriend over when I'm not here?" "No. Oh, gosh, no. This is James. He was just picking me up so we can go out." Tanya blushed as she tried to straighten her hair and clothes. Olivia frowned. "He's taking you out in his football uniform?" "Yes. There's a party for the football team at Endgame tonight." "Uh-huh. All right, well, go on and have fun." Olivia waved her hands and bit her bottom lip as the teen squealed in excitement and grabbed her grinning boyfriend's hand. They raced from the office, and Olivia wrapped her arms around her body as she listened to the two of them thunder down the stairs. A cold and wet nose made its way under her shirt, and she reached down to scratch Goodwin's nose. He whined and pressed his body against her. "I'm okay," she whispered. "We're going to be okay." Chapter 2. The next morning, Olivia dragged herself out of bed and stumbled to the bathroom. Turning on the lights, she winced. She looked like absolute crap. The dark circles under her eyes were getting worse, and there was barely any color left in her cheeks. Her normally lustrous hair hung limp around her face, and her tank top was stained from the spaghetti that she'd eaten in bed last night. "Olivia," she grumbled, "what is wrong with you?" Embarrassed by her reflection, she ran some cold water and splashed it on her face. She might be many things, but this was the first time that she'd ever been pathetic. With a shuddering breath, she pushed herself away from the sink. She showered, toweled off, and put on her usual bit of makeup. When she reached for her normal hairband, something made her stop. Many things had changed in Olivia's life: jobs, addresses, men. Through it all, she'd always remained relatively the same. Her breakup with Andrew was different, though. It shook her to her core. It made her a little angry. Narrowing her eyes, she reached for her hairbrush and dryer instead. She wasn't going to be the woman who wallowed around, pining after her boyfriend. So the whole town knew that her engagement was over. Most of them had placed bets on whether it was going to work out or not. That alone should tell her something. Maybe it was time for a change. Olivia had always been a last-minute kind of woman, so the extra pampering made her late. But by the time she checked her reflection again, it was like looking at a whole new woman. Her long hair fell in waves past her shoulders and gleamed under the lights. A little blush added some color to her cheeks, and, after about 3 different tries, she'd managed to get her eyeliner just right. Instead of her usual yoga pants and t-shirt, she wore a pair of jeans and a dark red halter top. The only thing that stopped her from reaching for her kitten heels was the fact that she had dogs to walk. Still, the tennis shoes worked with the outfit. There was no time for breakfast, but that was okay. She leashed the dogs and grabbed a banana. "Boys, we've got to make a pit stop on the way to the office. You guys want to go to Rich Eats? Huh?" The dogs barked in excitement. Since opening Wagging Tails, her dog-walking and dog-sitting business, Olivia had an unofficial partnership with Rich Eats, one of the premium dog food businesses in town. The owner, Kimberly's Dog Food, was a top seller for Olivia. Rich Eats used only natural ingredients in their dry and wet food, and was a huge hit with the pups. The first stop was to drop Snowball off at his house. His family was due back by the afternoon, and their little girl was dying to put her arms around her dog, so they wanted him waiting at home to greet them when they pulled in. After filling his water bowl and giving him a kiss on the head, she headed back out to Rich Eats. The small warehouse sat just on the edge of town. Olivia sighed to see a small line waiting in the store attached to the warehouse, then mentally kicked herself. Inconvenient as a line might be, it was good for Kimberly. It meant that she and her business would be sticking around. Some of the other clients had also brought their dogs, so Goodwin and Fender busied themselves with sniffing and playing. Olivia texted Janelle to ask her to keep an eye on the office since she was running late. She had no dogs scheduled for the daycare that morning, but that didn't mean that she wouldn't get some walk-ins. A loud voice distracted her. "Don't tell me to leave! I want answers!" An older woman, busty and bottle blonde, leaned over the counter, and for a moment, Olivia thought she was going to strangle the poor woman at the register. "You're going to tell me where Kimberly is today." "Looks like Dee Dee isn't handling the competition well," the woman behind Olivia whispered. Olivia frowned over her shoulder. The pretty, petite woman was Elspeth, Tanya's mother. "Dee Dee?" Elspeth nodded. "Dee Dee a spouse of Espouse Eats?" Espouse Eats was the other dog food company in town. Olivia had always been a fan of Rich Eats, so she'd never tried anything else, but she was familiar with the brand. What's she doing here? Dee Dee answered the question for her as her voice rose a few more notches. "Admit it! Kimberly is donating food to puppy mills." The cashier's eyes widened. "What? No, that is not what I said." "You don't have to say it. I already know it's true. I just need to find proof. She won't get away with this." With a final shriek, Dee Dee whipped her hair around in dramatic fashion and marched from the store. Everyone watched her departure in stunned silence. Finally, the cashier cleared her throat. "Next." The line moved forward, and Olivia smiled at Elspeth. "I met Tanya's boyfriend yesterday. A jock." "Yes, well, James is a nice boy, but you know how high school romance is." Normally, Elspeth chatted a mile a minute about her daughter, but today she didn't offer any more information. Olivia struggled to keep the conversation going. "Sure, I remember high school. Felt like every little issue was the end of the world. But Tanya is smart and mature. You did a good job with her." The older woman looked flustered. "Oh, thanks. What are you doing here? Tanya said that you guys didn't have a dog." "We don't. I'm just here to see Kimberly. Her business is one of the prom sponsors." "That's right. You're heading up the prom committee. I remember Tanya telling me that, after she spent about an hour telling me that she's in the running to be prom queen. It's getting really hard to escape prom." Elspeth frowned. "What was that, dear?" "Oh, nothing. Who doesn't love prom season at Lexingburg? Kids getting all dressed up and pretending to be adults, and adults dressing up and reliving their youth. In any case, I think you're out of luck. Unless she's hiding from Dee Dee, it looks like Kimberly isn't in today." "I'm sure she's just hiding from Dee Dee," Elspeth said with a tight smile. The line moved up, and Elspeth and Olivia stepped up to the counter. "I'm here to pick up the order for Wagging Tails, and she's here to see Kimberly." "Olivia, right? I'm Lydia. I just love your sister's bakery. Mrs. Rottingham, I'm so sorry, but Kimberly isn't in today." "What?" Elspeth's head snapped up. "I thought you were just saying that to get rid of Dee Dee." Lydia shuddered. "Yeah, she was scary, but the truth is, I don't know where Kimberly is. She didn't tell me that she wasn't going to be here today, and I had to unlock the storefront myself." Silently, Olivia watched the blood drain from Elspeth's face. What in the world was going on? "So you haven't spoken to her? Maybe she's just sick." "Maybe. Is there a message that you want me to give her?" When Elspeth didn't say anything, Olivia cleared her throat. "Are you okay? I'm sure Kimberly is fine." "You're right." Elspeth blew out her breath. "It's just that Kimberly was supposed to interview photographers this morning. The one we normally use moved. I guess I'm just a little stressed out. We're a bit short-handed when it comes to volunteers, and I just want this year to be perfect for Tanya. Lydia, if you could just let Kimberly know that I'm looking for her, that would be great." "Sure thing, Mrs. Rottingham." Olivia was suddenly struck with an idea. If she was turning over a new leaf, maybe it was time to really get into the spirit of things. "Elspeth, with Tanya helping me out at the office, I have more free time now. If you'd like some help with prom, please let me know." Tanya's mother nodded distractedly. "That'd be great, Olivia. Thanks. I have to go. Things to do and all that." As Olivia watched Elspeth hurry from the store, Lydia rang up her order and gave her a slip of paper. "Just drive around to the pickup dock and the boys will load your car." "Sure thing. Thanks. Fender, Goodwin, let's go." She corralled the 2 dogs back into her Wrangler and pulled around. 2 burly men hefted 10 large bags of dried dog food and 5 boxes of canned food into her cargo section. 20 minutes later, she was parked on the curb outside of the brownstone and loading the food inside while the dogs ran around in the yard. Janelle popped her head from behind the counter and stared at her as she propped one bag on her shoulder and gripped the leashes with the other. "Olivia, is that you? What? Is there something wrong with your eyes?" Olivia grunted and climbed the stairs. "If you've got a second, can you help me with the rest of the load?" The office of Happy Tales was really coming along. They'd made a private entrance in the back with a fenced-in yard and knocked out one of the interior walls to make extra space for a daycare. All of the dog beds and pillows were in black and white, and she had several lime green decorative items. The local elementary school students had drawn pictures of dogs for her to hang on the wall, and several business owners had provided coupons for their services for her clients. A few potted plants, some coats of paint, and several funny and dog-friendly signs later, the place looked amazing. Setting the bag down, Olivia turned and saw Janelle staring at her, empty-handed, from the top of the stairs. "Really? You couldn't even bring one bag up with you?" "Sweetheart," Janelle launched herself toward her and wrapped her in her arms. "I know you don't want to talk about Andrew, but it's not good if you keep everything bottled up." Frozen and confused, Olivia endured the rare hug. "Thanks?" The makeup, the outfit, the hair. "Oh, Olivia, you don't have to change. We all love you just the way you are. And Andrew can just go—" "Whoa!" Olivia reached up and slapped a hand over her sister's mouth. "I love the sisterly loyalty here, but this is a PG town. Anyway, I don't see what all the fuss is about. So I wore something different and left my hair down. Change is good." "So this isn't about Andrew?" Olivia smirked. "Well, if Andrew sees me and instantly regrets walking away, then I won't be sad about it. But I think it's time for a change. And I'm doing that for me. I even agreed to help plan the prom. And by me, I mean you, me, and Jackie, 'cause I'm not doing this alone." She hurried down the stairs to her Jeep, and Janelle followed, protesting. "What? No, Olivia, I don't have time to plan prom. One of my employees just quit. I'm working on a line of dog treats, and I barely get to see my husband." Olivia stopped short and whirled around. "You're going to do the dog treats? Really?" Ever since Happy Tales had opened, Olivia had been begging Janelle to come up with some dog treats. It made perfect sense, and it would help both of their businesses. "Of course. I know I wasn't receptive to the idea at first, but I want to be supportive." Really? Janelle was almost never supportive of her plans. She was just about to ask what had changed when she realized that she already knew what was different. Olivia had asked her sister to bake a line of dog treats right after she and Andrew had broken up. Janelle was coddling her. But I don't know about this prom planning thing, Olivia. Janelle grabbed a bag of dog food and hoisted it over her shoulder. Why not? You adored your prom. Olivia hefted a couple of the boxes and hurried to follow Janelle. I remember listening to you go on and on and on about it for weeks before and weeks after. You saved up for months for that dress. You practically worshipped your date. And you made Mom take like 1,000,000 photos. They climbed the stairs again. That's ridiculous. I barely remember it. Janelle set her bag down and suddenly backed away. I think I hear my oven dinging. I've got to get back to work. Bye. I didn't hear anything. Her mouth dropping open at the blatant lie, Olivia watched as her sister scurried away. Janelle! Seriously? Hurrying down the steps, she was about to follow her sister into the kitchen when the alert on her phone sounded. She had 3 clients dropping off their dogs for daycare in 10 minutes, which meant that the rest of her load would have to wait. Pulling her car back into the parking garage at the end of the street, she jogged back to the store just as the first client was rolling up. Lily was a small wiener dog who was big on attitude and short on manners. Her owners had been clients of Olivia ever since she started walking dogs, and she gave them a huge discount on daycare because the Dachshund and Goodwin were becoming such good friends. Soon the room was filled with excited dogs. Olivia sat back at her desk and watched them with a smile. The best thing about dogs was that they were constant. Their personalities differed, but they were loyal and loving to the very end. Too bad men weren't the same way. Olivia wrinkled her nose at the thought. The fact was that she couldn't blame Andrew for walking away. Before the engagement, she'd been iffy about the relationship, and after the engagement, she'd ignored every single one of Andrew's pleas to slow down. She deserved to lose him. But that was then, and this was now. She was turning over a new leaf. She would embrace her commitments. And maybe, just maybe, she could win Andrew back. Chapter 3. After 7 hours of doggy daycare and 3 hours of dog walking, Olivia finally pulled her Wrangler back to the front of the shop and finished unloading the dog food. Her whole body ached, but she needed to finish putting everything away. She might be a little messy at home, but things were different in her professional life. She kept 1 bag of dry dog food on the Rich Eats display. Slitting open one of the boxes, she started to pull out cans of food and frowned. She always ordered the variety pack, but they had given her just chicken. Crap, she grumbled. It wasn't that she had to return the order, but rather that she had to haul some of those boxes back down the steps and load them back into the back of the car. Sitting back on her heels, she glanced at the clock. All she wanted to do was go home, take a bath, and relax on the couch. But she'd be doing it alone. Not exactly appealing, despite her protesting muscles. Heading back to Rich Eats meant that she could put that off for a little bit longer. With a sigh, she started dragging the food back down to the Jeep. Poor Fender followed her down, his long belly dragging against the steps as he went. He was clearly exhausted from playing with dogs all day, but he was a trooper. Even Goodwin was moving more slowly than usual. Olivia's arms quivered in protest as she slid the last box in, and she slammed the back hatch. The dogs were already sprawled over the back seat. "We're a sorry sight," she muttered, started the Wrangler, and pulled out. As she left Main Street, her phone rang. Potential clients were calling all the time with questions, and she didn't even hesitate as she answered. "Olivia Rickard, Wagging Tail's Dog Services." "Olivia, it's Elspeth. I know I was a little out of it this morning when you offered to help out with prom, and I could use you now." Perking up, Olivia put her phone on speaker and set it on her lap. She knew she should get a radio with Bluetooth installed, but it never seemed to be a priority. It would certainly make listening to her audiobooks easier. "I'd love to help. What do you need?" "I haven't been able to get a hold of Kimberly all day. so I've taken over her duties. I need someone to help with decorations. We still need to decide on a theme as well. Do you think you could help with that? Decorations? That wasn't exactly Olivia's repertoire, but she knew that Janelle and Jackie would be great at that. Sure, I'll give it some thought and get back in touch with you in a few days. That would be perfect. I'll send you an email with some theme ideas and budget details. Olivia, you're seriously saving me a ton of work. I can't thank you enough. I have to say I was surprised by your offer to help. Your name has never come up for school activities before. Olivia cringed. I know, and I'm sorry about that, but I'm just trying new things. That sounded terrible. I mean, I'm trying to be more active in the town. I look forward to working with you. Hanging up, she turned into the Rich Eats parking lot and groaned when she saw the closed sign. If Kimberly had never shown up to work, then Lydia must have closed early. Hoping that there would still be some people at the warehouse, Olivia drove to the loading dock and got out. It bothered her that Elspeth hadn't been able to get in touch with Kimberly. If there was someone married to her work, it was Kimberly. Olivia liked the woman. She had started buying Rich Eats food when Kimberly's business was just getting off the ground, and the two had become friends. Kimberly had been thrilled when Olivia offered to sell her food from Wagging Tails. Hello? Olivia tried the loading entrance, but the door was locked. Walking around the corner, she froze when she saw the official cars parked along the side of the building, blue lights flashing. Forensics, medical examiner, caution tape. Oh, God. Pressing her hand to her stomach, Olivia raced to the small side door that she knew would be unlocked. Nick? Nick! It looked as if the whole sheriff's department was inside. A couple of deputies whipped their heads around as she rushed by, but no one stopped her until she was near the warehouse office. Sheriff Nicholas Limpero stepped out from one side and stared at her. Olivia? Damn it. What are you doing here? I thought you were Ballard. Whoa! He caught her as she tried to fly past him. You can't be in here. It's an active crime scene. Is it Kimberly? Her chest clenched. Nick, please tell me that it's not Kimberly. He pulled her into a tight hug and stroked her hair. Easy, he said gruffly. Were you and Kimberly friends? That was the only answer that she needed, and she slumped against the older man. Yes, she whispered. What happened? First things first. How did you get in? All the entrances are locked. Pushing herself away, she struggled to get a hold of herself. The lock is broken on the side door. It always has been. Kimberly always said that she meant to fix it, but she was always just too busy. Nick frowned. Do you know if anyone else knew that the door was unlocked? I don't know. She watched in horror as they lifted a body bag onto the gurney and wheeled it past her. Why are you asking? Was Kimberly murdered? The sheriff looked torn. It was obvious that he didn't want to give her any information, but Olivia wasn't leaving without it. I know what you're thinking, she said and crossed her arms. I'm not trying to get involved, but everyone in this town is going to know sooner or later, so you might as well tell me. She's got a pretty deep wound on her head. I won't know anything for sure until we do an autopsy, but it's a pretty good bet that it's the cause of death, he muttered gruffly. Now can you explain what you're doing here? I picked up my order this morning and got the wrong thing. I was here to exchange it. A thought occurred to her, and she pressed her hand to her mouth. She felt sick. She wasn't there. Lydia said she had no idea where she was. She's been dead all this time? It looks like she was killed around 5 o'clock this morning. Can you think of anyone who would want her dead? Olivia racked her brains, but she couldn't think of a single person who hated Kimberly. We had a few drinks at Endgame from time to time, but Kimberly was all about work. She put her heart and soul into the business, and believe me, she didn't go around making enemies. She's a good person. Are you sure that this wasn't just a robbery? The sheriff must have seen her pain. His expression softened, and he smiled gently. There's no money in the warehouse. And the employees all said that the doors were locked when they came in this morning. That sounds like someone knew about the broken lock. This was intentional. I don't understand. How are you just getting here now? Didn't one of the employees find her? Nick opened his notebook and flipped through a few of his notes. I asked that very question. Apparently, she was found behind a stack of boxes in the storage room. It could be the killer was trying to hide her. Hide her? In a warehouse? That doesn't make any sense. Kimberly would have been alone that early in the morning, and there's a pretty dense stretch of woods right behind the warehouse. If they wanted to hide her body, they could have just taken her out there. Olivia, this is not your case. I understand that you're mourning a friend, but you need to do just that. Mourn. Leave the investigation to me. Now, do you want me to have one of the deputies take you home? Or call Andrew? Immediately, Nick sighed and raked his hand through his graying hair. I'm sorry, Olivia. I wasn't thinking. It's okay. Nodding her head, she took a shuddering breath. I have the dogs with me in the car. I'm okay to drive home. Thanks for the offer, though. Olivia felt Nick's eyes on her as she slowly dragged herself back to the car. She overheard the faint conversation of the officers as they put out an APB on Ballard Chain, Kimberly's ex-husband. By force of habit, she acknowledged the wagging tails and questing noses thrust her way as she slid into the driver's seat, thankful that the dogs were tired enough to lie down again almost immediately as she turned the key in the ignition. She drove away in a dream. No, more a nightmare, chanting to herself the mantra that she was okay, Nick, okay to drive, okay. Lights blended together, and her thoughts were a jumbled mess. Her hands shook as she drove, but she made it all the way home without falling apart. Herding the two dogs into the house, she fed them and, even as they were plunging their noses into their bowls for that first rapturous gulp, went from kitchen to bathroom and turned on the shower, setting the water as hot as it would go. Forget the bath. She needed to feel the steam around her and the water hitting her skin. Kimberly's death had her mind reeling. It was impossible to imagine anyone wanting the poor woman dead. Olivia wasn't new to death. First there had been Yvette. Olivia had been shaken at the food truck owner's death, but Yvette was just a provider of caffeine. The woman had a 10-foot wall around her that made it impossible to really get to know her. It didn't make her loss any less sad, but it didn't feel personal. It had certainly felt more personal when Olivia's wedding planner, Lacey, was murdered, but Olivia had learned that Lacey wasn't exactly the sweet woman that she portrayed. Any sadness she felt was overshadowed by the effect the murder had on her relationship. It was different with Kimberly. They'd grown up in the same town and knew the same people. Although Kimberly was much older than Olivia, they still had a lot in common. Kimberly always had treats and love for the dogs. She'd helped Olivia get started as a dog walker, and Olivia was only too happy to return the favor by advertising her dog food. Olivia was usually more stoic in situations like this, but it had been a rough couple of weeks. She scrubbed the lavender-scented soap on her skin, but it did nothing to soothe her. Finally, when she thought she might drop from exhaustion, she turned off the water and wrapped herself in a towel. Wiping the steam away from the mirror, she stared at herself. She might have gotten all prettied up today, but tonight she looked the same as when she'd started this morning. Her friend was gone. Tears welled up in her eyes and she reached for her phone. Several words in, she realized who she was texting. Andrew. Tears started to fall and she lost it. She trudged out to the living room, curled up on the couch, and sobbed. Her wet hair soaked the beige fabric, but she couldn't care. She cried for the loss of her friend. She cried for the loss of her love. She cried until Goodwin and even Fender, pushing his short and stubby legs to the limit to jump up, curled up next to her. For the first time since Andrew had left, she was happy that she was alone. Olivia was not a pretty crier. She was a snot-nosed, puffy cheeks, red eyes kind of crier who woke up the next morning looking like she'd been stung by 100 bees. It would have been enough to make Andrew run for the hills. Stroking the dogs' heads, she took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "We're okay," she whispered. "I'm okay." The real question was, how long would she have to keep telling herself that until she believed it? Chapter 4. It didn't take long for news to spread around town. At least this time the news didn't link directly to her. Olivia kept her head down as the workday dragged on. Even the dogs seemed to sense her mood and kept their antics to a minimum. Goodwin was reluctant to leave her side, and for that Olivia was grateful. He was her dog, but he'd grown extremely loyal to Andrew over the past year. He had pouted the first few days after their loss, but he was proving that he was her dog through and through. She managed to avoid her sister, but when the day was over, she found herself craving some companionship. Letting Goodwin and Fender out to play in the brownstone's back enclosure, she snuck into the bakery kitchen and snagged a cookie from the cooling rack. "I would like it if we could hire someone with some baking experience so they could cross-train if we need them." Janelle's voice drifted around the corner, and Olivia realized that she was about to be caught. Shoving the cookie in her mouth, her eyes watered as the hot cookies stung against her tongue and the insides of her cheeks. Crap, crap, crap. She couldn't just spit it out, so she chewed as quickly as she could. She'd barely managed to swallow the last of it, molten chocolate chips sliding like hot lava down her throat, when her sister walked around the corner with her phone tucked between her chin and shoulder. "No, that sounds perfect. Thanks for letting me know, Marie." Janelle, seeing Olivia wiping her eyes, stared at her in confusion. "Okay, I'll see you tomorrow." Olivia desperately needed some water or milk, but Janelle kept looking at her with suspicion as she hung up. Then suddenly the older sister's features softened. "Sweetheart, what happened? Did Andrew call you?" "Andrew?" Janelle obviously thought Olivia was crying tears of sorrow rather than pain. She didn't want to lie, so she said nothing, but it didn't matter. Janelle glanced at the cooling rack and her eyes narrowed. "Or maybe you shoved a cookie fresh out of the oven into your mouth?" "That doesn't sound like me," Olivia managed to croak. "I was going to offer you some milk, but I guess you don't need it." Olivia wanted to play along, but the burning in her mouth was too much to bear. "Okay, I ate the cookie. I've just been in such a gloomy mood today. Kimberly is dead, and I almost texted Andrew last night, and the cookies just looked so good and comforting." "Kimberly is dead?" Janelle's jaw dropped open. "What? When? You didn't know?" Olivia opened the first fridge to grab a gallon of milk. Snagging one of the plastic cups from above, she poured the milk and chugged it down quickly. The cold liquid coated her mouth and throat and provided instant relief. "Everywhere I went with the dogs, people were talking about it." Her sister frowned as she grabbed a spatula and started moving the cookies from the rack to a display tray. "I've been on the phone all day. The website is up, but I'm not confident enough in the online ordering, especially since we're short-handed. Then I was trying to get the Help Wanted ad published. Never mind, none of that is important. What happened?" Quickly, Olivia filled her sister in. Janelle stopped what she was doing and stared. "Did you tell Nick that Dee Dee was acting like a raving lunatic?" "I didn't even think about it at the time," Olivia admitted. "I did almost call him today and tell him, but Kimberly was already dead at that point. Why would Dee Dee be throwing a fit if she'd already killed Kimberly?" Tapping the spatula on the counter, Janelle bit her lower lip. "Maybe it was all for show. I think she knew that she was going to be a suspect, so she staged a public display to throw people off the trail." "Interesting theory," Olivia mused. "It's even more interesting that you're theorizing. You don't usually get caught up in things like this." Janelle huffed and went back to the cookies. "I helped you solve the last 2 cases." Olivia could have argued the point, but when she'd needed Janelle's help, her sister had been there, even if what they'd been doing wasn't entirely legal. "You did help, but you hated every second of it." "But you didn't. Maybe you should tell Nick that you want to help. Kimberly was your friend and you want to help seek justice for her." "Oh, no." Olivia shook her head emphatically. "I'm not getting involved." "Why?" The question was so simple, but the answer was too complicated and embarrassing. Solving the first two murders had nothing to do with the thrill of the mystery, and everything to do with Andrew. First, she'd been ducking his proposal, and after that, she was trying to get her wedding back on track. Both times, Andrew had been upset when she'd gotten involved. It was strange that she didn't want to upset him, now that he was gone, but it was true. "I'm too busy. We have to decorate for prom." Janelle narrowed her eyes. "What do you mean, we? I thought I made it perfectly clear yesterday that I am too busy to help plan a prom with you." Feeling almost shameless, Olivia wrapped her arms around herself and stared at the floor. "I know you did, but I've been feeling the need for some company, and I need a project. I promised that I'll take charge of the whole thing, but I thought it might be fun if the three of us got together and worked. It might help me take my mind off things." Janelle immediately threw her arms around Olivia. "Of course I'll help. I had no idea that you wanted to spend more time with me, and I do want to be here for you during your time of need." Her time of need? Olivia almost groaned. But she'd brought it on herself. She was playing the newly dumped card, and now she would reap the grim benefits. The sad thing was that it wasn't far from the truth, but Olivia felt more comfortable calling it a manipulation tactic than admitting that she needed her sister. She'd hoped to help Janelle close up the bakery, but Janelle turned out to be a one-woman machine. After Olivia knocked a nearly full bag of sugar onto the floor, Janelle shooed her out. Rather than go home, she trudged up the stairs to the unfinished third floor and walked around it. It had always been meant to become 2 apartments, so it was already set up for kitchen and bathroom installs, though they hadn't gotten around to buying the appliances. Olivia hadn't expected to finish it for another year, and hiring someone now would stretch both sisters pretty thin. How hard could it be to do it themselves? Olivia wanted to keep busy and stay out of her empty house. The prom committee could only take up so much of her time. Some sparkle and drywall, a little paint, hardwood floors. She'd read an article about how one woman had built an entire house by herself just by watching YouTube videos. Taking out her phone, she started to make notes. The apartments were wired, but they would need light fixtures. Doors would be good. Maybe carpet in the bedrooms, tile for the bathrooms and kitchens. Most appliance stores offered installation with delivery, so she wouldn't have to worry about that. Everything else seemed doable. Very doable. Nodding her head in growing excitement, she walked to the window and stared out. Living above a doggy daycare might not sound great to some people, but having a bakery just downstairs was ideal, not to mention that they were in the heart of town. Less than a mile to the north was the bus station that went into the city, and everything a person could possibly need was within walking distance. "If you build it, they will come," she quoted in a low voice. Then, aware that she was alone, she laughed at herself. It grew inside, uncontrolled, until she was in stitches on the floor, tears running down her cheeks for no good reason at all. It was therapeutic. When the hysterical laughter finally subsided, she felt strangely cleansed. The renovation project hadn't even started yet, and she already felt better. Nick was a good sheriff. He would bring Kimberly's killer to justice, and Olivia would get closure. If only it was as easy to get closure in other aspects of her life. The sun was dipping below the horizon, and with no lights in the apartment, it was getting hard to see. She abandoned the planning and design for the moment, muttering, "I'll be back," in her best Schwarzenegger impression as she crossed the threshold, and jogged down the steps to say goodnight to Janelle and collect the dogs. She'd have plenty to do to keep her busy and keep her mind off things. Chapter 5. A sports game flickered on the television, but Andrew was barely paying attention as he lifted a beer bottle to his lips. Brett's couch was lumpy and uncomfortable, and there was a strange smell emanating from the carpet. but it didn't bother him as much as it had the first night he'd crashed. Still, he knew how much money Brett made. It was certainly enough to afford a new couch and a maid. "Who's winning?" Brett asked, plopping down next to him. He followed up the question with a swig from a fresh bottle of his own. "Duke," Andrew muttered. He set his beer down on the coffee table and stretched. "How was your date with Jackie the other night?" "Fine." Brett tipped his bottle back and gave him a sidelong look with his next gulp. Bringing the bottle down again, he ran the back of his hand against his lips and sighed in satisfaction. "Good stuff." He followed this almost immediately with, "Are you sure you're okay with me going out with her?" Andrew shrugged. "It's your life. Besides, if it was just fine, I don't think I have anything to worry about." "Okay, it was not just fine. It was great. She's great. But I can't talk about this kind of stuff with you. First, I have a reputation to protect. A fourth date is practically unheard of for me, and you're all miserable and stuff." "I'm not miserable," Andrew protested. Brett snorted. "The only time that you leave this apartment is to go to work, and then it's just to be miserable at work. Seriously, people are starting to talk. You almost made Cora cry yesterday." "I just don't feel like socializing, and Cora kept asking me if I was okay. I'm fine." Andrew knew that he wasn't fine, but he didn't want to talk about it. Brett got up and snagged Andrew's keys from the table. With a grim smile, he tossed them to Andrew. "Great. If you're fine, let's go out. I'm starting to really like Endgame. I could go for some of their awesome curly fries." Narrowing his eyes, Andrew threw the keys back on the table. "Great. You go to Endgame. I'm watching my cholesterol levels." Throwing his head back, Brett let out a frustrated moan. "I have never seen anyone more pathetic than you. Andrew, man, you've got to go out. Maybe it'll help you think." "Think about what, Brett? Why don't you tell me what I should be focusing on?" Andrew's voice had a hard edge, but before his friend could answer, Andrew's phone rang. Glaring at Brett, Andrew snagged it and settled back on the couch. "What?" "Andrew, it's Nick. Did I call at a bad time?" Rubbing his hand over his unshaven stubble, Andrew closed his eyes. "No, sorry, Nick. I didn't mean to snap at you. Is everything okay?" "Not exactly." Nick cleared his throat. "Andrew, I know that you and Olivia aren't together anymore, and I don't want to overstep my bounds, but I'm a little worried about her." "Worried?" Andrew immediately straightened. "Why? Did something happen?" "You know Kimberly Nesbit?" The name sounded familiar. Andrew mulled it over until he pictured the attractive middle-aged blonde woman in his head. "Sure. She's the owner of Rich Eats. She and Olivia are close. She used to be Kimberly Chain, right? Then she got divorced and took back her maiden name." "Yes. She was murdered." "Oh, God." Imagining Olivia's pain, Andrew got up and started to pace. "Please tell me that Olivia didn't find the body." Brett cocked his head and mouthed, "What's going on?" But Andrew held up his finger. Despite the tense situation, Nick chuckled. "No, this time I can honestly say that she's not involved, but she arrived at the warehouse while we were there investigating. I don't think she saw Kimberly's body, but I've never seen her so shaken up. I tried to talk to Janelle and Jackie about it, but they both said Olivia was avoiding the subject. They said," Nick paused as if he found the next words confusing, "she's throwing herself into planning the prom." "Prom?" Andrew said dubiously. "As in high school prom? Olivia's helping plan it?" Brett started to chuckle, and Andrew shot his friend a murderous look. The last thing he needed was Brett's 2 cents. "Yeah, I didn't believe it either when I heard, but apparently she's roped them into helping her as well. If Olivia is planning a high school dance, I can guarantee that someone is blackmailing her into it." It seems she volunteered. Olivia volunteered? This conversation was just getting stranger by the second. What do you want me to do? Nothing. I just thought you should know. I have a feeling the women have banded together, and I wasn't sure if you were getting any information. Look, I don't know what's going on between you and Olivia, but I'm sure that you still care about her. Right. Thank you, Nick. I do appreciate you keeping me in the loop. Andrew turned to Brett as he hung up the phone. Is Jackie giving you any information about Olivia? What? Brett wrinkled his nose. Why would we talk about Olivia? Brett, Andrew growled. If you know something. His friend threw up his hands, keeping a firm grip on his half-empty beer bottle. I don't, I swear. Jackie made it clear that Olivia was off limits. Did something happen to her? No, but her friend was killed. And if I know Olivia, she's going to find herself right in the middle of it. This is the last thing that we need. Brett raised an eyebrow. We? Olivia, Andrew snapped. You know what I mean. She's dealing with a lot. She has her new office and... His voice trailed off. The loss of her boyfriend? Brett filled in softly. Andrew, you can talk about it, you know. I know how much you love Olivia. Yeah, too bad it wasn't enough. Reaching down, he grabbed his keys and strode past Brett. He needed to think, and he couldn't do that with Brett goading him into talking. He hadn't gone back to Lexingburg since packing up a few of his things and leaving, and he wasn't ready to go back now. Instead, he decided to just drive around the city. It was hard to wrap his mind around the fact that Olivia was voluntarily planning a teen event. Olivia didn't participate in anything in town if she could help it. She had been roped into the psychic pet event, and Mayor Henderson had tried turning their wedding into a town extravaganza. But she wouldn't have done any of those things if she could help it. Olivia was a simple woman. She liked her mystery books, her coffee, and her dogs. That was one of the reasons Andrew loved her so much. Olivia didn't play games. She was practical. She said what she felt, even if it didn't make sense. So what was she feeling now? Andrew had thought that by walking away, he could free her. He'd trapped her into the wedding, and he had been grateful that he'd realized what he was doing to her before it was too late. Maybe he thought that she'd call him, and they could figure out how to go from there. But she didn't. He'd told her that he would try to figure out a way to break the rental contract on the house. The owner was threatening them with a fee that was almost 6 months of rent. But Andrew was going to find it hard to get a new place if his name was still on another lease. He couldn't live with Brett for the next 10 months. It wasn't good for their friendship or his sanity. The city lights blurred as he drove along, and he felt a fist squeeze his heart. Olivia wasn't going to hide behind the prom forever. When the dust settled, she was going to be angry about her friend's death. Then she was going to get involved. With a growl, Andrew swung the car around. He was going to pay Nick a visit and figure out just what Olivia might be getting herself into. Chapter 6. Christy, we're not breaking the lease. We're just trying to get Andrew's name off it so he can rent somewhere else, Olivia muttered as she put the phone on speaker and pulled her hair up into a ponytail. The reflection staring back at her was pathetic. Her normally olive skin had taken on a paler hue, and the dark circles under her eyes were more prominent. She'd tossed and turned all night long thinking about poor Kimberly, and she needed to do something to release some of the tension in her body. God help her. She was going to go for a run. I'm sorry, Olivia, but the terms are pretty straightforward. There's nothing I can do. If you take Andrew's name off the lease, it's considered a termination. We can draw up a new contract with just you, but the termination clause still applies. He has to give a 60-day notice, and then it's a fee of 6 months' rent. I've spoken to the owners, but they're not budging. Of course they weren't budging. Why do something nice when they can make an extra 12 grand? With a grimace, she tugged a t-shirt over her tank top. Run? I thought you said rum. Thanks for trying. Can't you do me a favor and shoot Andrew an email? Aw, you poor thing, Christy cooed. and Olivia focused an angry glare on the phone. The last thing she wanted was sympathy. I know how hard breakups can be, but open communication is key. Olivia wanted to point out that it wasn't her job to inform Andrew about the contract termination clause. It was Christie's, but she held her tongue. She'd stressed the real estate agent out enough while she'd seesawed back and forth on the purchase of the brownstone, and now that they had to find new tenants for upstairs, they might need her again. Still, she said through clenched teeth, I've got a busy day ahead of me, and I would hate to get the information wrong. Of course, I'll speak to him on the matter. In a sudden change of subject, Christy dropped her voice and said, Did you hear about Kimberly? I swear I have no idea what's happening to this town. Olivia definitely didn't want to talk about Kimberly. I'm sorry to cut this short, Christy, but I have to go. Thanks. Ending the call, she practically tripped over Goodwin as she headed for the door. Inserting her headphones, she leashed Goodwin, shoved the keys, phone, and ID into the uncomfortable armband, and headed for the street. There were 2 small paths in her neighborhood. One headed toward the far more expensive community adjacent to hers, where she sometimes explored and drooled all over the houses. The other led down to a wooded walking path and creek. She didn't explore it as often. Goodwin preferred to run in the dog park, but that was her destination today as she tried out this thing people called running. Pop music drowned out the sounds of nature as she started to warm up at a slow pace. Goodwin matched it easily, and she tried to forget all about her problems. Unfortunately, it seemed that the more she tried to forget them, the more she dwelled on them. Her heart ached at the loss of Andrew. Her anxiety rose when she thought about the looming property tax payment on the brownstone and the ridiculous task of planning prom. Her mind reeled as she tried to sort through Kimberly's murder. Sweat collected under her armband, and her skin started to itch. Scratching at it, she tried to adjust the Velcro mid-stride, only to take her mind and eyes off the path and stumble over a root. Catching herself, she swore and righted herself. Goodwin took the opportunity to stop and pee, and the leash jerked when she tried to keep going. Dog won, and Olivia took a deep breath and perked up as the automatic female voice announced her progress over her headphones. Time, 5 minutes. Distance, 0.41 miles. Not even half a mile? Rats. It felt like she'd been running much farther for a lot longer. Frowning, she rolled her shoulders and tugged Goodwin back onto the path. Another runner passed them, some cute and perky blonde in a skimpy outfit, and it motivated Olivia through a whole mile before her lungs started to burn. Slowing down to a walk, she gasped for breath. Exercise wasn't a favorite pastime for her, but this was ridiculous. What had she been doing to get so out of shape? Oh, yeah, stealing Janelle's sweets and lounging on the couch with Andrew. The memory of relaxing in those warm, loving arms motivated her through another punishing mile. Goodwin bounded happily along at her side, and she grunted as sweat trickled down to some uncomfortable places. One of her earbuds fell from her ears, and she gritted her teeth as she fitted it back in. Pictures always made runners look so graceful and poised. If anyone saw her right now, they'd probably assume she was dying. After losing her earbuds a 3rd time, she yanked them out altogether and let them swing around her neck. Fine. She was tired of hearing the running app tell her that she was running slower and slower. When she reached a small clearing, she decided to take a break. Hiding behind the excuse that Goodwin needed to cool off in the stream, she bent, groaning, to undo the leash. The sound of someone whistling stopped her cold. Not wanting anyone in town to see her so red-faced and sweaty, she peered cautiously around the bushes and widened her eyes. If the huge, hulking frame didn't give him away, the logo from Chain Sporting Goods did. It was Ballard Chain, the #1 MIA suspect in Kimberly's death. He was peeing in the bushes on the other side of the creek. With a small gasp, Olivia ducked even further behind the bush. Ever since she'd found out that Kimberly was dead, she'd been racking her brains to figure out why Ballard was a suspect. Whenever Kimberly spoke about her ex-husband, it was always amicably. From what Olivia could piece together, Kimberly and Ballard had experienced the cliched 7-year itch, and Kimberly had discovered that her husband had almost cheated on her. Olivia had no idea what that meant, and it had seemed rude to ask for more details. The two had split, but it wasn't a nasty divorce. The dog food business went into Kimberly's name, and Kimberly paid her ex back for the seed money that Ballard had provided to get Rich Eats up and running. Kimberly never had a bad thing to say about Ballard. Her ex had his own business, a sporting goods store, and she had hers. Maybe the only reason that Nick was looking at Ballard was because the husband, or ex-husband, was always the first suspect, and Ballard had been suspiciously difficult to find. Goodwin jumped, rustling the bushes, and Olivia hissed through her teeth for him to sit and stay. Sliding her phone out of her armband, she dialed Nick. Call dropped. Seriously? Ballard finished his business and headed back up the opposite bank. For an agonizing minute, Olivia couldn't figure out what to do. She needed to find a spot with better reception if she wanted to call Nick, but she might lose Ballard unless she followed him. Bending to stay below the tops of the bushes, she crawled along until a passing runner gave her a weird look. Since it appeared that Ballard was going to stick to the path, Olivia straightened and pulled out her phone. Jogging back toward the neighborhood, she finally found a spot where she could get reception and dialed Nick's personal number. It helped to be the sheriff's dog walker sometimes. Olivia? Nick, she whispered. Nick, I've found Ballard. What? Olivia, I can barely hear you. Are you whispering? Clearing her throat, she glanced around suspiciously. Sorry. I said that I found Ballard. He's walking along the creek in the park. Damn it, Olivia. I told you to stay away from this investigation. I know that Kimberly was your friend, but you need to let me do my job. I didn't go looking for him, she said defensively. I went for a run in the park and stumbled across him. You went for a run? I try something new and suddenly lose all credibility, she muttered. Anyway, that's not the point. He's here, so you need to move your butt. I'll keep an eye on him, but reception is spotty in the park. No, he could be dangerous, Olivia. He's an ex-NFL player, for God's sake. I'm not going to confront him. He's twice my size. Just hurry. Before Nick could argue, she hung up and called Tanya. It took a small bonus to get the girl to agree to cover for the next session of walks, but it bought Olivia more time. Jogging back to the spot where she'd last seen Ballard, her heart skipped a beat when she couldn't find him. He's like 7 feet tall, she muttered to herself. How does he just disappear? He was faster than he'd appeared. It took nearly a quarter of a mile for her to catch up with him, and at that point, he'd crossed the bridge to her side of the creek. It made tailing him all the more difficult. When he stopped and turned suddenly, she dove back into the brush with Goodwin and wrapped an arm around the dog's neck in an attempt to keep him quiet. Ballard looked around with a frown before finally turning and heading back up the path. Olivia was about to sneak out of the brush when something dropped down the cleavage of her shirt. Seeing the telltale sign of a spider's silk leading from her shirt to the tree, Olivia shrieked and rolled out of the bushes. Goodwin barked sharply and bounded around, full of glee, as though they were playing a game. What the hell do you think you're doing? With a gasp, Olivia looked up to see Ballard towering over her. Going for a run? She managed and swallowed hard. The man could easily crush her with the heel of his hiking boot. I know you, growled. You're Kimberly's friend. You're some private investigator, aren't you? No, she shook her head emphatically as she scrambled to her feet. No, I am a dog walker. Happy Tails. Do you have a dog? You should get a dog. A man like yourself who enjoys nature should have a dog. We could go into town to the Humane Society and pick you out a dog. Are you a big dog or a small dog kind of guy? She knew that she was babbling, but she couldn't stop. Glancing behind her, she prayed that Nick or one of the deputies would show up. Where were the other runners who had been happily passing her half an hour ago? You want to spy on me? You need to do it to my face. Could Goodwin not tell that she was in trouble? Why was he more interested in rolling in the leaves than protecting her? I am not spying on you. I really was just going for a run. Kimberly is not getting another dime from me, he hissed. If she wanted more, she should have waited until after the fishing expedition to divorce me. That was her loss. Wait, what? You two were having problems? Problems? Ballard spat on the ground, barely missing her tennis shoes. Olivia wrinkled her nose and stepped away. I thought the divorce was going to be friendly, but she wanted to wring me for all I had. I helped her get her business off the ground, and then she wanted a huge portion of mine. Was he telling her why he'd murdered Kimberly? If only all murder investigations were this easy. That does sound unfair, she agreed weakly. Clearly, Kimberly hadn't been all that honest about her divorce. Unfair? I didn't even go through with the affair, and I told her about it. This is the thanks that I get. Ballard chain, Nick barked from behind. Olivia immediately jumped out of the way and whirled around. Nick had his gun out. To her surprise, the huge man immediately put his hands in the air. Whoa, what's going on? I've got a few questions concerning the murder of your ex-wife. The sheriff hurried over to him, gun still trained on Ballard. Murder? The man turned to Olivia with an accusing glare. You told me that you were working for her. Nick raised his eyebrow, and Olivia hurried to correct Ballard's mistake. I didn't say that. You just assumed that because you caught me following you. You were following him, Olivia? I told you to stay away, Nick muttered. He's faster than he looks, and I was afraid that he'd get away, she explained simply. Nick holstered his gun. Mr. Chain, I need you to come with me. You can do it with or without handcuffs. That's up to you. Ballard's eyes narrowed. Kimberly would find a way to get murdered and blame it on me, he said sarcastically. With a sigh, he headed back up the path with Nick toward the public parking lot. Olivia was itching to follow and see what else she could glean from them, but she knew that it would only make Nick mad. Shaking out her shirt to make sure there were no creepy crawlies hiding in there, she glared at Goodwin. You were no good back there. I hope you know that. Her dog looked completely unimpressed as he bent down and started licking himself. Chapter 7. This should be illegal, Jackie muttered as she flicked her thumb over the mouse of the laptop. She, Olivia, and Janelle were all perched at a table at the Early Bird Cafe. Since it was Jackie's day off and someone else was opening the bakery, Olivia woke them up an hour after dawn and hustled them to the cafe's breakfast nook. Although she was customarily horrible in the mornings, she'd barely slept, which meant she was still relatively awake. And maybe just a little manic. The Early Bird was frightfully cheerful. Window panes covered 3 sides of the restaurant to let in a flood of sunlight, and a huge painting of a sunrise covered the back wall. The wooden high-top tables were decorated with daisies and birds' nests, and the music was soft but peppy. They made the best pancakes here. The only problem with the cafe was that they closed at 1 every afternoon. They didn't have to worry about opening longer hours to make more money, because by the time 9 o'clock hit, there was usually a 30-minute wait for a table, no matter what morning of the week it might be. But it was still early, and the place was peaceful and quiet, with the exception of Jackie's moaning. Olivia nudged the cup of coffee her way. More theme research and less whining, she ordered as she tapped her pen against her paper. I am not decorating a prom with the theme Stairway to Heaven. That's what every prom resorts to, and it's boring. Frankly, I think it should be Stairway to Hell, Janelle muttered darkly. Olivia's eyes widened in surprise at her sister's anger, and Janelle sighed. Sorry, it's early, and I'm a little cranky. Are you kidding? You get up at 4 every morning to get the bakery open. This is sleeping in by your standards. Under the sea? Jackie piped in. No, Olivia and Janelle responded in one voice. Olivia returned her attention to Janelle and studied her sister. There were dark circles under Janelle's eyes, and her sister wasn't wearing nearly as much makeup as usual. "You didn't sleep much last night." It wasn't a question, and Janelle's eyes narrowed at the accusation. "And you did?" she retorted sharply. Olivia huffed loudly and put a hand over her heart. "I have reasons for not sleeping. You, however, are happily married with a successful business and the best sister in the whole world." "You wish," Janelle snorted. "Casino night," Jackie interjected. "Is it safe to promote gambling to a bunch of high schoolers?" Olivia shook her head. "Better not risk it. We don't want the future of Lexingburg to be in the hands of a bunch of degenerate gamblers." Janelle rolled her eyes, but the waitress returned before she could say anything snarky, refilled their coffee, and put down a basket of piping hot biscuits. The women each grabbed one eagerly. As Olivia warmed the small package of butter in her hands, she focused on Janelle once again. "So why weren't you sleeping?" "Patrick and I may have gotten into a small argument," Janelle admitted softly. It was enough to pull Jackie away from the computer, and they both stared incredulously at Janelle. Olivia wasn't naive enough to believe that her sister and brother-in-law had a perfect marriage, but for Janelle to lose sleep over something was not some small argument. "Argument over what?" Jackie asked casually, and then she shared a worried look with Olivia. Janelle blew out her breath and cut open her biscuit. "When we got married, we both agreed that we'd wait to have kids, and we have. But it looks like he's done waiting." "Kids!" Olivia said a little too loudly and immediately ducked her head as startled breakfasters at the other table started staring. "But Janelle, that's great. I would be the best aunt." "I have no doubt that you'd spoil them silly and encourage them to get in loads of trouble. But the truth is that I'm not sure I'm ready. The bakery is doing really well, but we've still got some financial worries in front of us, not to mention that all of my time is basically spent at the bakery. We've skipped date night the past 3 weeks because I was too tired. How am I supposed to work long hours while I'm pregnant or with a newborn, an infant, a toddler?" Olivia had completely forgotten the butter in her hands and grimaced as it squished in her hand. She opened the package and practically poured the contents onto the biscuit. "First of all, I think we can tackle the apartments upstairs on our own. I spent a good amount of time last night looking up YouTube videos, and it's totally doable. That should save us a good deal of money. Second, I would definitely help out, and I'm sure Mom would love to as well. I'm sure hearing that you're going to have a baby will help her get over my failed engagement. But most importantly, I know how you're going to feel if you keep putting work first. You've always wanted a family, and it's going to be a difficult balance no matter when you decide to have one." "I know," Janelle said softly. "That's kind of what kept me up. I just don't know what to do." "It's not like you're going to get pregnant tomorrow," Jackie pointed out sensibly. "Tell Patrick that you want to discuss some things first and make sure you're on the same page about raising a child. Figure out your options when it comes to babysitters and taking kids to work. Get a checkup with the doctor. Just because you agree to have kids doesn't mean that you have to start right away." She brightened suddenly. "What if we did a nursery theme and scare the kids away from early pregnancy?" "Okay," Olivia said slowly as she took hold of the computer and slowly slid it away from Jackie. "We'll just mull that one over while you have some more coffee." Janelle bit into her biscuit and moaned, "Almost as good as mine." Wiping the crumbs from her lap, she smiled at Jackie. "And thanks. You're right. I just sort of had a panic attack about the whole thing." Privately, Olivia entertained thoughts of bouncing a cute little niece or nephew on her knee. She'd never been one to adore kids, but having one in the family might not be so bad. "I heard that you got involved in the case," Jackie said suddenly as she lifted her coffee cup. Olivia glanced sharply at her, but Jackie didn't give anything away. "How did you hear that? I know Nick isn't one to tell people." "I'm psychic, so it's true. What happened?" Shaking her head, Olivia took a bite of her biscuit and let the fluffy, buttery goodness warm her belly. There's no way I'm telling you anything until you tell me how you found out. Glancing at the computer, she scrolled through a few more prom ideas. Haunted house? Who came up with these ideas? Brett told me. That made Olivia straighten. What do you mean, Brett told you? Brett doesn't even know Nick unless... She let her voice trail off as she made the connection. Nick had told Andrew, and Andrew had told Brett. Was Andrew checking up on her? The idea awoke a few butterflies in her stomach, but at the same time, it made her a little angry. He'd walked away from the whole thing. He didn't get to discover private information about her life, not anymore, and Nick certainly had no right to tell him. Whoa, Jackie said as she shook her head. I recognize that look on your face, and before you get angry, think it through. I don't talk about you to Brett, which means that Andrew isn't getting any information from that direction. I'm sure he's worried about you, given your history with murders in this town. Plus, he knows that Kimberly is your friend, so he's just doing what comes naturally to him, which is caring about you. Jackie and Janelle were watching her closely, and she knew that they were hoping that she'd be open about her feelings. But things were just too complicated. She still loved Andrew and desperately wanted him back, but if he wasn't coming back, then she needed a clean break. On the other hand, she also wanted a second chance with him, and this might be her opportunity. But what could she do? March over to the hospital and tell him that she knew he'd been asking about her? What would that do? Nothing. I didn't go out looking for Ballard, she said as she tried to push the depressing thoughts away. I was running in the park. I'm sorry, Jackie interrupted, blinking in pretended astonishment. Did you just say that you were running? Yes, I'm trying new things, and I don't really want to talk about it. Anyway, I just happened to stumble across Ballard, and I did the sensible thing and called Nick. Unfortunately, Ballard caught me following him, but the whole encounter was just strange. I get the feeling that Ballard didn't know Kimberly was dead. Her sister's eyes widened. What do you mean? What did he say? I believe he said that it was just like her to find a way to die and blame it on him. He seemed more upset about money than anything else. I didn't expect that kind of anger from what she'd said. I thought they had an amicable divorce. She always spoke about it like there were no feelings involved. Janelle frowned. Do you know why they got divorced? From what I can tell, they just sort of drifted apart. She was busy with Rich Eats, and he was busy with the sporting goods store. I guess he felt tempted to cheat, and he admitted that things almost went too far. Kimberly made it sound like they knew they were just no longer in love with each other. I think he's pissed that she was about to get all this money from the celebrity endorsement, and he had no rights to it even though he'd put up the original seed money for the company. Jackie leaned over the table with a mysterious twinkle in her eyes. Do you think that he did it? Oh, no, you don't, Olivia said as she shook her head. She scrolled through more prom ideas on the computer and tried to ignore the others' inquisitive stares. I told you, I'm not getting involved. I'm not actively thinking about who might have killed Kimberly. What about a happy ever after fairy tale theme? You got involved when the woman who served you coffee got murdered, but you're not going to get involved even though Kimberly was your friend? Jackie asked. Her voice was just a little cold, and Olivia felt pain pierce her heart. I want justice, she said softly. I want to know who did it and why. But you two both told me to keep my nose out of Nick's business, and you were both right. Andrew is gone because I was off chasing killers rather than focusing on the things that were important. I won't do that again. Janelle clicked her tongue against her teeth. You don't seriously think that's true, do you, Olivia? Ignoring her sister, she continued scrolling until she found the perfect picture. Smiling, she enlarged it and turned the computer around. A masquerade, she said triumphantly. For a night, Everyone can pretend that they're someone else. Classic. Glamorous, gorgeous colors. Both women nodded their heads, but she knew they weren't really thinking about the prom. The waitress returned with their food, and she closed the computer and happily dumped a river of syrup all over her pancakes. Olivia ignored the strange tension that seemed to surround the table as they were eating. She didn't know whether the others were disappointed with her because she refused to get involved with the murder, or because she refused to talk about Andrew. But she didn't care. She had a lot on her to-do list, and no time to waste. Chapter 8. After breakfast, Olivia did her first morning round with the dogs. She had the usual crew of her own dogs plus Snowball and Lily. Jax, the yellow lab that she walked when his family was on business trips, had joined them, and she also had a 6-month-old German shepherd named Witzer. It was a bit of a nightmare. All Jax and Witzer wanted to do was play, and they kept constantly tangling the lines. Lily was getting a little snappy at the chaos, and Snowball and Goodwin seemed determined to try and pull Olivia directly to the dog park rather than following their usual route through the restaurant district. In the middle of things, Fender plopped down on the sidewalk and yawned. The whole crew came to a grinding halt, and Olivia sighed. It was going to be that kind of day. Suddenly, Goodwin gave a sharp bark and launched himself into the air. Olivia just managed to hold on to the leash, but he'd excited everyone but Fender, and it wasn't until they'd walked around the corner that she knew what was going on. It wasn't going to be that kind of day. It was going to be worse. "Hey, buddy," Andrew said softly, as Goodwin jumped all over him. He scratched the dog behind the ears, watching her cautiously. "Hi, Olivia." "Andrew." She cleared her throat and did a mental checklist. Makeup? Not a single stroke since she'd roused the crew for an early breakfast. Hair? Knotted, jumbled mess because she hadn't showered the night before. Clothes? The usual, except that she'd spilled syrup on her white shirt. She looked a hot mess, and the dogs weren't helping. God, life just wasn't fair. As she shushed the dogs, she brought herself some time to try to come up with something to say. Instead of watching YouTube videos about installing drywall, she should have been looking at videos offering tips and advice for talking with your ex-fiancé. "How's the hospital?" "How's the new office?" They spoke at the same time, which somehow brought a smile to both. Andrew nodded his head. "You go first," he said softly. "Business is great. I hired a girl from the high school work program, Tanya. She's been a real big help. She found a lot of great decorative items at a thrift shop in the city. She's got a fantastic eye for details, black and white. I mostly decorated in black and white with some pops of color." Christ, he didn't care about color. She needed to get it together. "And I've got some new clients, so that's good." "You?" "Not terrible." Carefully balancing his travel mug in one hand, he bent down to pet Fender, and she tried not to obsess about how good he looked. Even in the morning, before he'd shaved and had his coffee, he had that sort of manly, rugged look that always made her melt inside. Andrew, all polished and ready for work, made her heart skip a beat. Her heart might have stopped altogether. She would have checked it, but she didn't want to be obvious about it. Better to drop dead. "I haven't been able to convince the hospital to upgrade their systems in order to handle the new programs that they keep installing, but they keep telling me it's not in the budget. A few computers have already started to overload, and there isn't much I can do to fix it until they decide to fork over the money or go back to the old system. Boring stuff." "Never boring," she blurted without thinking. She thought she saw something flash in his eyes. Surprise? Pleasure? But it was gone before she could analyze it. Hastily, she tried to regroup. "You keep a whole hospital running. That's hardly boring." Slowly, he straightened up. 6 dogs milled and cavorted between them, but the look on his face made her want to cry. Pain and regret. "I wanted to call when I heard about Kimberly. I should have. I'm so sorry, Olivia." Of course. He wasn't sorry about them. He was sorry about her friend. Thank you. Olivia's voice broke slightly, and she cleared her throat. It's all just so strange still. I was in line to get my order at the storefront, and Dee Dee, Espouse, the other dog food competitor, was raving about Kimberly selling food to puppy mills. She was completely off her rocker and even more pissed when she found out Kimberly wasn't there. Olivia frowned in remembered puzzlement. No one seemed to know where she was. Her cashier was flustered. Tanya's mom, Elspeth, was upset because Kimberly was supposed to do some work for the prom. I got my order and left, but when I realized that it was the wrong order, I went back, and that's when I saw Nick. She knew that she was rambling, but now that she'd started, she couldn't stop. It was like falling back into old habits. She was throwing herself into the murder and ignoring her own personal problems. I overheard them sending out an APB on her ex-husband, and I was the one who actually found him. She held up one leash-filled hand, as if to forestall any comment on Andrew's part. Now, I wasn't looking for him. I was just out running with Goodwin, and I saw him in the park. She gave a little cough of embarrassment as she let her hand fall again. There were some definite anger issues. You confronted a suspect in a murder investigation alone in the park? Andrew's voice was dangerously soft. More like he confronted me. He thought I was following him on Kimberly's orders. I guess things weren't so smooth in their divorce after all. Andrew remained tense and silent for a minute before she saw his whole body relax. I did some work at his office right after we started dating, he said casually. I don't know if you remember that. Kim asked as a favor. Anyway, from what I gathered from his conversation, he made way more money than she did. There's a good chance he was paying alimony after the divorce. It was on the tip of her tongue to ask him to dig deeper and find out more, but she just couldn't do it. She was determined not to get involved, and she certainly wasn't going to ask Andrew to get involved. It would be just like him to agree, because Andrew was a nice guy and did things like that. Even worse, he might do it out of pity, and she certainly didn't want that. The silence stretched between them before he finally nodded his head. I should go. I'm going to be late for work. No, of course. I spoke to Christy about the contract on the house, and I think we're still trying to work something out, but hopefully we'll have some good news soon. Good news? That was a terrible way of putting it. Andrew opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something before he snapped it shut and leaned over to pet the dogs one last time. Finally, he gave her a small smile, and then he walked away. Closing her eyes for a second, she allowed herself to wallow in her mortification. That could have gone better, she muttered to herself. As if he agreed, Snowball barked sharply and pulled her and the rest of the crew forward to resume their walk. It's not my fault, she told them. When I practiced the moment in my head, I didn't have 6 unruly dogs attached to me. I was wearing a stunning outfit. My hair and makeup were perfect. My skin was glowing, and I was charming and sophisticated. Do you have any idea how hard it is to be charming and sophisticated with 6 mongrels pulling you down the street? Very. It's very difficult. There was no sympathy from the peanut gallery. After dropping off Snowball and Lily, she took the rest of the crew to the office with her. They playfully growled and tumbled across the floor as they gallivanted after different toys. It never failed that even if there were enough toys out on the floor for each of them to play with separately, there was never a toy more important than the one in the other dog's mouth. After shutting the divider door at the top of the stairs to help block out their noise, she sat at her desk in front of the wrestling dogs so she could get some paperwork done. She replied to a few inquiries that she'd received through her small website. Do you provide obedience training? Not a chance. Half the time she couldn't get her own dogs to act obediently. Is it okay if my dog isn't up to date on his shots? No, that's definitely not okay. Give your dog his rabies shots. Do you provide grooming service? She'd hose them down if they get all muddy in the backyard, but that's about it. Do you have dog yoga classes? Is that a thing? Finally, she emailed Elspeth the notes about their masquerade-themed decorations. There were 2 party shops in Lowell that carried masquerade decorations that they could rent, so it shouldn't be hard to get everything together. Elspeth immediately responded gleefully that she loved it. She asked if Olivia had a minute to stop by the photography studio that evening, and checked to make sure that he could accommodate the new theme. Happy to do something to keep her mind off Kimberly and Andrew, Olivia readily agreed. Afterwards, she sorted through the medical records of the dogs on file and started a new reorganization system. Then, after corralling the dogs into the playpens, she dusted and ran the vacuum. She could barely sit still, so she kept up with mindless organizing and cleaning until it was time for her midday walks. Her own pups were passed out, so she left them behind as she went to collect Clyde, the cranky old arthritic pug, Tucker, Nick's dog, and Gambit, a sweet beagle who howled with the best of them. Nick was supposed to be taking a longer lunch break and walking Tucker himself to get some exercise, but whenever there was a big case, the sheriff would ask Olivia to do it on the sly. Olivia didn't mind. She wasn't above using that to her advantage, to gain more information about a case. But not this time. This time, it was strictly dog-walking business. By the time she got back, her stomach was rumbling. Normally, she'd nab something from the bakery to munch on, but this week she'd been packing her lunch. Settling back with her sandwich and apple, she grabbed her phone to make sure that none of the new clients had emailed her back. No emails, but there was a text message from Andrew. Her blood pressure immediately spiked, and she nearly dropped the phone. "Get it together," she grumbled as she tried to compose herself. He wasn't even in the room, and here she was, melting in a mess. "I did some digging and thought you might want to know. Kimberly had just signed a contract for a huge celebrity endorsement, Jessica Grayson, the reality television star with the 2 mastiffs. Her food was about to be featured in several upscale pet stores. Her sales were about to soar, while Ballard's were plummeting. He overextended his budget on the last couple new stores that he opened." Olivia's eyes widened, and she quickly texted back. "Do you know if he was still paying alimony? Does that endorsement deal go to anyone else now that Kimberly is dead?" As soon as she hit send, she regretted it. Andrew would no doubt remind her that she needed to keep her nose out of it, and furthermore, they weren't together anymore. She shouldn't be asking him for help. "I'll look into it." Surprised, Olivia just stared at her phone. When they'd been together, the only time Andrew had agreed to help was if Olivia was getting in over her head. Of course, it made sense that their dynamic would change since they weren't together anymore. He was trying to be helpful, but that thought just broke her heart a little more. "Hey, boss!" Tanya's cheerful voice startled her, and Olivia really did drop the phone this time. With a gasp of horror, she gingerly bent down and picked it up from the floor. Not broken. Relief swept through her. "Oops," Tanya giggled. "I didn't mean to scare you. I'm done with classes for the day, so I figured that I'd stop by." "Done with classes?" Olivia glanced at the clock. "School doesn't let out for another 2 hours. The teen shrugged. "I've got free period after lunch, and I don't need to go to my last class." "Tanya, I could get in trouble if you're working when you're supposed to be at school. First of all, it's illegal, and it harms the work-study program. I can't make you go to class, but you can't stay here." Rolling her eyes in typical teen fashion, Tanya reached into the back pocket of her tight jeans and pulled out a piece of paper. "I had a feeling you would say that, so I brought a note from my teacher excusing me from class." Olivia skimmed over the badly written note, explaining that Tanya had already given her oral project and didn't need to be in class today. It was signed by a Charles Robertson. "Tanya, did you write this?" The student gasped in horror. "Olivia, I would never." "So if I called the school and asked to speak to a Mr. Robertson, would he tell me that you didn't have to go to class today?" "You're worse than my mother," Tanya grumbled. She held her right hand up. "Scout's honor. Mr. Robertson is my history teacher, and I do not have to attend his class right now." Olivia pursed her lips. "All right," she relented. "You want to work during your free time?" The girl shrugged. "It's not like I have anything better to do. I'll take the pups to the dog park." Before Olivia could object, Tanya was attaching the harnesses to the eager dogs that had mobbed her like a swarm of bees as soon as she'd picked up the leashes. Deciding that she could hit the photographer's early that afternoon and go to the hardware store that evening to start picking up the supplies for the renovations, Olivia let her assistant go and grabbed her purse. 10 minutes into the walk, she knew she should have driven. The day was gorgeous, and it looked like half the town had gotten off work early just to go out and enjoy it. Couples were walking hand in hand, gazing into each other's eyes with such love. It turned her stomach sour. It wasn't that she was ever a huge romantic. Even though she'd dated guys before Andrew, she'd never really been into the relationships. Her turnover rate was so bad that the town used to make bets on how long the new boyfriend would last. It wasn't that she was being picky. She just knew when things weren't working out for her. Andrew had been the first guy to be patient enough to work through her commitment fears. He had been the romantic in the relationship. Fancy dinner, flowers, midnight walks with champagne, picnics. But that didn't mean she hadn't enjoyed the romance. And now, seeing it all around her as the town geared up for prom, it made her miss him even more. His new line of communication perked her up just a bit. Talking about murder mysteries wasn't his favorite thing to do, nor was texting. But maybe he was trying to stay in touch with her. That was a good thing. "Olivia! I almost didn't recognize you without the dogs." At the sound of Mayor Donald Henderson's voice, Olivia froze. For half a second, she considered pretending that she hadn't heard him, but she'd already stopped. With a silent sigh, she turned and faced the man. Mayor Henderson was as large as his dreams for Lexingburg. He had a tendency to literally throw his weight around as if he were an important leader of a big city and not some small-town politician who was only reelected because nobody else wanted the job. He'd been particularly unhappy with Olivia when the wedding fell through. Although he'd never approved of her, he'd seen her wedding as a chance to make Lexingburg the premier wedding destination for the state. He had even dedicated part of the town's website to host her wedding pictures. He never missed a chance to remind her. "Mayor Henderson," Olivia forced a smile. "You do realize that I grew up here, right? That I've only been a dog walker for a couple of years now." Rolling his eyes, he waved his hand impatiently. "You know what I mean. Where are you headed? Perhaps I can walk with you." Olivia turned her head to see if anyone was listening. Normally, the only time Mayor Henderson was nice was if his longtime crush, Lady Celeste, was hanging around. "I'm headed to the Perfect Shot to speak on Elspeth's behalf," she said slowly. Fine. So you're helping with the prom decorating. I would think that after your recent mishap, you'd be staying away from all things flashy and glittery." Did he realize that he'd just reduced her failed engagement to a mishap? "Not planning a wedding has freed up some time on my hands," she said dryly. If the mayor picked up on her displeasure talking about Andrew, he was ignoring it. "I saw your young man just the other day in town. I would think he'd keep to Lowell now that you two aren't together. I guess Lexingburg just grows on a person." "Like a parasite," she mumbled under her breath. "What was that? I couldn't quite hear you." Olivia plastered a fake smile on her face. "I was just agreeing with you. Are you going to be chaperoning the prom this year?" The mayor's eyes suddenly widened, and he stumbled a step. Alarmed, Olivia stopped and stretched out her arms. If she had to catch the robust man, they'd both hit the sidewalk. But as she braced herself, he straightened and blew out his breath. "Actually, I am chaperoning," he muttered. "I was hoping I could get your advice on something." Inwardly, Olivia groaned. She had a feeling that she was not going to like whatever came out of Mayor Henderson's mouth. "What can I do for you?" "Elspeth is keeping the details of the prom very secretive, and I was wondering if you could check for me and see if Lady Celeste is on the list of chaperones." He wasn't seriously asking the jilted fiancé to play matchmaker, was he? "I'm fairly certain that the chaperone list isn't finalized yet," she said slowly, as she tried to think of a way out of the situation. "Then you need to convince her to be a chaperone," he said reverently. "It's very important to me that she be there." "Why?" For as long as she'd known the two of them, She'd never actually heard Henderson come out and admit that he had a crush on her.
She is the town's psychic, and I think it would be good to have someone there with some foresight. You know how kids are these days. They get into all kinds of trouble, and I'd like to stop their shenanigans before they even get started."
Unable to help herself, Olivia threw back her head and laughed. The whole situation was simply absurd. Henderson frowned at her until she got herself under control. "I apologize, Mayor," she giggled. "I don't know what got into me."
"It's okay, dear. I'm sure not having Andrew around is making you a little unbalanced,"
he said kindly. Unbalanced? Olivia had to struggle not to burst out laughing again. Taking a deep breath, she shook her head. "I'm sure Lady Celeste might appreciate the invitation if it came directly from you. After all, you are simply trying to keep the town safe."
"I'm very busy,"
Henderson said, puffing out his chest.
"and planning the prom is your job. Besides, you two are very close. I'm sure she'd be more than happy to help you out."
Right, very close. It wasn't that long ago that Lady Celeste had pointed a finger at Olivia and declared her a cursed bride. Olivia was just about to point that out when the mayor pulled out his pocket watch. Really?
"Look at the time. I must be going. It was nice having this lovely little chat with you. I trust that you'll follow through on your end, yes? Enjoy the rest of your evening."
He snapped the watch closed and hurried down the street. Olivia shook her head. It was nice to know that despite the fact that her world had come unglued, the ridiculous goings-on of Lexingburg would always remain the same. It only took her a few more minutes to get to the perfect shot. There were several small photographers in Lexingburg. Olivia wasn't sure why, considering the small population, but they all did well to stay in business. To her surprise, there was a familiar busty blonde already at the front desk. "I'm going to need a couple of headshots, and of course a photo with a few dogs. I've brought some pictures of my brand so we can talk about color coordination," Dee Dee said loudly as she spread photos across the desk. "This is going to be huge, and I deserve it. You know how many puppies we can save with this kind of exposure? How many dogs we can rescue from the pound?" "Sounds good," the man at the desk said in a bored tone. "I'll make sure Tyler gets your information." "I'm not done," Dee Dee snapped. "Do you do banners? I'm going to need posters and banners announcing the endorsement." Endorsement? Olivia's head shot up as she stared at the back of the woman's head. She'd originally written Dee Dee off as a harmless but passionate lover of dogs who couldn't possibly have killed Kimberly. But an endorsement sounded an awful lot like a celebrity endorsement. Like Kimberly's celebrity endorsement. Just how deep was the competition? Maybe Jackie and Janelle were right. What if Dee Dee's public temper tantrum was all for show, and she'd murdered Kimberly for that endorsement? "Have a good day," the man said dully. Dee Dee whirled around and nearly walked into Olivia. "Watch it!" she snapped before stopping suddenly. "I know you. You're that dog walker." "I'm the owner of Happy Tails," Olivia said slowly. "Yeah, I saw you at Rich Eats and asked around. You were endorsing Kimberly's dog food." Apparently, it wasn't taking Dee Dee very long to round up Kimberly's supporters and tempt them to her side. "That's right. I'm sure you've heard of Kimberly's untimely demise," Dee Dee said airily, without a hint of sorrow in her voice. "You'll need to switch to a Spouse Eats." What? Olivia blinked. Just how crazy was this woman? Just because Kimberly's dead doesn't mean her brand is gone. I don't know who will start running things, but I didn't just sell the food because Kimberly was my friend. I sold it because I believed in the formula. "Then you're the worst dog walker ever," Dee Dee snapped. "You obviously don't know anything about dogs or what they should eat. If you don't switch, I'm going to tell your customers the truth. I'm going to tell them that you're pushing dog food that's killing dogs." With that threat, Dee Dee whirled around and stormed out, high heels tapping angrily. "Well, Olivia," the dog walker muttered to herself, "I guess you're about to get involved after all." She could try and hide behind her failed relationship with Andrew, but nobody threatened her business. Nobody. If Dee Dee had killed Kimberly, she was going down, and Olivia was going to be the one to see to it. Chapter 9. She didn't threaten you, Nick said calmly. She threatened your reputation, and while that is unfair, it's not enough for me to accuse her of murder. Olivia sat across from the sheriff's desk and tried to rein in her temper. She'd tried to talk to Nick last night after she'd left the photographers, but he was already out of the office, and she didn't want to track him down at home. It wasn't as though Dee Dee was trying to flee the area, but now she wished she'd just called him at home and told him what happened, because this morning had been, and promised to continue to be, a disaster. Her coffee machine at home was broken, Fender was having some rather smelly digestion problems, and someone had chewed a hole in her blue tennis shoes. She had a fairly strong feeling that someone was Snowball. I'm not here because she threatened my reputation, Olivia argued. I'm here because I thought you should know that she has a motive for murder. I know that Kimberly was your friend and that you want to help out. I also know that you had some success with the last 2 cases that you worked, but I honestly don't think that this case is going to take very long to wrap up. Olivia tried not to grit her teeth. Yes, Nick was telling her to keep her nose out of the case, but he was obviously placating her. Regardless whether it was because Kimberly had been her friend or because he thought she might be a little unpredictable now that she was single, Nick wasn't taking her seriously. So you have proof that Ballard killed her? He didn't even seem to know Kimberly was dead. Neither did Dee Dee, according to you. His voice was mild as he leaned back, and the chair creaked in protest at the extra 10 pounds that Nick could never seem to lose. Does he have an alibi? Does Dee Dee? Nick, Olivia gripped the arms of her chair and blew out her breath slowly. I think there's something going on here, and I would appreciate it if you kept me in the loop, or at least promised to look at it. He studied her for a quiet moment before sighing. Ballard's alibi is that he was fishing at the time of the murder, but there are no witnesses to back him up. Employees of his said that it wasn't uncommon for him to take off without notice and go camping or fishing, but I think it's too convenient. It smells fishy to me, no pun intended. He was writing some seriously large alimony checks to Kimberly, and he'd requested the judge to lower the amount once Kimberly started making more money. The judge denied him. He has a motive and no solid alibi. Fine. It does sound a little iffy, but you have to admit that Dee Dee is off her rocker. Kimberly would never in a million years do anything to support puppy mills or harm dogs. Dee Dee's accusations get more outrageous by the minute, and now she has a celebrity endorsement? She could have killed Kimberly to get that endorsement. Nick nodded his head as he mulled it over. Is it the same celebrity? I don't know, Olivia admitted and bit her lower lip. But you could find out, right? Leaning forward, the sheriff shuffled some papers around and glanced over them. Finally, he shook his head. I'll try to look into it, but there are a few avenues that I was going to check out in regard to Ballard over the next couple of days. Olivia bit her tongue. Nick was her friend, and she didn't want to say anything bad about him. But he could very well be making a mistake. Why was he so hung up on Ballard? It was like he couldn't see that someone else could be the killer. She didn't care about Ballard. It wasn't that she wanted to protect him, and he might very well have killed Kimberly. But there had been something in his eyes that day in the park. Not remorse or sadness upon hearing about his ex's demise, but raw anger. Maybe he was angry that Kimberly was dead. Maybe he was angry that someone had beaten him to it. I understand. She did. Lexingburg Sheriff Station was small, and they were always strapped for resources during a case. Olivia, Nick cleared his throat, you will be careful, right? Careful? She flashed him a smile. I'm a dog walker, she said innocently. Nothing dangerous about that. As she left the office, she made a point of smiling at Carol, the deputy at the front desk. It was a small relief to not see Derek. Derek Jameson, an old high school acquaintance, had been out of town for a couple of days for some training. Although they'd known each other in high school, it wasn't until Olivia was with Andrew that it seemed the handsome ex-football player noticed and wanted her. It was almost a relief that he hadn't been around much since Andrew was gone. Derek was nice and all, but she hated to hurt his feelings. She had just enough time to run home and grab her dogs before opening the office. Hopefully by now Fender would have set himself right, and Janelle would have some coffee on. As she slid behind the wheel of her Jeep, the phone rang. The familiar ringtone made her heart skip a beat, and she knocked her purse off the seat onto the floorboards as she scrambled for the phone. "Andrew," she said breathlessly when she finally answered. Then her mind went blank. What was she supposed to say? Why was he calling her? "Olivia," he said quietly. "I hope I didn't wake you. I figured you'd be up by now. I was on my way to work and I thought I'd update you, although I don't have much to report." Report? Her brain started working again, and she was immediately disappointed. "Right. You were looking into Ballard." "Actually, I was just leaving the sheriff's station. Apparently Ballard is still Nick's prime suspect. I guess he tried to get a judge to change the terms of the monthly alimony checks and was turned down. Nick says that his alibi was fishy, which should make you cringe, since the alibi was that Ballard was fishing." Andrew didn't laugh. "So I guess it's almost over." Was it Olivia's heart playing tricks on her, or did he sound a little disappointed? "Actually, I went to Nick because I think there is a new suspect. Dee Dee Espouse, of Espouse Eats, was Kimberly's main competition. I also think she might be a little insane. She was spouting lies that Kimberly was giving food to puppy mills, and yesterday she threatened to tell people that the food I was selling was killing dogs." "What? She threatened you?" A hard edge had suddenly come into his voice, and for a moment she felt that small seed of comfort, knowing that he still cared. She swallowed hard, hoping her voice would come out brisk and matter-of-fact. "Well, as Nick pointed out, she actually threatened my reputation. She wants me to start selling Espouse Eats." "No one in this town would ever think that you are willingly selling food that kills dogs, and if she has no proof to back it up, they'll all just think that she's crazy." Turning the speakerphone on, she laid the phone in her lap as she started the car. "There's more. I saw her at the photographer's where I was doing some errands for the prom committee. Dee Dee was there for a photo shoot to announce her new celebrity endorsement." "The same one?" "I don't know, but I'm going to find out. Nick isn't making it a priority, and I think there's something there." She held her breath, waiting for Andrew to tell her to stop crying. But he didn't. That small seed of hope died. Maybe he didn't care about her after all. "Okay, well, I have to go. Thanks for looking into it for me." She paused, not really sure what to say next. "I love you" was on the tip of her tongue, but that was inappropriate. Even "have a good day" seemed too intimate. "I might be able to get off early tonight," he said suddenly. "Maybe I could help you get some information from the photographers. I'm sure they'll know who the celebrity is." "Really? How are you going to do that?" "We could meet with them and pretend that we want to hire them to do a photo shoot. Maybe we can get them to give us the information. I could meet you there around 4 if you want." Work with Andrew to solve a case? Their relationship was getting stranger by the minute. "4 sounds great," she managed at last. Before another silence could stretch between them, she quickly hung up. It was a great idea, and it would give her a chance to gauge how he felt about their breakup, but it also seemed a little too dangerous. Not that asking questions was a danger, but rather that being near Andrew might just be a little too tempting. By the time she'd picked up her dogs and gotten to the office, she was a wreck. Olivia let the dogs loose in the back and stalked into the back of the bakery, making a beeline to the coffee machine. So intent was she on the fragrant, inky liquid, steam rising as she began to pour it into a cup, she barely registered Janelle's wide-eyed regard. "Is everything okay?" Janelle asked carefully. "You've got a strange look on your face." "Everything is just peachy." Olivia tried to keep her hands from shaking as she poured. "Didi's spouse threatened to tell everyone that I knowingly poisoned their dogs by selling them rich eats if I don't change to her dog food brand. Nick won't consider her as a possible suspect with a motive, my coffee maker doesn't work, and my ex-fiancé wants to investigate with me this afternoon." "Andrew?" Janelle was suddenly at her side in a flash. "You've been talking to him?" "Not about us, just about the case. I ran into him yesterday, and I guess we're still trying to figure it out. He volunteered to help, which is very unlike him. You know how he feels about my investigating." "I don't know what to think about that." She took the first sip of coffee and willed it to wash away all her anxiety. It didn't. "Maybe he just wants to be near you." "If he wanted to be near me, he could have asked me to join him for dinner. Coffee. Drinks. We haven't spoken a word about this separation. Is it a break? Is it permanent? It felt like a break, but now he wants to break the lease and find a new place." Janelle's ears perked up. "New place? We need renters." "Oh, no!" Adamantly shaking her head, Olivia shuddered at the thought. "There is no way that we are going to let Andrew live above my office." "Right. No, of course. That makes sense. That's a terrible idea. Forget I even asked. What about his friend, Brett? I bet he would love to live up there and be close to Jackie." Since Olivia still wasn't sure how she felt about that relationship, she let it go. Instead, she focused on something that she could control. "I'm going to do a bit of online shopping for the prom decorations and see if I can't put some things on hold and pick them up later this week. Elspeth loved the theme, and the announcements have already gone out." A sudden look of horror crossed Janelle's face. "We don't have to chaperone the thing, do we?" "Would it be so bad? Might be romantic for you and Patrick to get in the mood," the younger sister teased. Janelle immediately colored, and Olivia laughed all the way upstairs. Feeling much better, she answered a few emails, returned a few phone calls, and didn't even mind the trip down the stairs and up again to get her 2 dogs back inside. Within an hour, she had a total of 5 dogs running around the daycare. Curiosity got the better of her, and she poked around the A Spouse Eats website. Not only was there no mention of a celebrity endorsement, but there were also no upcoming new announcements. When Kimberly had landed her deal, she'd had 2 blog posts hinting at some big news, although she'd never gotten a chance to announce it. With Didi, there was nothing. It was almost as if the deal had just landed in her lap. Pushing the investigation out of her mind, Olivia tried to focus on the 2 other projects that she was dealing with. After refreshing the water bowls in the playroom, Olivia hunted around the party websites in Lowell and saved the things she thought might work best for the prom. She watched a couple more videos about drywall and painting, and she tried not to think about what the evening had in store for her as she went on her afternoon round of dog walking. Part of her thought the day would never end, and part of her thought that 4 o'clock came too soon. As she handed the reins to Tanya, Olivia checked her reflection in the mirror and berated herself for not wearing one of her nicer outfits. Still, there was nothing she could do about it now, as she jogged 2 streets over to the photographer's. "Sorry I'm late," she said breathlessly, trying not to stare at how good Andrew looked. The gentle breeze had ruffled his dark hair, and he was sporting a little scruff around the chin. She normally liked him clean-cut, but the rugged look was working for him. Of course, if she were being honest with herself, she'd have to admit that he could have a beard down to his toes, and she would love him for it. She had no idea how starving she was for his presence until she was standing near him. He gave her an easy grin. "I think I'd be more surprised if you were on time for something. How was your day?" A wave of pain swept through her. Such an innocent question, but there was hardly an easy answer. Her day was fine because she'd trudged through it, and her day was horrible because she'd been too anxious about this. "Busy. I've got a lot of projects going on." She struggled to keep the emotion out of her voice. "I looked at Didi's blog, but there was no mention of any upcoming news or celebrity endorsement. I hope this works. I don't think Nick's going to look into it unless we've got proof.
All right, let's go get you some proof.
He held out his hand and she just stared at it.
I thought we might tell them that we were getting our engagement pictures done. They wouldn't question that.
God, she hadn't even thought about why they would want to get their pictures done. He apparently had, and as she took his hand, she searched his face, but there was no outward signs of emotion. As his fingers immediately laced with hers, she felt a warm sense of comfort that she hadn't even known was missing. For a brief second, she closed her eyes and tried to feel like maybe it was all going to be okay. The bell above the door tinkled as Andrew opened it, and the same bored man at the front desk looked up with a sigh. He recognized her.
I told Elspeth when she called this morning that we'd gotten everything straight. Don't tell me she wants to change the theme again. I swear, having the mother of a nominated prom queen handling the prom is a nightmare.
No, I'm not here for that, Olivia said with a tight smile. Your name is Frank, right? I was actually impressed by the photos that I saw yesterday and thought I might speak to someone about engagement photos.
Engagement?
He asked coolly as his eyes strayed to her naked fingers. Olivia colored slightly and took a deep breath as she fished the diamond out from under her shirt. She felt Andrew's hand tighten against hers, but he didn't say anything.
Congratulations, Frank muttered as he leaned under the desk and pulled out a book. Flip through these photos. I'll get one of the photographers out here to talk about what you might want.
Andrew let go of her hand to take the book, and Olivia tried not to wince at the bereft feeling. I guess you guys are excited to work with Dee Dee, huh?
Frank lifted an eyebrow. I got the impression yesterday that you two weren't friends. What's the story there?
Ah, so maybe Frank was a gossip. Olivia could use that to her advantage. The truth is, I just met her a couple of days ago. I own a dog walking business. She owns a dog food business. She just thought we might start a business relationship, but I heard she's got big things coming up. The man just shrugged.
I just answer the phones and take notes.
Useless. She waited for a second for him to leave the waiting area, but he just stared at her. She cleared her throat meaningfully. I thought you were going to get a photographer for us?
She's in the middle of a shoot. She'll be out in about 15 minutes.
Great. 15 minutes of pretending to look through engagement photos with her ex. That wouldn't be awkward at all. With one last desperate look at Frank's computer, she slowly headed to the couch where Andrew was seated. 15 minutes until we can talk to a photographer, she said with a tight smile.
He's a delightful person, Andrew said in a low voice. I take it he wasn't very chatty about Dee Dee.
Not at all. But if I can get to his computer, I can probably find the notes on Dee Dee's contract with them. She swallowed hard as she glanced down at the open book. A young, attractive couple were laughing as they hugged in front of a dilapidated barn. With the cowboy hats and cowboy boots, it was obvious that they were going for a Western theme. But it wasn't those details that made it so difficult to look at. The couple was obviously happy together, excited for the future, and in love. Andrew turned the page and glanced up at Frank.
I mentioned Dee Dee's name at the hospital after we talked this morning. It turns out that she's pretty well known. They say that she comes in at least once a month and thinks that she's dying.
Drugs?
No, they don't think that she's a hypochondriac either. I think it's just the attention. They said they usually try to pamper her a little to make her feel better before sending her home.
Olivia frowned. The more she learned about Dee Dee, the more she wondered if the woman was mentally unstable. She glanced down at the book again and inhaled sharply. She barely even registered the happy couple, but couldn't take her eyes away from the gazebo in the background. That was where Andrew had proposed to her. They both stared at the photo, but neither of them said anything. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, he turned over another page. She let a couple more minutes pass before she calmly excused herself to the bathroom. Luckily, she didn't cry. Staring at her reflection under the harsh lights, she stiffened her back and glared. Get it together, Olivia. You are here to solve the murder of a dear friend, and wallowing in self-pity is not going to help. Running her hands under the cold water, she scolded herself quietly, until she could finally return to the lobby. To her surprise, Frank was gone, and Andrew was behind the desk. "Did you find something?" she asked as she hurried over.
"I did," he said grimly. "But it's not a celebrity endorsement. It's a nationwide shelter."
Feeling her heart drop, Olivia looked over his shoulder and sighed. He was right. Dee Dee was partnering with the North American Lab Rescue Organization. She hadn't stolen Kimberly's endorsement after all.
"I'm sorry," he said softly. "I know you were hoping to find something different."
The door to the side swung open and Frank marched in.
"Hey, what are you two doing back there?"
Thinking quickly, Olivia snatched up the pad of sticky notes and pen. "We were just going to leave you a note. I have an emergency with one of the dogs and have to go, so I can't meet with the photographer. But we love the pictures. I'm sure we'll be back. Thank you for your help." Before Frank could ask any more questions, Olivia grabbed Andrew's arm and dragged him out. Adrenaline coursed through her as they jogged away from the shop, but when she turned around, it wasn't excitement on Andrew's face. He looked almost angry. "What's wrong?"
"Nothing. You're good at this, you know."
Alarm bells went off in her head. "Good at what?"
"Investigating. Lying."
"I have never lied to you," she said fiercely. "Please tell me that's not what you were thinking."
"No, of course not."
He looked around, deliberately avoiding her questioning gaze.
"I'm thinking about paying the fee to get out of the lease. I think it'll just be easier that way."
She couldn't speak, couldn't even breathe as she stared at him. Finally, she nodded her head. "If that's what you want." Her voice cracked and she couldn't even say goodbye as she turned around and walked away. It had been stupid of her to think that this would have changed anything. Chapter 10. Andrew had parked his car in the parking lot several streets down, but he didn't feel like going home yet. Instead, he walked in the opposite direction from the one Olivia had taken, toward the park where he'd proposed to her. She wore his ring under her shirt. When she'd tugged it out, he'd almost kissed her right then and there and promised that they'd find a way to make it work. Maybe he should have. All he knew for sure was that when he'd listened to Olivia lying to Frank, he'd felt dirty. For the past year, he'd told Olivia not to get involved in investigations, and here he was helping her. And for what? Just to spend a few precious minutes standing next to her? Then, like an idiot, he'd mentioned the fee for breaking the lease. It had been a split-second decision, made from his sudden need to either make a clean break or go home with her for the night so he could feel his arms around her again. "Idiot," he muttered to himself. "Are you speaking to yourself or to the spirits? I can say from personal experience that most spirits don't like to be called idiots." Surprised, he whirled around to find Lady Celeste studying him. She was dressed in a screaming red floral print with a matching headscarf, and a large red stone hung around a gold chain around her neck. She was a favorite among the townspeople, but while Olivia might think there was some truth behind her psychic abilities, Andrew knew better. A small part of him blamed her for his relationship falling apart. If she hadn't started that nonsense about the bride's curse, maybe he could have held Olivia's attention long enough just to talk to her. "Lady Celeste," he murmured. They were nowhere near her little shop. "Out for a walk?" "Following the energy," she said as she waved her hands around. Her long nails were painted bright green and they matched the green crystals that she wore on her fingers. "I'm surprised to see you here, although there have been sightings of you at a few coffee shops around town." "Things must be really slow if the town is keeping up with my coffee habits," he said evenly, and with a nod he turned and started down the sidewalk again. Celeste fell easily into step with him. For an old woman who hobbled most of the time, she had no trouble keeping up with him. "Hardly slow. Too much death," she said with a frown. "And your beloved is going to get herself into trouble again." "Olivia is always in trouble." "True, but she's usually cautious. She has people reminding her to be cautious." Andrew let Celeste's words sink in. He knew what the old woman was insinuating. Just because things didn't work out with us doesn't mean that Olivia is alone. She has friends and family. She does. Olivia is a well-loved woman. Irritated that she didn't elaborate, he frowned. But nothing. There is no one, not even the spirit still haunting this town, who knows Olivia better than you do. If you believe that she'll be fine, who am I to argue with you? Stopping and turning to confront her, he let a little of his anger loose. Everything was fine, you know. She was so easy to love in spite of her issues, and we were happy. If I had known that asking her to marry me would ruin everything, I would have kept my mouth shut. I could have been happy if we'd never gotten married. Really? She studied him intently, and for a moment her piercing eyes seemed older than the town itself. I find that very hard to believe. She wasn't wrong. He wanted Olivia as his wife. He wanted to know that she couldn't just leave him if the wind blew in the wrong direction. But in the end, he had left her. She would have married me, he said hoarsely. But she would have been miserable. As I said, you know her best, Celeste said with a strange smile. But I don't for 1 second believe that's true. Is that what you came here to tell me? He demanded. That I made a mistake? I told you I'm following the energy. She started walking again, but he didn't follow. Before she turned the corner, she glanced over her shoulder. Those who can't let go of the past will do anything to avoid repeating it. Tell her to be careful, Andrew. She's just a batty old woman, he thought to himself. But her warning haunted him. Still, it didn't make any sense. Olivia wasn't clinging to the past. What did that have to do with anything? But Celeste was right about one thing. Twice Olivia had investigated a murder, and twice she'd nearly died doing it. Would she be lucky enough to survive a third attack? Would she be focused enough to see it coming? Abruptly, Andrew turned and headed in the opposite direction. He needed to have a word with someone. By the time he stormed into the sheriff's station, he was shaking with fury. He didn't even bother with Carol, the deputy at the front desk, but stamped past her and into Nick's office. The sheriff, phone to his ear, gave him a surprised look. And you weren't able to find any other traceable DNA on it? Nick asked the person on the other end of the line. A frustrated look crossed his face as he sighed and nodded. Okay, thank you. Keep me updated. Hanging up the phone, he gestured to the chair. You look pissed. I am. Andrew was too keyed up to sit down. Why aren't you looking into Dee Dee as a possible suspect? What makes you think that I'm not? You told Olivia that you weren't. A slow smile spread across Nick's face. I told Olivia that there were some things that I needed to check out first. If you haven't noticed, I'm a little short-handed around here with Derek gone. Jameson? Andrew immediately thought of the handsome deputy who sometimes looked a little too long at Olivia. He's gone? He's taken a few courses in Richfield. He should be back in a couple of days, but until then, it's a struggle. That was the lab that just called. They confirmed that the weapon was a trophy shaped like a dog bone. Can you imagine? Nick shook his head. But there are no fingerprints or DNA. It's been wiped clean. So, not premeditated since the weapon was just lying around, but the killer had the sense to clean up after himself. Andrew said softly. If Olivia was right and Dee Dee was unstable, would she have thought to wipe off the weapon? I haven't brought Dee Dee in for formal questioning, but I did ask around. I would not call her harmless by any means, but there's no evidence that she did it. Competition isn't the biggest motive that I have, especially since Olivia was wrong about the possible motive. Dee Dee doesn't have a celebrity endorsement. She's pairing up with North American Lab Rescue, Andrew finished wearily. So they'd done all of that for nothing. Nick's gaze sharpened. How did you know that? We did a little investigating of our own, Andrew admitted. Why didn't you put Olivia's mind at ease and tell her that you were looking into it? Nick shrugged.
I'm not saying this to make you feel guilty, but Olivia is going through some stuff. I like to know that her mind is still working. I don't want her investigating the case, so you need to shut that down right now. But I like that she's thinking about it. I see a little of that old spark in her when we talk about it. This whole town is against me, Andrew groaned. You do realize that Olivia has been nearly run over, nearly poisoned, and threatened with a gun, right? I don't need you encouraging her to investigate. I need you to keep her mind at ease so she doesn't get herself killed. If she is distracted, it makes it that much more dangerous for her. So maybe you should keep an eye on her. Nick's words hung between them, and Andrew eyed the man wearily. The sheriff had always been a friend, always been an ally in helping him keep Olivia out of trouble. There had been a time or two when Nick had asked Andrew for help, but they didn't really talk about personal things. Nick shouldn't be saying this unless he felt strongly about it, but Andrew wasn't so sure. He was tired. Tired of second-guessing everything, tired of obsessing about what might be. But at the same time, he wasn't ready to just jump right back into Olivia's life. It's not that easy, he said softly. You know that. I'm not telling you to move back in with her. I'm just saying that it might be good to keep communication open between you. Your emotions are written all over your face. Whatever is between you and Olivia is far from over, and no offense to her, but that woman finds more trouble than anyone I know. Did you know that she's helping plan the prom? Prom, for God's sake. Teenagers. She'll have them all playing Nancy Drew for her before it's over. And just the other day she had some questions for me about hanging drywall. Apparently she's gotten it into her head to refinish the apartments above her office all by herself. She's going to electrocute herself the first time she tries to install a light fixture. Andrew opened his mouth to speak, and then he closed it again. Nick shook his head and sighed. I've never seen her struggle like this before, and I've known her for a long time. This is hardly her first breakup, but if you think she's walking away from things lightly, you're wrong. It would be nice if Andrew could believe that. If he knew for sure that Olivia wanted to be with him, wanted a future with him, he'd have her back in his arms in a heartbeat. But Olivia was so difficult to read. If she wasn't running away from something, she was hiding. It was impossible to tell what she wanted. Just don't push her into anything stupid, he muttered as he got to his feet. All you have to do is mention the investigation, and she'll be chasing down another killer. Nick didn't say anything as Andrew headed for the door, but the silence spoke volumes. Andrew hesitated and turned his head. Thank you for the advice. The sheriff nodded, and Andrew left the office feeling no better than he had when he'd walked in. In the end, Olivia was going to do whatever it was that she wanted to do. But what if no one was watching her back the way Andrew used to? Maybe it was time to face Jackie and Janelle. Chapter 11. The next morning, Olivia still wasn't feeling herself. Trying to push Andrew's last words out of her head, she used the back entrance in an effort to avoid Janelle. She had a feeling that her pain was still visibly lingering around her, and she didn't want to have to answer any of her sister's questions. Fender was feeling much better, happy to mope around the yard as Goodwin bounded happily in the grass. She'd barely gotten any sleep, and she had a good 2 hours to kill before her first walk. Since she didn't have Tanya to help her today, she wasn't open for daycare, but she'd take 2 of her regular dogs to the park this afternoon and let them run around for an hour. Hefting a bag of supplies over her shoulder, she headed up to the 3rd floor. Since no one was up there on a regular basis, no one had turned on the air conditioning, and the heat hit her like a brick wall. It wasn't even that hot out, but with no windows open and no AC, there was little ventilation. Coughing, Olivia dropped the supplies and opened all the windows. She'd have to talk to Janelle about one of them turning on the air to keep it circulating before they started showing it. She'd talked to the guys at the hardware store, and they'd agreed to cut the sheetrock for her if she gave them the measurements. Fishing out the tape measure from the bag, she grabbed a piece of paper and got to work.
The tutorial videos didn't make it look difficult. She just needed to nail everything in place, add some tape along the seams, and plaster some weird putty over everything. Then she'd use primer and paint on the walls. Easy peasy. They'd have to hire help to install the cabinets, but she was sure that she could add some shelves to the closets. She'd even looked at videos about how to install ceiling fans and light fixtures. They'd have the apartments ready in no time and save a ton of money. "Oh, God, it's true," Jackie said in horror. Startled, Olivia dropped the tape measure and whirled around to see her friend standing in the entryway. "You really are going to do it yourself." "It's not hard," Olivia protested as she took the pencil out of her mouth and shoved it behind her ear. "What are you doing here?" The redhead walked gingerly around the apartment as though afraid she might fall through the floor. "I came in early to do some inventory for the store and saw your car out back. I heard the most interesting rumor last night." Olivia didn't really feel like indulging in the rumors of Lexingburg, so she bent down and picked up the tape measure again. "What's that?" she muttered absent-mindedly as she stretched the tape up to the ceiling and pressed it against the wall. "That you and Andrew were going to get your engagement photos done?" Crap. Olivia let the tape slide back in with a snap. "Who told you that?" "I heard it from more than one source, so the real question is how the rumor got started." 12 hours. That had been all it took. 12 hours for someone to see them in the photography studio before people started flapping their mouths. Was it Frank? She was going to kill him. "It's not like that, and it wasn't my idea. Andrew wanted to help me figure out who Dee Dee's new sponsors were, so he cooked up this plan to get the information straight from the photographers. We were posing as a couple, but trust me, all it did was make things worse." "Dee Dee a spouse? Why would you be looking into her?" Olivia realized that she hadn't filled her friend in on the latest in the investigation. Quickly, she gave her the Cliff Notes version of what had happened, but she left out how things had ended. Unfortunately, her friend was smarter than that. "And how did you feel about pretending to be Andrew's fiancé again?" "Not great, but I don't really want to talk about it. I'm afraid that Nick is so focused on Ballard that he's unable to see any other suspects. My first assumptions about Dee Dee might not be correct, but I still feel like Ballard isn't our guy." "Our guy?" Jackie lifted an eyebrow. "What happened to not wanting to investigate this case?" "Kimberly was my friend, and if this is how I can help her, then that's what I'm going to do," Olivia snapped. She didn't mean to speak so harshly to Jackie, but she was tired of defending the choices that she'd made recently. She knew that everyone thought it was about Andrew, but they were wrong. Jackie put up her hands in surrender as she slowly walked toward Olivia. All right. No need to get upset. I just wanted to make sure that you knew what was going on inside that head of yours. It just so happens that I have a gift for you." Ashamed of the tone of voice she'd used with Jackie, Olivia dropped her shoulders and frowned. "A gift?" she asked in a small voice. "For me?" "Yes. I know you prefer your audio files, but I registered my store as one of the early bird deliveries for the Rose Palmer mystery files, and her new one just came in this morning. I thought you might like to read it." Jackie had barely gotten it out of her purse before Olivia eagerly grabbed it and smoothed a hand lovingly over the cover. "The Thrift Shop Murders." "Jackie, thank you, thank you, thank you!" Squealing with glee, she reached over and hugged her friend. "Can't breathe," Jackie gasped and stumbled out of her embrace. "I'm glad to see you so happy again. If I had known it would work so well, I would have given you a book weeks ago." Olivia had a fondness for the Rose Palmer mystery files. She admired the independent private eye's spunky nature, witty retorts, and observant eye. She'd sworn off the mysteries right before her wedding planner had been murdered because she didn't want any temptations to investigate after she'd sworn to Andrew that she would stop. But that hadn't worked out, and now Andrew was gone, so she might as well do what she loved. Suddenly, as she stared at the book, she slowly lowered herself to the floor and sat cross-legged, staring at her friend. "You know," she said thoughtfully, "I think maybe I've been thinking about this all wrong." "The investigation or your relationship?" "I've been unraveling since Andrew left. And yesterday, when we were holding hands and looking at pictures, I thought that we could get back together, but I think he was right to walk away." Jackie's eyes widened. "That wasn't the reason that I was giving you the book," she said in alarm. "No, it's okay. I still love Andrew, and I do want him back. But I think there are things that we need to work on. I was keeping things from him because I didn't want to upset him, but they are just who I am. I love my life. I like that I enjoy investigating, and I love that I have a job that gives me a sense of freedom. I like that I need more time before making decisions. I sort of feel like there are other things that I haven't discovered about myself because I've been trying to hold on to this perfect man." "And?" Olivia sighed. "And he's right. The lies do come easily, and it's wrong. I should be completely open about what I want and how I feel. I should stop being afraid that Andrew won't accept me." Jackie joined her in sitting cross-legged on the floor and smiled. "I'm glad that you feel that way, but what happens if Andrew doesn't accept you?" It broke Olivia's heart to think that after all this, Andrew might not be there for her, but she had to face the truth. "Then he's not the perfect guy for me." Her friend nodded and glanced around the apartment. "And I suppose restoring the apartments by yourself and planning a prom and solving Kimberly's murder is going to help you discover yourself?" "Yes," Olivia nodded emphatically. "I think it is." Sighing, Jackie shook her head. "Then I guess I'm on board. But I swear, if I end up having to chaperone a bunch of hormonal teenagers, I'm going to kill you. I've read enough mystery books myself to know just how to get away with it, too." Understood. Even Olivia wasn't sure she could go as far as chaperoning. Jackie helped her finish up the measurements before heading back to her bookstore to do inventory. Olivia went back downstairs to do some paperwork and work on her new ads before it was time to collect her first round of dogs. Just before she grabbed the leashes, there was a hesitant knock on the doorframe. Elspeth craned her neck around the corner and smiled. "Hi, Olivia. I wasn't sure if it was okay if I came in." "Sure," Olivia waved her hand. "Just push your thumb down on the button on the top of the gate and lift the latch at the same time." It took a few tries before the woman could open the pet gate. "I figured that you'd have a bunch of dogs running around in here." She reached down and gave Goodwin a few pats, but it was obvious that she wasn't comfortable around dogs. Dressed in a cream-colored designer suit, she gave both dogs a wide berth, as though she was afraid to get a single hair on her outfit. "Not today. I only offer doggy daycare if I can get Tanya to cover the dog walks, but she's not scheduled for today. I'll have to hire someone full-time when school's out." "She loves working here. I don't mean to interrupt, but I just got the prom tickets from the printer," the older woman said, hefting the bags in her hand for emphasis. "And I was hoping you could run them by the school sometime today. I'd do it myself, but I'm not sure that I'll have the time, and the tickets go on sale tomorrow." "That's actually perfect, because I'll pass the school on the way to the dog park today," Olivia said as she reached out to take the bags. "I just dropped them off at the office. Sue is the treasurer, so if she's there, you can give them to her. But anyone in the office should be able to take care of it if you can't find her. I honestly can't thank you enough for all the help you've given me." The poor woman looked as though she hadn't slept in days, and Olivia felt sorry for her. She knew what it was like to juggle more than one thing on her plate. "Seriously, I'd love to help. Anything that you need." Elspeth cast her one last grateful look before heading back down the stairs. Olivia grabbed her messenger bag, took the dogs out for the morning walk, and reaching the dog park, cracked open her new book to read a few chapters while she ate her lunch. The rest of the afternoon flew by rather quickly. After picking up Snowball, Lily, and Jax, Olivia took them to the dog park and let them run around until their hearts were content. Fender mostly sniffed the perimeter, but the rest of the dogs had a grand time chasing each other around. There were no other dogs present, so Olivia let herself relax and enjoy the sunshine. When they'd started to tire themselves out, Olivia walked them back toward the school. Lexingburg High was a small school. Olivia had graduated with little more than 100 kids in her class. But several years ago, new districting requirements had taken some of the pressure off the Lowell schools, and some of the city kids had started going there, adding maybe 50 to 75 kids. Olivia's college roommate had said that she'd graduated with a class of 600 people, and Olivia had felt a little like a country bumpkin. Attaching the dog's leashes to the flagpole in front of the high school, she grabbed a few things from her bag. Expanding the collapsible water bowl, she filled it with a bottle of water and set it out. Next to the dog, she set down a sign that read, "We are friendly. You may pet us while we wait." With Goodwin, she'd learned early on that if he didn't get some love from people who walked by, he'd start to whine and pull at the leash. She didn't plan on being inside for long, and since the school had let out an hour ago, she doubted that very many people would walk by. As she walked into the office, high school memories flooded her. Although her class had been small, she had been practically invisible during high school. Janelle was the older and prettier one, and Jackie was the outspoken one. Olivia had kept to herself and ignored anyone who got on her nerves, which was pretty much everyone at that point. She had been a little cranky during her teenage years. "Hi," she greeted the woman at the first desk. "I'm Olivia. I'm here to drop off the prom tickets. I'm supposed to see if Sue is in."
Prom tickets?
A man poked his head out of the doorway from the corner office.
I'll take them.
Principal Lee. She recognized him from when she had to drop off the paperwork for the student work program before she was assigned Tanya. Her own principal had retired shortly after she graduated. If Principal Lee recognized her, he didn't let on, but then he looked distracted. His dark, thinning hair stood straight up as though he'd been pulling on it, and his eyes were wide behind his wire-framed glasses. "Principal Lee." Her voice was warm and friendly as she handed over the bag of tickets. "You know, I always figured that you guys and the teachers pulled out a keg and threw a party when the kids went home for the day."
"What?"
His head jerked up, and she regretted the joke. Maybe he didn't have much in the way of a sense of humor. Then he smiled faintly.
"Oh, believe me, I could use a keg right about now."
"Everything okay?"
"Just a lot going on. You're helping Elspeth with the prom committee?"
She felt a little pride swell in her. "I am." She was about to explain that she'd come up with the theme and was helping with the decorations when he looked at her with his eyes full of hope.
"I'm at my wit's end. I need at least 2 more chaperones for the prom. I don't suppose you know of anyone that could help me out, do you?"
It was on the tip of her tongue to tell him no and escape, but he looked as if he might cry if she walked away without helping him. Jackie and Janelle would kill her if she volunteered them. Andrew and I would love to chaperone. Relief swept over him, and he blew out his breath.
"You are a godsend, an absolute godsend. I don't have the volunteer sheet with me right now, but if you get in touch with Elspeth, she'll get you all signed up."
Nodding, Olivia slowly backed out of the office. She needed to make a run for it before she got roped into anything else for the day. It wasn't until she'd burst through the doors and let the sunshine hit her that she stopped dead in her tracks. She'd just volunteered Andrew. Andrew! It hadn't even been a second thought. He'd just popped into her head, and it had just come out without her even realizing how wrong it was. They weren't together anymore. He made that abundantly clear when he offered to pay the fees to get out of the lease, and she'd just volunteered him to be a chaperone at prom. Groaning, she whirled around to head back inside and correct her mistake. She couldn't sign Janelle up because she was going to be running the bakery that night, but Jackie would forgive her. Maybe. Back in the office, she was about to knock on the principal's door when his voice leaked through the other side.
"I got another written complaint about Tanya Rottingham. It's written anonymously, but it states that a grade was changed in one of Seagram's English classes."
Tanya? Olivia glanced over her shoulder to make sure the woman at the desk wasn't watching her and leaned in closer to the door. Another male voice sighed. That makes 3 complaints, all saying the same thing. I find it hard to believe that Miss Rottingham has what it takes to hack into the computer system and change grades, or that she's charging students to do it. She's such a bubbly and bright young woman. There's more, Lee's voice came, saying gravely. The anonymous student said that Tanya threatened to poison her dog if she told. Tanya would never poison someone's dog. She loved dogs too much for that. The devil's advocate on her shoulder whispered low in her ear. Tanya often delivered rich eats to Olivia's customers. It wouldn't be hard for her to slip poison into the food. Ridiculous. Maybe it's time we go to the police with this. There was a moment of silence, and Olivia strained to hear the answer. Not yet. All we have are rumors and notes. I got a note last week claiming that Mr. Thompson had weed in his desk. You remember how that turned out. Chances are good that this is just students being cruel and competitive. We'll talk to the teacher and see if any of the grades were really changed, and then we'll go from there. Someone made a loud throat-clearing noise behind her, and Olivia whirled around. The woman from the desk was staring at her with a raised eyebrow. I was just waiting for them to finish up their conversation before I knocked, she explained, trying to sound innocent. But I can just email Elspeth and get the information about the prom chaperoning details. Inching away from the door, she flashed a bright smile before escaping. As she retrieved the dogs, her mind was whirling. When she'd first hired Tanya, it had taken days for the girl to get the hang of the computer system. There was no way that Tanya could be a mastermind hacker who could change grades in the school system. Of course, there were times when she'd watch Tanya typing furiously at the keyboard, doing way more than it would take to input new client information. She'd always assumed that maybe Tanya was working on schoolwork. What if she wasn't? After dropping the dogs off, she headed back to the office. When she climbed the stairs, she saw the open door at the top of the stairs, and her heart skipped a beat. Tanya was at her computer, and she was typing for all that it was worth. Chapter 12. As Rose took in the scene, her eyes darted around quickly. She knew that as soon as the police got there, they would kick her out. Despite all the cases that she'd solved, they still never gave her credit where credit was due. The victim lay at a strange angle. There was no way he could have fallen like that, which meant that someone had placed him there. Were the other 2 crimes just as similar? The police were being quiet about the details, and the press was forced to speculate on their own. But that could change everything. It could mean that these murders weren't just random acts of violence. The killer wasn't just pissed because they couldn't get the shoes they wanted. This position would have some specific meaning. It was ritualistic. The blue and white flashing lights lit up the night sky, and she stiffened when a familiar voice called her name. Great. Of course he would be on duty. Tanya! Olivia forced a smile. What are you doing here? I thought I gave you the day off. The teen looked up, and Olivia searched for signs of guilt on her face. Cheating at school was one thing, but using happy tales to threaten people was quite another. With Dee Dee threatening to tell people that Olivia was poisoning people's dogs, Olivia couldn't afford any other rumors floating around. Hi, boss, Tanya chirped easily. I was just swinging by to check my schedule because I remember that I forgot to ask for prom night off. Olivia feigned ignorance. Why were you typing? Did someone call while I was out? No, I was just answering an email from a teacher. Thanks for giving me prom off. Olivia tried to feel more at ease as Tanya jumped up and came over to give Goodwin and Fender some love. Of course I gave it to you. I'm helping with the prom committee. I wouldn't dare schedule you to work that day. You'll need the day off to get your hair and makeup done. In fact, why don't you take Friday off as well, just in case you need to get something last minute? What? Tanya frowned. No, I don't need Friday off. I need to work. I need money. The truth was that Olivia wasn't sure she wanted Tanya around until she figured out the truth. I promise to schedule you an extra day in the next couple of weeks to make up for it. You shouldn't be working. It's your prom. Relax." A dark look crossed Tanya's face, and Olivia was taken aback by the fire in the girl's eyes. But just like that, it was gone. The bright and bubbly girl returned, and she shrugged as though she didn't have a care in the world. "Okay, as long as you make it up to me." "Thanks, boss. I should go. I've got homework to do." Homework, or changing people's grades. Olivia tried not to think about it as she listened to the girl bounce down the stairs. Trying to push Tanya's ugly expression from her mind, Olivia checked the messages from her phone and the emails from her website. She had a few new inquiries about her dog walking rates, and the hardware store called to say that her sheetrock was in. Not wanting to spend the night alone, she texted Jackie and Janelle to see if they were up for a little wine and construction work. Because what could go wrong there? Mainly, she just wanted to keep busy and force herself not to check her phone every 3 seconds to see if Andrew or the real estate agent had called to confirm that he really had backed out of their agreement. Except for Jackie and Janelle, her phone was blessedly silent. After picking up the supplies and hauling them upstairs, with several curious onlookers, none of whom offered to help her during the umpteen trips that it took, Olivia settled back down in her office chair. Cracking open her book, she read until Jackie and Janelle's arguing grew louder and louder as they climbed the steps. "Why would we call Patrick? He doesn't know any more about construction work than Olivia, but at least she's done some research." "It wouldn't hurt to have a man's opinion," Janelle huffed. "Oh, really?" Jackie countered. "I can think of plenty of times when a man's opinion is just about the worst thing ever." "Did you and Brett have a fight?" "Why is everything about Brett? I go on a few dates with someone and you practically have me married to him." Olivia threw open the door and glared at them. "What is going on here? I asked you two to join me so we could get some work done and have a good time." Jackie crossed her arms and glared at Janelle. "Your sister thinks it's better to have a man around." "I did not say that. I just said that maybe Patrick could give us a few pointers." Janelle blew at her bangs in frustration as she balanced the wine glasses in her hand. She had 3 bottles of wine tucked under her arms, causing Olivia to raise an eyebrow. They certainly weren't going to get much work done if they drank all that. "I think Jackie might be right about this one," Olivia said gently. "Your husband isn't the handiest person around. Besides, all we have to do tonight is screw the drywall in and apply the tape. The guys at the hardware store even labeled the back of each sheet so we know where it goes. If we're feeling bold, we can add a layer of plaster. I've got everything upstairs." She eyed the 2 women. "Are you two going to argue all night?" "Maybe," Jackie growled. Olivia reached out and grabbed 2 of the wine glasses as she shut the door behind her and walked across the landing to the second set of steps. The 3 trudged upward in silence, but when they reached the landing, she asked, "You were in a great mood this morning. What happened?" Jackie opened the door to the apartment on the left, and the 3 women stepped inside and stared at the project before them. Olivia was excited, but she knew the other 2 had reservations. Jackie said without preamble, "Mayor Henderson came by the store today to check out my prom promo display. He had a few choice words about my young adult romance collection." She eyed the walls and said slowly, "Olivia, I thought you said this would take an hour or 2, max." "What?" Olivia surveyed the sheetrock with pride. "It's already cut. All we have to do is hold it up and screw it in. It is seriously not going to be hard. Did you tell the mayor where he could put his opinion?" "I mentioned that Celeste came by the other day and told me that she adored some of the books I put out," Jackie said with a mischievous smile. "The mayor bought 2. Janelle widened her eyes as she pulled out a cork puller. "Seriously? Celeste?" Shrugging, Jackie picked up a glass and held it out. "Now that I think about it, I think she told me that she adored the book display." Unable to help themselves, Janelle and Olivia burst out laughing. The thought of the mayor reading young adult romance novels in hopes of impressing Lady Celeste was just too much. "Do you think he's going to swing by her shop with the book in hand in order to impress her?" Olivia asked. That sent Janelle into a fit of giggles all over again. "I can't wait to see him walking around town with it tucked under his arm. Oh, Jackie, you are too bad. That reminded Olivia. I think he's trying to get me to ask Lady Celeste to be his prom date. He wants to make sure that she's on the chaperone list in case she gets some visions of any teenagers about to cause problems. Have you asked her yet? Jackie wanted to know. Frankly, I'd forgotten about it until now. I should just send some flowers with a note from Mayor Henderson that reads, "Will you go to the prom with me? Check yes or no." They all cracked up with laughter. Now that tempers were settled and they were drinking and having a good time, Olivia knew the night was going to go smoothly. As they separated the sheetrock into the different rooms and leaned them up against the wall, Olivia filled the others in on what she'd overheard at the school office. "Tanya?" Janelle whispered. "Surely you heard wrong. I can't imagine her threatening any dog." When I told her that I didn't want her working on Friday, I saw something that made me really uncomfortable. There was this unfiltered rage in her eyes. But she got a hold of herself and conducted herself calmly. It makes me wonder if there's something there that we don't know about that girl. It is hard to believe, though. Elspeth is just so calm and quiet, Olivia said as she gathered some screws and stuffed them in her pocket. All right. He said we needed to start with the corners and work our way out in case there's any left over at the edge. Grabbing the drill, she pulled the trigger a few times and grinned at the noise it made. Power tools were fun. You could ask Andrew to look at the computer in the office and see if he can figure out what Tanya has been doing on there, Janelle offered as she and Jackie held the first sheet in place. Olivia followed the exposed studs with her hand and drilled in the first screws. Stepping back, she admired her handiwork. Nice, Jackie said. Can I go next? Olivia handed her the drill and picked up the next sheet. The seams aren't supposed to be even. Apparently that makes it easier to plaster. Anyway, I thought about asking Andrew for his help, but I'm not sure he wants to get involved. Jackie and Janelle exchanged a look that was hard to miss. Olivia narrowed her eyes, watching Jackie screw in the next piece of sheetrock. What? She demanded over the sound of the drill. What aren't you two telling me? Nothing, Janelle said quickly, but she had always been a terrible liar. We just think that Andrew might want another chance to spend some time with you, that's all. Jackie handed the drill over to Janelle and grabbed the next sheet. And what makes you two think that? Olivia asked suspiciously. She swung her head around to Jackie. Did Brett say something? Let's just say that I think you're on the right track with being transparent with Andrew, the redhead said mildly. You know, I don't think this is going to take long at all. By the time they'd finished drilling the sheetrock into place, they'd gone through a bottle and a half of wine. They were a little too tipsy to attempt the taping process, so they went back downstairs to snag a few goodies from the bakery. To their surprise, they saw a face peering in at the windows. Olivia gasped. That's Dee Dee. What is she doing here? Janelle winced. I completely forgot. She called me earlier and asked how long I'd be here. I told her that we'd be doing some work upstairs until late, but I meant for her to come during business hours. Should we just ignore her? Since the woman was knocking on the window and waving frantically at them, Olivia knew that ignoring her wasn't a great option. Maybe it was the wine warming her belly, but she felt she liked the odds of having 3 against 1, and so she unlocked the deadbolt and threw the door open. We're closed, she snapped. Dee Dee ignored her as she pushed past. I'm here on a business matter with Janelle. Dee Dee, when I said I'd be here after hours, I didn't mean for you to come by then. We're in the middle of a project upstairs. I'm afraid I don't really have time to speak to you. This won't take long. I'm here because I heard a rumor that you were going to start selling freshly made dog treats out of your bakery. Olivia tensed. She had a sudden feeling that Dee Dee wasn't here to do business as much as she was here because of competitive jealousy. Janelle obviously didn't sense anything wrong. That's right. It just makes sense considering that Olivia's dog walking business and doggy daycare is right upstairs. The buxom blonde whirled around and glared at Olivia. I'm sure you'll find that Olivia will be out of business soon once people realize that she's selling poison to their dogs, she growled, because I see that you're still advertising Rich Eats. There is nothing wrong with Rich Eats, Olivia huffed. I feed it to my 2 dogs and they're just fine. I heard it from the mouth of your delivery girl that Rich Eats is poison, Dee Dee snarled. You don't care about the dogs. You just care about the bottom line. Just because you can buy Kimberly's food for cheaper. I bet you're jacking that price up and making a tidy sum. Jackie stepped between Dee Dee and Olivia with her hands balled into fists. Are you telling me that you overheard Tanya telling people that the food was poisoned? That's exactly what I heard. At least that girl has the moral high ground to do the right thing, Dee Dee hissed. Olivia felt her heart drop to the pit of her stomach. As much as she wanted to defend Tanya, it looked as if the rumors were true. Tanya was using her dog food to threaten people, and it was obviously getting out and being twisted. She swallowed hard. If Dee Dee had heard that the food was poisoned, who else might have heard? Could someone have killed Kimberly because they thought her food was poisoning their dogs? What do you want with me? Janelle asked finally as the silence thickened. Dee Dee tossed her hair over her shoulder. I want you to partner up with me in making dog food treats. I've got a few that tested very well, and I was looking for some places to sell them before I start packaging them. Olivia shook her head, and Janelle caught the movement. I'll think it over, she declared hastily. Now, I hate to end this early, but we really do need to get back to work. Janelle and Jackie practically pushed the protesting woman out before locking the door. What? Janelle demanded. What are you thinking? I'm thinking that Dee Dee might have overheard Tanya threatening someone, but it got twisted, and she thinks the food really is poisoned, Olivia said slowly. Jackie nodded her head. Do you think that maybe someone else might have heard that, and it's what got Kimberly killed? If that's the case, we need to talk to the vet and see if anyone has brought sick dogs in. If Tanya did poison them, or if someone is suspected of poisoning them, she would know, Olivia muttered. She glanced at the clock. It was well past time that Dr. Roberts' office would have closed. We could break in, Jackie suggested cheerfully. Absolutely not, Janelle gasped in horror. Olivia agreed. It's not like we're breaking into someone's house or that we have permission. There are drugs in that building, and we could get in some serious trouble if we get caught. I think this time it might just be safer if we wait until Dr. Roberts opens in the morning. There was disappointment on Jackie's face and relief evident on Janelle's. Olivia just wanted to laugh. As much as it intrigued her to do something daring, she wasn't completely stupid. The investigation could wait until morning, and she'd have a hard time opening up a line of communication with Andrew if she was only calling for money to be bailed out of jail. If Jackie was right, then Andrew might very well be receptive to helping her investigate just a little more. And since it was her computer, it wasn't like he was going to do anything nefarious. As the girls gathered some treats to take back upstairs, Olivia texted him and asked if he could look at her computer tomorrow. She made it very clear that it had something to do with the investigation, so he didn't think that she was tricking him. Do I want to know why your computer is involved? He texted back quickly. I'll explain tomorrow. It's too complicated over text. There was a beat of silence. You could call me. I'm not doing anything except watching an old game on television. Her heart skipped a beat, and she smiled. It was nice that he wanted to hear her voice. I would love nothing more than to call, but the girls and I are hanging sheetrock upstairs. Andrew's response was immediate. What? Don't worry, there are no nail guns involved. He didn't answer right away, and she forced herself not to second-guess things as she pocketed the phone. She'd already told herself that she wasn't going to walk on eggshells when it came to Andrew. Everything okay? Janelle asked as she handed Olivia a box of cookies. I steal one cookie, and you act like your profits are going to take a nosedive. But here you are thinking we're going to eat a dozen cookies. She glanced over at Jackie's load, and her eyes widened. And a dozen cupcakes. I ordered pizza, too, Janelle said with a shrug. We might as well have some fun while we're up there working. Olivia bit her lower lip and surveyed the two as they headed upstairs. I'm not sure we should be working and drinking and eating at the same time. Oh, relax, Jackie called over her shoulder. This was your idea, and we finished the complicated stuff. How hard can taping and plastering be? Probably not hard unless you're weaving back and forth, Olivia thought privately, but she followed the girls up. Whatever mess they made tonight, they could clean up tomorrow. Her phone vibrated in her pocket and she pulled it out and checked it. "I'll be there after work. Have fun and be safe tonight." The "I love you" wasn't there, but it didn't matter. She could feel the unspoken words between them even though he was miles away, and it calmed her. Chapter 13. The next morning, Olivia stopped by Helping Paws Veterinary Clinic. Dr. Roberts headed the only vet hospital in town, but it was a huge hospital that offered general surgery options as well as typical wellness care. There had been a time when Olivia was in Dr. Roberts' office every couple of weeks. She'd adopted Goodwin without really understanding how to take care of a dog, and every time she'd seen Goodwin licking the grass, she'd assumed he was dying and brought him in to be checked. Now her visits were much less frequent, but when she'd started her dog walking business, she'd gone to Dr. Roberts for some tips on basic doggy first aid, just in case something happened to the precious pooches on her watch. It was so early in the morning that the clinic was still operating on emergency hours, but Olivia had already called to make sure that the vet was in. The waiting room was a ghost town, and that was a good thing. "Hi, welcome to Helping Paws Veterinary Clinic. I'm Sarah Beth. How can we help you?" Sarah Beth, with her perky blonde ponytail and glowing skin, was awfully young to be working at the front desk. Olivia frowned. "Are you still in high school?" The girl grinned. "Sure am. The school has this new work program, and Dr. Roberts lets me handle the front desk during off hours. I can usually catch a few hours of work before I go to school." "I'm Olivia Rickard. I know the program well. Tanya Rottingham works for me." The girl's smile slipped. "You're the dog walker." Olivia had a feeling that Sarah Beth not only knew Tanya, but knew of her assistant's extracurricular activities. She didn't want to scare the girl away. "That I am. Do you know Tanya?" "Sure. All the seniors know each other. Tanya was on the homecoming court." There was an edge to the girl's voice. "You two seem to have a love of animals in common," Olivia commented gently. "You're lucky. You both found the perfect jobs in town." "Tanya does not love animals," Sarah Beth spat insistently. "Why are you here?" Bingo. "I'm here to talk to Dr. Roberts about something. I'd like to know if anyone has come in recently with poisoned dogs." The girl's eyes widened. "Why would you want to know that? Did someone's dog die?" Her lower lip trembled, and Olivia thought the girl might cry. "I don't know. That's what I'm here to find out. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you?" Sarah Beth opened her mouth, but the door behind the desk opened, and Dr. Roberts walked out. She was a short and stocky woman, strong enough to handle even the biggest dogs, but she also had a kind, sweet face. Her hair was graying at the roots, and she wore large, thick glasses with a chain that hung around her neck. Olivia knew the woman was happiest when she had an animal in her arms. "Olivia, you're just in time. I'm about to start my house call rounds. Why don't you come on back and we'll talk?" "Sure." Straightening, Olivia smiled at Sarah Beth. "I'll be back, okay?" She prayed that if the girl knew something, she wouldn't run. Dr. Roberts led her back down a maze of hallways. Olivia could hear the sounds of dogs barking, kenneled after surgery, and the faint cries of a few unhappy cats. "Apparently, we had a busy night last night. Nothing too terrible, though," the vet said as she pushed the door to her office open. There was so much paperwork on her desk that it was spilling over. Olivia could see samples of dog medications and leashes and harnesses were strewn about. She suspected that Dr. Roberts was much better at examining the pets than she was at filling out the information on them. "I actually have a strange question," Olivia said, coming to a stop by the desk. "I was wondering if anyone had come in with poison scares." "Oh, sure," Dr. Roberts said. "A few ingested wild mushrooms, and one calico got into her mother's sleeping pills. Has something happened to Fender or Goodwin?" Olivia shook her head. She knew that Dr. Roberts wasn't allowed to give out personal information about her patients, so she had to be careful about what she asked. "I don't mean accidental poisonings. I mean deliberate ones, like maybe their dog food was laced." The vet fixed her shrewd eyes on Olivia. "Why would you be asking me a question like that?" It was hard to be subtle. "I know you've heard about Kimberly's death. There was a rumor going around that maybe a few of her bags of dog food contained poison. Dr. Roberts snorted. Dee Dee's spouse was in here claiming that same thing 2 weeks ago, and I'm going to tell you exactly what I told her. She's an idiot. I personally tested Kimberly's dog food myself, and there is nothing wrong with it. Her factory is 100% up to code, and there's no way that her food is poisoning anyone. It was nice to hear someone backing Kimberly. That's not what I mean. Dee Dee misunderstood something that she heard, but there may be some basis of truth in the rumor. I'm wondering if you've had any complaints or evidence that someone tampered with the dog food to poison specific people. The vet looked at her for a long moment. I can't give you specifics, Olivia. You know that. But I can tell you that there has been no evidence of poisoning. It's okay, Dr. Roberts. Sarah Beth's soft voice spoke up from the doorway. You can tell her. I brought my lab in here a few weeks ago. Dennis. I was afraid that he was being poisoned. Dr. Roberts looked him over and said that he was fine. She bit her lower lip and studied the floor. Has something happened? Olivia's heart went out to the girl. She was obviously carrying a huge weight on her shoulders. You were the anonymous student who turned Tanya in, weren't you? Sarah Beth burst into tears. I broke up with my ex-boyfriend over Christmas, and he wanted revenge. He paid Tanya to change the grades for several of my tests. I would have failed English if the teacher hadn't caught it and corrected it. You found out that it was Tanya? I overheard her talking in the bathroom and making another deal with a student. When I confronted her with it, she threatened to poison the Good Eats bag that my parents get from you. I was so terrified that I brought Dennis in to get checked, and I used my own money to buy some replacement dog food. Then I wrote the note to the vice principal. I didn't want someone to get hurt, though. Did she poison someone else's food? No, sweetheart. As far as I know, Tanya hasn't hurt any pets at all. Olivia looked at Dr. Roberts for confirmation, and the vet nodded in agreement. There have been no cases of deliberate poisoning, my dear. You can rest easy. Sarah Beth, you did the right thing by turning Tanya in. You know that, right? The girl wiped her tears and nodded. If a dog didn't die, then why are you here? Olivia couldn't very well tell her that she suspected Tanya had murdered Kimberly. That would be all over the school before lunch. I heard that Tanya might be running a side business and using her job at my office to threaten people. I just wanted to make sure that it hadn't come to anything. Will she be punished? The teenager sniffed. She's not going to hurt anyone, I promise. Mollified, Sarah Beth went back to her office, and Olivia turned back to Dr. Roberts. The woman looked sad but cleared her throat and asked in little more than a whisper, Do you think that she killed Kimberly? I wish I didn't, Olivia muttered. Now she had a witness to Tanya's extracurricular activities. What was she going to do now? Andrew stared at the paperwork that the real estate agent had brought over. All he had to do was sign the paperwork and write the check, and he'd be giving away something else that he'd shared with Olivia. The papers had been sitting on his desk ever since he'd blurted out to Olivia that he was going to pay the ridiculous fee. They mocked him as he worked, so he took the papers home, and as he had been glancing over them for the 100th time, Olivia had texted and asked him for a favor. So he'd packed them back up in his briefcase, and he was staring at them now. I don't think they're just going to magically disappear, Brett said dryly as he walked in. He tossed a piece of crumpled-up paper in the air and cheered loudly as it landed in the wastebasket, and then he eased his long frame into the chair across from the desk and stretched out his legs. Andrew glanced at the trash. What was that? An example of what you should do to those papers, Brett suggested. Andrew lifted an eyebrow at his friend, and Brett shrugged. I didn't read them, but it's obvious what they are. You keep staring at them with nothing but horror and frustration on your face, and it's too early to do performance reviews. I told Olivia that I'd pay the fee, Andrew admitted as he laid the papers down and pushed them away. I don't even know why I said it, except that I was angry and frustrated. I got involved with the investigation so I could spend some time with her, which was ridiculous since all I've done is ask her to stay out of dangerous situations. I was just so disgusted with myself, and it came out, and the look on her face will probably haunt me for the rest of my life. That look is because she loves you, Brett said quietly. But you're so wrapped up in the idea that you're forcing her to do something against her will that you can't see it. Andrew growled. I liked you better before you were dating Jackie. You weren't so full of advice. Good advice, Brett corrected with a grin. And I'm not dating Jackie. We're just going on dates. There's a difference. The only difference is that one, you're lying, but the other, you've admitted you've got it bad for a 100-pound redhead bookseller who could tear you to pieces with one look, Andrew said and laughed. And I should know, because I stopped by to talk to her and Janelle yesterday, and I can now finally say with certainty that those women could bury a body and merrily bake cookies afterward. His friend grimaced, but before he could say anything, Cora, Andrew's secretary, stuck her head in. I'm sorry to interrupt, Andrew, but Billing says one of their computers is down. Her voice was timid, which was odd since Cora wasn't a timid person. But then Andrew hadn't been easy to be around lately. He gave Cora a gentle smile. I'm pretty sure it's the new girl down there. She thinks she's a whiz at computers, but she keeps making things worse. Tell them that Bobby will come check on it after lunch. Bobby had a way of making people feel at ease, and maybe he could convince the girl to quit messing with the computer and just input data like she'd been hired to do. Cora nodded and slowly shut the door behind her. Andrew's gaze settled back on his friend. I didn't go to them to get advice on how to win Olivia back. Don't even start on that. I went because Nick seems to think that investigating this case on her own will do Olivia some good, and I'm afraid that it's going to get her in trouble. I wanted the girls to keep an eye on things and let me know if anything gets out of hand. Brett snorted. You asked Jackie to keep Olivia out of trouble? Jackie is trouble. Which, no doubt, explained Brett's interest. Well, as it turns out, I'm going to Happy Tales as soon as work is over to look at Olivia's computer. For some reason, she thinks that it's connected with the case, so I'll be able to determine for myself if she's in over her head. You going to tell her that you signed the papers? Brett asked with a nod at the forms on the desk. I haven't signed them yet. True, but you'll only be a couple of streets down from the real estate agency, and you can drop them off. Kill two birds with one stone. A cold sensation gripped Andrew's chest as he stared at his friend. What is with you? First you tell me to toss them, and then you let me know how convenient it would be if I turned them in today? If Brett sensed that Andrew was upset, he didn't let on. Instead, he just grinned. I'm just slowly tearing through all of those excuses that you have in your head for not signing them until you finally realize the truth. Maybe then you will find whatever it is that you're looking for. He glanced at the clock and stretched as he stood. If you'll excuse me, I have to look at Dana's computer before I go tonight. Andrew cleared his throat and sent his friend a warning look. Dana was the pretty receptionist in the Human Resources office who turned down Brett's advances countless times. I don't care how you phrase it. The fact is that you're with Jackie, and while you're with Jackie, you're not with anyone else. Got it? Relax. The truth is that Dana has asked me out. Apparently, all it takes to get her interest is to start dating someone else. I've been deflecting her advances, but it would seem that I need to explain things in person. He grimaced as he put a hand on his chest. I hate whatever is happening to me. Welcome to monogamy. Andrew laughed at Brett's look of disgust. Things are pretty slow, so you can go home after that. You want to meet for dinner at Endgame when I finish up at Olivia's? Maybe, Brett hedged. I was hoping I could have dinner with Jackie tonight. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he shook his head. I'm pathetic, completely pathetic. Still, text me later. It was strange to see his womanizing friend so head over heels for a woman, but it was sort of vengeance for all the times that Brett had teased Andrew about his feelings for Olivia. The first couple of times she'd tried breaking up with him, Brett had celebrated with a beer. He couldn't understand why Andrew would put so much work into a relationship with a woman who didn't seem to want one, but Brett didn't understand how Olivia worked. She simply didn't trust relationships, so he'd been patient. So patient while she worked through her issues. Except that she'd stopped working through her issues and had just started to let him take the lead instead. That's when he should have realized that there was a problem, but he'd kept thinking that it would sort itself out. Finally, when he couldn't stand looking at the papers anymore, he stuffed them into his briefcase. With a small smile, he realized how Olivia must have felt when she kept avoiding signing the papers for the brownstone. She didn't like the commitment. Apparently, neither did he, at least not when it came to this. He'd see her this afternoon, and then he'd make a decision. It seemed to him as if Janelle had been lying in wait for him when he entered the bakery. As her eyes zeroed in on him, he realized that it probably would have been easier if he'd used the back private entrance, but he'd wanted a cup of coffee before he went upstairs. There was a line waiting at the counter, but she ignored them all and made a beeline for him. "I was invited," he said quickly, raising his hands in mock surrender, "and I was just going to get a cup of coffee before I went upstairs." "If you weren't invited, you wouldn't have even gotten through those doors," she said darkly. Andrew swallowed hard. Janelle used to be his biggest fan, but apparently the sisterly bond trumped everything. She continued in a low growl. "I'm here to let you know that if I find her crying when you leave, I'll make sure that no one in this town ever sells you coffee again. Do you understand me?" It probably wouldn't be the right time to remind her that he didn't actually need to come to Lexingburg to get his coffee, so he just nodded. She seemed satisfied and pointed a flour-dusted finger at him. "Good. I'm still angry about that stunt you pulled in the photographer's studio. Of all the idiotic things. People all over town think you're back together, and it's killing her to tell them otherwise. Wait right here, and I'll get you a coffee." It suddenly seemed like a bad idea to drink the coffee from this particular place, but Janelle didn't give him a chance to protest as she hurried off to pour it for him. When she returned with the steaming cup and handed it to him, she waited expectantly. "You want me to drink it now?" he asked carefully. "It's hot." A slow smile spread across her face. "I'm sure you'll be fine. Just take a sip so that I know it's made just the way that you like it." "Aw, crap." Praying that she wouldn't stoop so low as to do something to his coffee, Andrew blew on it carefully and took a hesitant sip. Black and bitter. She'd apparently saved the cheap stuff for him. "Perfect," he managed, and she snorted and stormed back to the line. Knowing that she was still watching, he clutched at the terrible cup of coffee and carried it all the way up to Happy Tales. The door was open, and Olivia was on the floor in the middle of a tug-of-war with Goodwin. He was so struck by the sight of her that he completely forgot about the coffee. She was dressed in her normal active get-up, but there was a strange white substance caked in her hair and dotted along her shoulders. He was fascinated as his eyes trailed down the smooth column of her neck, and more than anything, he wanted to kiss her. Goodwin let out a sharp bark, and the mood was broken as she whirled around. Embarrassment dotted her cheeks, and she stood. "I thought that you were going to be another hour," she said breathlessly. "I got off work early," he murmured. He didn't want to tell her that it was because he couldn't stop thinking of her. "What exactly is in your hair?" "Plaster," she admitted, as she tugged at her ponytail. "It turns out that it's not as easy as it looks. Or maybe I'm just not as handy as I thought I was. I actually have to buy some more. I can't prime it for painting until the screw holes in the tape are smooth, and I think it's going to take a few more coats of plaster before it's smooth." Andrew tried not to smile. He didn't want to tell her that she wasn't handy at all. Whenever she tried to fix something around the house, he had to go behind her and fix it again without telling her. "I'm sure you'll get it." He'd asked Janelle if she wanted him and Brett to work on it tonight or tomorrow night and smooth some things out. "So, long story short, I'm hoping you can tell me what Tanya has been doing on my computer. I've noticed her typing a lot, and I just assumed that she was working on homework. But I've recently discovered that she might actually be hacking into the school system and changing grades for students." "Your assistant? I thought you told me that she was a slow learner when it came to computers." He crossed the office to the grooming station and promptly poured the coffee down the sink. Olivia cocked her head. "Was that Janelle's coffee?" "It was," he said carefully. "I think she might be trying something new." Olivia chuckled. "I'm sorry. I can go down and get you a new cup if you want." "As it turns out, I'm not as tired as I thought," he said with a smile as he sat down at her desk.
He liked it when they can talk without things getting all awkward. So Tanya is a computer hacker?
More than that, she might have been the reason that Kimberly was killed. She might actually be the killer.
Andrew jerked his head up and stared at her. Olivia didn't seriously think that a slight 18-year-old was capable of murdering someone, did she? Care to elaborate? As Olivia leaned against the desk, she quickly filled him in on the threats that Tanya had apparently been making when she delivered Rich Eats to Olivia's customers. Dee Dee must have overheard and gotten things twisted around. I think she really thinks that Rich Eats is poisonous. What if someone else overheard and attacked Kimberly because of it? Or what if Kimberly found out that Tanya was spreading these rumors and called her out on it, only to have Tanya kill her? It wasn't the strangest theory he'd heard, but still. She's just a kid, he murmured as he closed out of the reservation program that Olivia used. At the very least, the school expels her for cheating and she doesn't graduate. Colleges would rescind their offers. At worst, the school presses charges and she goes to jail. Either way, her future is ruined if this gets out. Even if Dee Dee didn't get the whole story, it wouldn't take long for the truth to come out. Andrew opened the operating system and typed in a few commands. To his surprise, his first few tries came up empty. I think you might be right, he said softly. The computer history has been wiped clean, except for yesterday afternoon. When was the last time that Tanya used the computer? Her face fell, and she wrapped her arms around her body. Yesterday afternoon, she whispered. Oh no, I can't believe that Tanya would do something like this. I knew she was desperate for money, but to resort to hacking and cheating? One crime doesn't automatically lead to another, Andrew reminded her as he pulled her reservations program back up. Are you going to tell Nick? As he pushed his chair back, Goodwin shoved his nose into his lap and licked his hand. Olivia started to pace the floor while Andrew stroked the dog's head. He'd only been to the office a couple of times since she'd opened it, and he was impressed by the progress that she'd made. More surprising, he was impressed by how comfortable she seemed. When Janelle had first broached the subject of Olivia using the second floor as an office, Olivia's flight instinct seemed to automatically kick in, and he'd thought he'd have to tie a rope around her to keep her in town. But here she was, obviously loving her new place. Not yet. I think I want to talk to Tanya about it first. If I'm wrong, then I could ruin her life. Just because Dee Dee said she overheard something doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. You also overheard the principal talking about it, and the history on the computer is wiped clean, he reminded her gently. Maybe there's an explanation for everything, she said in a tired voice. I really do appreciate you looking into it for me. Is there anything else that I can do to help? She shook her head. No, I guess that's it. Really? He smirked. I thought maybe you were thinking of asking me to prom. Her face went immediately pale. Oh, God, she whispered. In the middle of everything. I forgot to tell them that I'd made a mistake. Andrew, I'm so sorry. The principal asked, and Jackie and Janelle had already said they wouldn't chaperone. Your name just came out. I wasn't thinking. And when I went back to correct it, that was when I heard the principal talking. How did you find out? I got an email from the prom committee on the way over here thanking me for my support. The email seemed pretty desperate. There might be tears if you tell them that I can't do it. I guess I can rent a tuxedo for the evening. Her eyes widened as she realized what he was saying. Are you sure? She whispered. I mean, I'm going to be there. I assume that. He gave Goodwin one last pat on the head before he stood. Do you want me to pick you up, or would you rather we drive separately? Her voice died in her throat. She opened her mouth again, but no sound came out. For a second, he wondered if this was the reaction that he would have gotten had he asked her to prom years ago when they were in high school. I'll pick you up, he laughed, but you are going to owe me several beers afterward. Done. Absolutely. A smile spread over her face. Thank you, Andrew. Sure thing. Just promise me that you won't be alone when you face Tanya. I know she's little and all, but if she did kill Kimberly... He shook his head.
He didn't want to admit that he was scared for her. "I promise." There was an awkward moment, much like the one out on the street when he'd blurted out that he'd pay the fee for breaking the contract, and he had to fight the urge to lean over and hold her. Instead, he just flashed her a smile and backed out of the office. When he got back to Brett's, he threw the lease paperwork into the trash. Chapter 14. "You're not listening to me," Rose said angrily. "Jason, you have the wrong man in custody. I have never been wrong, so why can't you trust me?" "Never been wrong?" He rounded on her with fire in his eyes. "Rose, you have no idea just how wrong you can be." She remembered all too well about their last argument. He'd stood half naked in her room, staring at her in disbelief as she tried to kick him out. She'd believed the rumors about him, and in doing so, she'd lost one of the best things she had going for her. "About my work," she said through gritted teeth. She'd worked on and off with him for the past year, and he'd never brought that night up. Why would he do it now? "Your work," he laughed hoarsely. "You mean the job that put you in the hospital 2 years ago with 2 bullet holes? Or how about the job that had you locked in a basement for 3 days? Rose drew herself up to her full height. "You do the same job that I do." "I have backup, Rose. A partner. You don't." "I did at one time." He gave her a withering look, and she knew that she'd stepped too far. Gritting her teeth, she tried again. "You have the wrong man in jail, and I think you know it." Olivia felt as if she were floating as she locked up and left the office. Not only was Andrew okay with chaperoning the prom, but he'd offer to pick her up. It was like a real date. A sudden thought occurred to her, and she stopped on the stairwell. When did she get old enough to consider chaperoning a prom a date? "Well?" a sharp voice demanded below. "Are you going to come down and tell us what happened, or just stand there grinning like an idiot?" Chuckling at Jackie's impatience, Olivia hurried the rest of the way down. Janelle had her apron folded in half at the waist, and although there was a line to the door of people stopping by after work, she motioned Olivia and Jackie to a table. "Tell us everything," Janelle demanded. "You have a line of people to serve," Olivia pointed out. Her sister waved her hand impatiently. "I've got a new girl back there. I guess we'll find out whether or not she can handle the stress of my business. Now talk." Feeling a little devilish, Olivia leaned over as though she was going to give them all the juicy details and ended up just telling them in a low voice what Andrew had found on the computer. "That is not what we wanted to hear," Jackie scowled, but she pursed her lips thoughtfully. "Did you call the vet today?" "I did, and she doesn't have a single case of poisoning or someone thinking that their dog had been poisoned." It was good news that the pets of Lexingburg were safe, but Olivia hated to think what that meant. Quickly, she filled them in on what she'd learned. "So Tanya probably did it," Janelle said quietly. They all exchanged sad glances. It was difficult to believe that sweet Tanya, that anyone her age, was capable of cold-blooded murder. "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to ask Tanya about it first," Olivia sighed. "I owe her the chance to explain before I go to Nick with my suspicions. If there's even the slightest chance that everything adds up differently, it could save her reputation and her future." "Now tell us why you were in La La Land as you came down the stairs," Jackie demanded. "The afternoon went well. There was some space between us, but it was comfortable. Plus, he found out that I'd volunteered him to chaperone at the prom, and he offered to pick me up." A sudden thought occurred to her. "Oh, God, I need a dress." "A dress to knock him off his feet," Jackie finished. "We'll hit up Delilah's right now. She's got some stunning dresses." The thought of shopping at Delilah's made Olivia wince. "I don't know." "What? Goodwin and Fender will be fine in the yard while we shop, and you can show Delilah just how good you look all dressed up." There was no arguing with Jackie, so Olivia didn't even bother. Secretly, she did feel a small thrill about buying a pretty dress. The last time she was supposed to dress up for Andrew was the first night he was supposed to propose to her at L'Amour. Instead, she'd been embarrassingly late and had ended up wearing her normal get-up. The others in the restaurant had been shocked, but Andrew didn't even bat an eye. And of course, the last time she'd gone dress shopping was for her wedding. Her excitement turned just a little sour at the thought. "So not fair," Janelle grumbled. "I want to go." "Keep your phone on you," Jackie advised. "We'll send pictures." She grabbed Olivia's hand and practically dragged her from the table. "Come on, I think she's closing soon." As much as Olivia hated Delilah, the woman had excellent taste in fashion. Her boutique drew people from miles around, and she wasn't humble about it. Every year during prom season, she filled the back wall with the most glamorous dresses of every color. Since prom was days away, most people would have gotten their dresses by now, but there were still a few people wandering around the shop as they entered. It smelled like high-class luxury. Olivia could think of no other description as she glanced at the dainty-looking fabrics around her. There had been a time, before Andrew, when she'd wandered around the store and purchased a few items as gifts, but that had been years ago, and Delilah had clearly grown in that time. Silk and lace were the prominent features. There were soft cream blouses and beautiful burgundy boho-style skirts, hats, scarves, and sunglasses made for hiding from the paparazzi. The store was built for people just like Delilah. The devil herself turned around from helping a customer and lifted a perfectly tweezed, judgmental eyebrow. "Jackie, Olivia," she said coolly. "Were you looking for me?" Because obviously they weren't there shopping. "Actually," Jackie said loudly, "we're looking for a dress for Olivia. She and Andrew are chaperoning the prom together." In that moment, Olivia wanted to simultaneously hug and kill her best friend. She loved that Jackie would defend her like that, but the whole shop was looking, and within the hour, everyone would think that she and Andrew were back together. How humiliating would it be if things didn't turn out well? "I see," Delilah said slowly. Her eyes slowly ran down the tank top and cropped running pants that Olivia was wearing. She twirled her finger in the air. "Turn around." "This isn't necessary, is it?" Olivia protested, but she turned. "I mean, at this point, I'll just take a look at whatever you have in my size." "You've got curvy hips and nice calves, so I think something with a slit," Delilah said, ignoring her. "A little flat on the top, but that just means you'd wear a strapless well. I'm thinking an emerald or sapphire color might look good with your skin tone. Please tell me that you're not going to wear your hair in a ponytail." Stumped that Delilah was actually trying to help her, Olivia shrugged. "I guess not. I haven't really thought about it." "Please do." Her voice had a hard edge to it. "I'd hate to dress you, only to discover that you ruined it because you tossed your hair up in some silly little piece of elastic. Take dressing room 3 and I'll bring some dresses to you." She stalked off and Jackie and Olivia stared at her, stunned. "Do you think she's going to bring me a burlap sack?" Olivia whispered. "I think we've entered some alternative reality," Jackie muttered back. "Come on, let's get you to the dressing room before she changes her mind and kicks you out." There were 4 small dressing rooms on the left side of the wall. Olivia slipped into the third one and waited nervously as Jackie shut the door behind her. The small enclosed space reminded her of wedding dress shopping. Janelle and her mother must have tossed 600 dresses at her, and she'd been miserable as she was forced to try each and every single one on and parade in front of them. In the end, she'd finally selected a dress that she sort of liked because her mother and Janelle were over the moon about it. It was probably a sign that the shop had lost it, and even now, having been found again, it was sitting at the tailor's. The thought of it sitting unwanted on the rack, waiting for her, made her stomach bunch up in knots. "What do you think of these?" Delilah asked from outside the door. "Oh, I love this dark green color. That'll look great on Olivia. Actually, all of these will. You've got a good eye." "I know," Delilah said almost smugly, A heap of fabric flew over the door and smacked Olivia in the face. "Try these on." "A little warning next time," Olivia growled as she gathered the dresses and hung them up. Jackie was right. All of them were stunning. Her favorite was the blue, so she left that until last. Shrugging out of her clothes, she listened to the conversation outside. "I've been meaning to ask you," Delilah said slowly. "Do you happen to know if Derek Jameson is seeing anyone?" Olivia's eyes widened as she slipped on the green dress. It hooked in a halter style behind her neck and plunged low, but she didn't have much cleavage to show. Still, it curved around her hips and showed off a good amount of leg. Throwing open the door, she barged out. "You're interested in Derek?" she blurted out. Delilah sighed and rolled her eyes. "I know that he's been lusting after you, but you can't have all the good men, Olivia." "No, that's not what I meant at all." She didn't want to say how relieved she was that Delilah wasn't eyeing Andrew anymore. "As far as I know, he's not dating anyone. He's a good man." "And you think I'm going to chew him up and spit him back out again?" Delilah twirled her finger again. "Turn around." Dutifully, Olivia turned. Delilah sighed and shook her head. "The neckline is too deep. Try another." Closing the door between them, Olivia shrugged out of the dress as she talked through the door. "I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that Derek is more than a pretty face. He'll be good for someone. I'm surprised you two didn't date in high school. Derek was a sucker for a pretty face back then." "I didn't date jocks," Delilah muttered. "Who's the man that I see Andrew with sometimes?" "Brett?" There was a note of possession in Jackie's voice, and Delilah picked up on it. "Retract your claws, kitty," she said, amused. "I was merely going to say that he's handsome. I've seen him several times in Lowell, but he always had a different woman on his arm." "We're working on that," Jackie said immediately. Olivia tried to pull on the maroon dress, but she was having trouble figuring out how it fit. She couldn't find a zipper in all the gauze, and there was no way it was going to fit over her hips. Giving it up, she went for the midnight blue dress. It was stunning. The heart-shaped neckline was perfect for her medium-sized bust, and the deep color made her skin glow. It fell midway down her back and curved over her hips with one long slit up the skirt. It was comfortable and gorgeous. Opening the door, she walked out, knowing there was a huge smile on her face. Jackie's eyes widened, and even Delilah managed to show a little emotion. "Oh, Olivia," Jackie breathed. "It's perfect." Delilah nodded. "It suits you." Standing in front of the mirror, Olivia admired herself. It was rare that she found herself pretty, and it was even rarer that she cared. Unfortunately, she glanced at the price tag. "God, I can't pay this for a dress I'm only going to wear one night," Olivia muttered, especially not after the money she'd paid for the wedding dress. Feeling a bit of despair, she glanced over her shoulder. "I don't suppose you have a similar one that's about half the price?" Delilah cocked her head and stared at her. "I'll reduce the price by half if you give me 3 months of free doggy daycare. My baby gets a little lonely at the house, and I'd like her to have some company during the day. You will not let that ridiculous Rottweiler anywhere near her, though." Olivia's eyes widened. Delilah had a poodle named Duchess, and she couldn't imagine Delilah letting her precious pup play with Olivia's rambunctious dogs. Still, she couldn't let the opportunity get away. It wasn't just the discount. It sounded like Delilah was finally ready to be civil. "Deal," she said quickly. "We'll work out the details later." "All right, then." A genuine smile crossed Delilah's face. "If you were looking for a dress to make Andrew speechless, I do believe that you've found one." "Thank you," Olivia said impulsively. "I know that Derek is out of town for work, but when he comes back, maybe you could join us at Endgame for a drink." The old Delilah returned as she sniffed. "Endgame? Perhaps we could go to L'Amour instead." "Or we could just have coffee at the bakery," Jackie compromised. Olivia tried not to laugh. If Delilah really did pursue Derek, the poor deputy wouldn't know what hit him. She paid for the dress and hurried out with hope written all over her face. Things were going well with Andrew. She'd talk some sense into Tanya and get her to turn herself in, and then on Saturday she'd be on Andrew's arm again in the most beautiful dress. Everything was right in her world once more. In fact, she was in such a good mood that when she left the dress shop, she went straight to Lady Celeste's psychic shop and decided to help with the mayor's matchmaking scheme. The woman was seated at her table, dressed in a brilliant blue dress with patterned swirls of gold and purple. She stared deeply into a bowl of water, and even the bell jingling to announce Olivia's presence did not make her lift her head. There had been a time when Olivia had assumed that Lady Celeste was just a fraud, a nice old lady with great showmanship, but no real power. After all, magic didn't exist. However, after Celeste had seemed to communicate with Goodwin, and had said things that she should never have known, Olivia had started to feel as though there might be something to this psychic thing. Then Celeste had painted her as the cursed bride, and Olivia's life had never been the same. "Have a seat, my dear," Lady Celeste said without looking up, her supposedly Romanian accent thicker than usual. "I'm just finished up with my conversation." With a bowl of water? Olivia held her tongue as she sat down at the table. While she waited, she looked around the shop to see if there was anything new. Celeste sold things of a metaphysical nature, beautifully formed crystals in gorgeous colors, dark and antique-looking scrying mirrors, herbs from all over the world tied in velvet drawstring bags, candles of every color, and enough incense to overpower the room. Today there seemed to be sage burning in a bowl. "So," Celeste said as she looked up sharply, "you think you've figured it all out, have you? You're wrong, you know." Olivia blinked. "What?" "You need to learn that what you see is not the whole story. Your life might depend on it." Excellent. Apparently Lady Celeste had decided to talk in riddles the whole time. Olivia nodded her head. "I'll keep that in mind. I was actually here on a different matter." "You're wondering what the future holds for you and Andrew?" Worst psychic ever. "No," Olivia frowned. "Wait, you can see that?" Celeste chuckled. "There are many paths that you and your beloved can take. They each lead to their own destination." Right. I should have known. She wanted to ask if Celeste had thought of that when she'd first cast a shadow over their wedding. But deep down, she knew that Celeste wasn't the cause of her relationship problems. The old woman had simply been the catalyst to bring them to light. "I'm actually not here about Andrew at all." Lady Celeste wrinkled her nose. "You're not?" Olivia couldn't help but smirk. "No, I came because Mayor Henderson suggested that you attend the prom." She stressed the man's name in hopes that Celeste would eventually figure out that the mayor had a crush on her. The man had originally bought Fender just to have a chance to talk to her during her pet psychic segment. Olivia would have thought that Celeste might have figured things out by now, but apparently the psychic was just as bad at seeing things right in front of her as she assumed Olivia was. Celeste cocked her head. "Why on earth would he suggest that?" It was on the tip of her tongue to tell Celeste the truth, but in the end she couldn't do it. If Mayor Henderson wanted to dance around his feelings, who was she to mess that up for him? For all she knew, he enjoyed the chase. He thought you might be able to get a sense if the kids were about to cause some trouble and step in. A brilliant smile lit up the woman's face. "Oh, yes, I would be very helpful with that. I have just the dress to wear." Inwardly groaning, Olivia stood. Maybe, just maybe, the romance in the air would finally have an effect on them. Great! I'll make sure to add you to the list. Mentally checking it off her list, she left the shop feeling in even better spirits. Change was coming. She could feel it. Chapter 15. The streets were alive with romance, and for the first time in weeks Olivia didn't mind. Prom was tomorrow, and she was probably more excited to chaperone it than she had been to actually attend the gala occasion as a teen. Humming to herself, she hauled up the cans of paint from her car to the third-floor apartments. Goodwin and Fender hurried up the stairs behind her. Janelle had been too busy to select colors herself, so Olivia had chosen something that she liked, a warm beige with several accent colors to pop. Ideally, the residents would pick the colors themselves before they moved in, but Olivia couldn't resist painting at least one wall just to see how it would look. She chose a soothing gray for the bedroom and a gorgeous sea green for the bathroom. All in all, she was excited to paint. The last coat of plaster had finally done the trick, although she wasn't sure how. The last time she remembered trying to cover the seams, it had still looked like a disaster. She'd used the paint primer, and maybe on Sunday she and the girls could finally start painting. After dropping off the last of the cans, she hurried to the office and let the dogs in. Goodwin immediately went for the box of toys, while Fender flopped his long body down on the bed. He gave her those droopy eyes, as if to ask what had taken so long for her to finish up. "Keep eyeing me like that, and I'll make you do some painting," she retorted. Fender just snorted and closed his eyes. "It's nice that you talk to the dogs. I guess it helps you to feel not so alone," a voice said from the doorway. Olivia shrieked in alarm and whirled around. Elspeth put a hand over her heart and gasped. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. The door was open." "No, it's fine," Olivia said when she finally got her breath back. "I just didn't hear you come up. Is there something else you wanted me to do for prom? Do you need me to help set up?" The pet gate rattled as Elspeth struggled to open it, and Olivia hurried over to help her. Sometimes they were worse than baby gates. "Thank you. No, we have plenty of help with the decorating. It's funny, volunteers are nowhere to be found when it comes to planning the prom, but when it's fun things like decorating, everyone wants to help. The decorations that you ordered are wonderful. I can't wait to see how they all look." "Oh, me too. I'm sure it's going to look wonderful." Olivia smiled and waited for Elspeth to tell her what she wanted. When the older woman didn't say anything, Olivia cleared her throat. "So how can I help you?" "Oh, no, I'm actually here for Tanya. Is she in the back somewhere? I don't need her right away. Whenever she's finished is fine. I just need to have a word with her." Olivia frowned. "Tanya isn't here. I gave her the afternoon off in case she needed to do something last minute for prom. Did you expect to find her here?" "Yes," Elspeth said sharply. "I did expect to find her here. What do you mean you gave her the day off? I assumed that when you gave her a job, she'd be sticking to a schedule, a tight schedule. She should not be having afternoons off. This is unacceptable." The normally calm and cool woman was suddenly wild-eyed as she started to pace around the room. Her breaths grew shorter and came faster. When she accidentally stepped on a sleeping Fender, Olivia jumped into action. Grabbing the woman's hand, she guided her to the window. "Stay right here. I'm going to get you a bottle of water." Worried that the woman was having a panic attack, Olivia hurried to the fridge. When she returned, Elspeth seemed to have settled down. "Thank you, dear," she said quietly. "I apologize. I have no idea what got into me." "She's your daughter," Olivia said simply. "You have a right to be worried about her." "Yes, I do. Olivia, have you ever made a mistake? Something that you deeply regret and can't fix?" Olivia's laugh was low and dry. "I think I'm in the middle of sorting one out right now," she admitted. "You must sort through it," Elspeth said immediately. Her voice reached a fever pitch. "You must talk it out. Open communication. Do not let it root and fester or you'll never untangle it. It'll haunt you. Put all the cards on the table and fix it." Afraid to get the woman all riled up again, Olivia smiled and squeezed Elspeth's hand. Maybe the mother knew about her daughter's troubles. "I promise," she said quietly. She thought about talking to Elspeth about the problems she was having with Andrew. Maybe an older woman's perspective would help, but for some reason she didn't want to divulge such private information. Instead, she tried to get to the root of Elspeth's problem. "Are you worried about Tanya?" At the mention of her daughter's name, outward calm came over the older woman. She sipped her water and gazed out the window. "Why on earth would I be worried about Tanya?" She's such a good girl. She's got high grades, and tomorrow she might even be crowned prom queen. I'm so proud of her." There was something odd in Elspeth's face. It was almost like the words had been rehearsed over and over again, and the woman barely knew what she was saying. Then, just like that, the haze disappeared and Elspeth groaned. "Of course, Tanya isn't here. She told me this morning that she had some errands to run. Silly me. I'm so sorry to have wasted your time. I'm just juggling so many things." It wasn't a waste of time at all. And just think, by this time on Sunday, it will all be over with. Olivia took the bottle of water and watched as Elspeth bent down and patted Goodwin's head awkwardly. She thought about pushing the issue with Tanya, but whatever the daughter had done, it was not Elspeth's fault. Best not to give the woman a heart attack right before prom. Olivia only had one round of dogs to walk that day. Because it was almost the weekend, most of her clients paid her just to walk the pups around rather than take them to the park. The dog park was usually reserved for the middle of the week, when the dogs were a little more stir-crazy. She didn't have the manpower to open the daycare on Fridays either, so she mostly just caught up on paperwork. The sun was shining and warmed her skin. She felt light on her feet as she walked the dogs back home and even hummed along to the songs blaring through her earbuds. When it was just herself and Goodwin, she even picked up the pace into a slight jog. She was so consumed with her own thoughts that she jogged right by the dry cleaners and barely registered what she'd seen. Tanya. Stopping suddenly, she thought about her options. She hadn't planned on confronting Tanya until after prom, but this was Kimberly we were talking about. If Tanya knew something about her friend's death, Olivia wanted to be able to tell Nick. Mind made up, Olivia backtracked. Looping Goodwin's leash around a nearby light pole, she charged through the door. Tanya looked up and smiled briefly. "Hi, boss. Walking the pups?" Olivia looked around and saw that the owners weren't there. Lowering her voice, she shook her head. "Tanya, we need to talk. I've been hearing some things that aren't making me very comfortable." The student narrowed her eyes and watched her warily. "I don't know what you mean," she said defiantly. "I heard that you were changing grades for some of the students, and I knew you were using my computer for more than just work. I had Andrew take a closer look at what you might have been doing." She left out the part about Sarah Beth. She didn't want Tanya going after the girl. Fire flashed in the girl's eyes. "There is no way that he found anything. I'm too good at covering my tracks." As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she cursed. "I don't care about that," Olivia said quickly. "I mean, I do care about that because I care about you, and I wouldn't want you to cheat, but I'm more concerned about you threatening to use my dog food to keep your friends quiet. Tanya, Didi's spouse overheard you, and she thinks that Rich Eats poisons dogs. She's threatening to tell everyone that I'm killing their pets. This is my reputation that you've endangered, my livelihood." Shame crossed the teenager's face. "I'm sorry," she muttered. "I would never hurt someone's dog. I hope you know that. And it never crossed my mind that it would get back to you." "And Kimberly? Did you think that it might get her hurt?" "What?" Tanya gasped. "No, there's no way that Kimberly's death had anything to do with me. I mean, I think she thought that something was up. She wanted to meet with me, but when I got there, she was already dead." Olivia's mouth dropped open. With a hiss, she yanked the girl aside. "What do you mean she was already dead? You went to see Kimberly? Tanya, no one discovered her body for hours. Why didn't you call the police?" Tears filled the girl's eyes. "I was so scared," she admitted. "My mother would freak if she knew that I was there, and I didn't want anyone asking too many questions, especially about why I was there. I figured that someone would find her when the workers got there." "No, they didn't. She was hidden behind a stack of boxes." Tanya shook her head. "She was in the office when I saw her, in plain sight. I didn't move her, I swear." Olivia wanted to believe her, but it didn't make sense. Why would someone kill Kimberly and then go back to hide the body? It hadn't even been hidden well. How could the murderer not have seen Tanya there? How could Tanya not have seen the killer? Olivia, don't be mad, Tanya said in a small voice. I just wanted some extra money for college. I didn't realize that it would get so out of hand. I was going to go to the principal on Monday and tell him. I just wanted to get through prom first. Please don't tell anyone. Tanya, this isn't just a school matter anymore. You need to go to Nick and tell him what you saw. It might help him find the killer, or help him coax Tanya into confessing the truth. Don't wait until after prom. You need to see him today. Can it wait? The girl pleaded. Until after prom? No, it can't. My friend was murdered, Tanya. You should have called the police when you found her. Who knows how the evidence might change now? Pick up your dress and then go straight to the sheriff's office. Okay? Okay, Olivia. I'm sorry. I never thought about how it would affect you. Do I still have a job? Most likely the girl wouldn't even have her freedom, so it wouldn't be a problem. I'll think about it, she promised. It boggled her mind to think that Tanya could kill someone, but maybe Tanya wasn't in her right mind. Still, when she went to Nick would get it all straightened out. She could put the case behind her and focus on Andrew. And Nick couldn't even be mad because for once, nothing bad had happened to her. Chapter 16. Rose tailed the woman from a safe distance. Everything added up, from the way the ex-husband had died, falling at that unusual angle, to the psych evaluation that confirmed the woman needed professional help. Still, Katie was poor and couldn't afford the treatment. What else could the system do but throw her back out on the streets? Anger cascaded through her. The poor woman had spent years at the hands of her abusive husband, forced to live in rags and watch as he spent more time on his precious consignment shop than on her. She obviously needed help, but there had been no one. And now she was killing. Rose was sure of it, but it was nothing more than a gut feeling. She needed proof, and she had a terrible feeling that she wouldn't get it before the next man died. And Jason? Well, as usual, Jason was nowhere to be found. But then, she could only blame herself for that. Olivia was whistling to herself as she retrieved Goodwin and made her way back to her car. It was the lightest she'd felt in weeks. Tanya had to be Kimberly's killer. There was just no other suspect who even came close to that kind of motive. It still stung that someone of Tanya's age could be capable of that, but she didn't want to think about it. Instead, she wanted to focus on Andrew. It was hard for her to remember that she was going to chaperone a dance and not actually attend as a guest. She didn't think she had even been this happy about school dances in high school. But then, she'd never been in love with her date before. And this was a date. She took a shortcut behind the buildings to avoid the after-work crowds on the sidewalk, and she was so lost in her own world that she didn't even hear the footsteps that quickly approached her. It wasn't until Goodwin growled that she froze. "I've been looking for you." The sinister voice made her spine stiffen, and she whirled around. Ballard stood just a few feet behind her, and from the look on his face, he didn't have anything nice to say. Nervously, Olivia looked around, but of course she'd been seeking quiet and solitude, and the area was deserted. For a moment of pure terror, she wondered if she'd been wrong about him. "I see the sheriff let you go," she said, trying to keep her voice calm. "I spent 24 hours in jail because of you, and now everyone thinks I killed my ex-wife. Her family has been sending me death threats, and the employees at my store won't look me in the eye." "Because of me?" Olivia took an involuntary step back. Rage rolled off him in waves, and he didn't even seem to notice that Goodwin had raised his hackles and was standing motionless between them. "I wasn't the one who thought you killed her." "You called the police on me," he said in outrage. "It took me a minute, but I recognized you. You're that damn dog walker that always has your nose in other people's business. Some amateur detective. Well, this time, you got it wrong." Surely someone could hear him shouting at her. Swallowing hard, she took another step back. I never said that I thought you killed her. In fact, for a long time, I thought it was someone else. Ballard ignored her as he took another step toward her. Before she knew it, she was backed into someone's car. I didn't even know that she was dead, he shouted. That's how I find out, from some little nobody accusing me of murder. Once again, I didn't accuse you of murder. I just knew that the police were looking to question you, she whispered. I'm sorry that's how you found out. I'm sure that was awful. Goodwin barked loudly and lunged against the leash, but Olivia realized that the man had changed. Just like that, the anger disappeared, and now the hulking ex-football player looked like a man grieving. His lower lip trembled, and tears welled in his eyes. She jerked on Goodwin's leash and grabbed the dog's collar. Olivia wasn't sure which was worse, having him yell at her or having him cry. Mr. Chain, are you going to be okay? I would have never cheated on her, he moaned as he slumped against the car next to her. She prayed there was no alarm attached to the old sedan. I told her that I was tempted, but I really wasn't. We'd just gotten so busy and I worried that she didn't love me anymore. Maybe she didn't, but I still loved her. Olivia reached up and patted him awkwardly on the shoulder. There, she murmured. I think she knew that. Really? Ballard sniffed and wiped his nose with his hand. I wanted her to be happy. I gave her everything she wanted in the divorce. I promised that I'd take care of her. But then her business took off, and I guess I realized that she'd always blamed me for keeping her from her dreams. I resented that. If she'd just told me, I would have supported her. Open communication. It was like the universe was slapping her in the face. First, Tanya's mother made her promise to openly talk things out with Andrew, and now Ballard was telling her what could happen if she didn't. She had opportunities to date, Olivia said with a small smile. We used to go out and men would hit on her. She was such a beautiful woman, but she never gave anyone the time of day. I think partly it was because she was so busy, but I also think part of it was that she didn't want to move on from you. I didn't know that you two were having problems in the divorce. She never talked about it. She had only good things to say about you. I think it's important that you know that. Ballard took a huge, shuddering breath. Thank you for saying that, he mumbled. I'm sorry I yelled at you earlier. I just needed to vent my anger. Do you know who killed her? I'm sure you do. You're good at this kind of thing. Olivia hesitated. She didn't want to tell him that Tanya had done it. For one thing, Tanya had implied that she hadn't killed Kimberly, and for another, she didn't want Ballard to get angry and do something that really would land him in jail. I'm still working out the details, she said finally, but I'm sure that Sheriff Limperos knows that you're not the killer. I just want to know why. Kimberly was such a good woman. Ballard shook his head. I should have appreciated her more. I know the feeling, Olivia muttered. The large man bent down and reached his hand out to Goodwin. Now that the situation was diffused, Goodwin sniffed and licked him tentatively, and Ballard scratched his ears. You have a good dog here, a protective one. I'm sorry that I scared you. I shouldn't have done that. I wasn't scared, Olivia lied. Is there someone I can call? It might be a good idea to spend some time with someone while you're mourning. Ballard shook his head. There's no one, really. I usually called Kimberly in situations like this. I guess that should be a real slap in the face. I've got this huge business going, but no real friends. I guess it's time to prioritize my life. It's never too late. Go home, get some rest, and let those feelings out. You can call me if you need anything, she smiled. I'm always happy to talk about Kimberly. Thanks. That will be nice. Want me to walk you wherever you're going? Nah, she reached down and scratched Goodwin's ears. I've got my guard dog with me. As she waved goodbye to Ballard, she cut back through the building so she was walking by the storefronts again. Her run-in with Ballard had shaken her up more than she wanted to admit. It was not just the initial terror, but rather that she understood a lot of his regrets. If she couldn't mend things with Andrew, would her love also turn into bitterness? She didn't intend to find out. Chapter 17. He'd bought her a corsage. That was all she could think as he stood awkwardly at her door and held it out. Several heartbeats passed before she blinked and took in the whole package. One thing was certain. Andrew Patterson cleaned up real nice. He'd shaved the scruff that he'd been growing on his chin, and he was dressed to impress in a classic black tuxedo. "You look beautiful," he said in a husky voice as he looked her up and down, and her heart melted. "You brought me a corsage," she said with a sigh. "I didn't get you a boutonniere." "I don't need a boutonniere when I have you on my arm," he said with a slow grin. "Jackie, Janelle, and strangely enough, Delilah all managed to track me down in the past 12 hours and remind me that I needed to get you a corsage. I had to go to 5 different shops before I could get one last minute. Delilah described your dress in detail, so I'd get one that matched. Are you two friends now?" Olivia shook her head quickly. "I wouldn't say that, but we do have some sort of understanding. I think she's interested in Derek."
"Good,"
Andrew muttered quickly, and he immediately averted his gaze. She was about to point out that since they were no longer together, he couldn't be jealous of Derek, but she didn't want to ruin the moment. Instead, she stepped back and held the door open. "Pin it on me?"
"Your mother's not hiding around the corner with a camera?" he asked suspiciously as he stepped inside.
"No, of course not. Believe me, I'm not a teenager."
"Yes, I'm well aware."
His hands were warm against her bare skin, but the flush on her chest had little to do with the touch, and everything to do with the innuendo in his voice. Still, his movements were far too quick. Rather than an inexperienced teenage boy copping a feel, Andrew was done in a matter of seconds and stepped back.
"Perfect."
"Thank you." As he studied her intently, she realized that she didn't know what to do. Now would have been the perfect time to hug or kiss him, but while the corsage was endearing, it certainly wasn't a token of love.
"You did your hair."
Olivia almost winced as she reached up and touched her soft curls. She didn't admit that she sported several burn marks on her arm from using the curling iron, and she'd cursed the thing up and down for a good 30 minutes in order to get something that resembled some sort of hairdo. It also didn't bode well that he'd only been there 2 minutes, and they were already reduced to talking about her hair. "We should probably get going," she said abruptly as she grabbed her small black clutch. "We're supposed to get there before the kids and have a brief meeting about what to look out for." Andrew raised an eyebrow.
"What are we looking out for?"
"You know, alcohol, drugs, inappropriate dancing and touching." He offered her his arm.
"So I should leave my alcohol and drugs in the car? And I was totally planning on doing some inappropriate dancing and touching."
The mood seemed a little bit lighter as he escorted her out to his car. She fumbled for words to keep the conversation going. "I know you weren't planning on doing the dancing with me, because we both know what a horrible dancer I am. That's why I'd suggested taking dance lessons." For the wedding. The words were almost out of her mouth, but she managed to hold them in. He either didn't notice or pretended not to notice as he opened the door for her and bowed mockingly.
"M'lady?"
"Well, thank you, kind sir." Olivia couldn't help but giggle, and then blushed when she realized that she was giggling. Her emotions were such a whirlwind tonight, and she needed to figure out a way to anchor herself, or she'd be worse than the teenage girl she was supposed to be chaperoning. Andrew slid behind the wheel, and Olivia knew what would steer the conversation away from the awkward moment. "I spoke to Tanya." His knuckles whitened as he gripped the steering wheel, and he kept his focus on the road.
"Alone?"
"Technically, yes, but we were in public. I saw her at the dry cleaners. She admitted to using my computer to hack into the school system, and she also said she threatened the students who were going to tell on her. I think she's genuinely sorry about that."
"But?"
"She says Kimberly knew she was threatening to use her dog food as poison, and she went to talk to her, but Kimberly was already dead when she got there."
"Do you believe her?"
Olivia blew out her breath. "If she were older, I'd say that she was just trying to get out of a murder charge. But the truth is that she's admitting to the evidence against her. Why would she do that if she was going to deny killing Kimberly?
I don't know. Seems to me that she likes manipulating people. Maybe she was manipulating you.
Staring out of the window, Olivia smiled softly at the way the town was lit up in celebration. A few adults were already dressed up and wandering around arm in arm, but she knew that most of the parents would be at home, helping their children get ready. Maybe. I also spoke to Ballard today.
Alone?
Yes, Olivia admitted with a sigh. Andrew always zeroed in on the part that was the problem. I had Goodwin with me, but I'd cut back behind the buildings to get to my car.
I've asked you not to do that,
he said in a low but calm voice.
I know you think that nothing happens in a small town, but experience should tell you otherwise.
I know, and I'll definitely think twice about it now. He was really angry, but I don't think he was angry at me as much as he was himself. He ended up breaking down. I think he regrets everything that happened with Kimberly. It's clear that he still loved her. She turned her head to study his profile. It was the perfect opportunity to open up to him, but she just couldn't do it. A million excuses ran through her head. She didn't want to ruin their night by bringing it up first. They were supposed to focus on the kids. She still wasn't really sure how he felt about being roped into the dance. Excuses, excuses, excuses. Andrew pulled into the parking lot of the school, and she was saved from having to think about it anymore. The butterflies in her stomach had calmed down, and she felt less punch-drunk and more in control of her emotions. He didn't take her hand, but he did rest his at the small of her back, where the fabric dipped low on her back. It felt warm and reassuring. Comfortable. Once in the gymnasium, all she could do was gasp in wonder. The school had put down a fake platform to protect the gym floor, and the dark wood gleamed under the lights. The purple, black, and silver theme followed from the masks on the tables to the balloons on the arches. Gauzy curtains hung from the ceiling to the floor and encased twinkling fairy lights. The whole room looked magical. Even though she'd known what the decorations looked like, she never would have had the talent to pull this off. Elspeth did an amazing job, Olivia muttered. For a moment she felt a stab of guilt. Tanya's mother would soon find out just what her daughter was capable of. What would happen to the poor woman? Olivia Rickard, Andrew Patterson, a woman said as she walked up next to them with a clipboard. I'm Susanna. Thanks for joining us. You're the last chaperones to arrive, so we're going to get started. She reached over and slapped a name tag on Olivia's dress, and Olivia tried not to wince. This so does not match, she whispered after Susanna had pressed another onto Andrew. His lips twitched, and he pushed her gently to the center of the dance floor where the group was gathered. Olivia recognized a few of the faces, and she tried not to grin when she saw Lady Celeste and the mayor among them. She wondered if he'd read the romance books Jackie had given him. Maybe he was going to show Lady Celeste a good time tonight.
Don't look now, but I think that's your mom over there,
Andrew whispered in her ear. Her eyes widened in horror as she realized that he was right. Her mother and Pamela's long-term boyfriend Joseph were standing a few feet away, and her mother was watching them intently. Wasn't she past the age where her mother could embarrass her at a dance? All right, Susanna got everyone's attention as her voice boomed through the gymnasium. First, I want to thank everyone for being here. I know that Lexingburg adores their proms, but it can be difficult to find enough chaperones, and without you guys, this event would not happen. Tonight, it's important to remember that while we all want the kids to have fun, we also want to keep them safe. Do not be afraid to report something that you think is inappropriate or might endanger others. Kids don't always realize just how severe the consequences of their actions can be. We have a no-tolerance policy on drugs, alcohol, weapons, and violence of any kind, and we want to try to curb any lewd behavior. Olivia's thoughts drifted away from the lecture as she thought once again about Tanya. Nick hadn't called her. What if the girl hadn't reported to the sheriff? Would she attend tonight? Was she really sorry about what she'd done? Or was Andrew right? Was the teenager just manipulating Olivia? I'm sorry, someone interrupted. Where's Elspeth? She decorated everything right. This place looks amazing. A few of the adults agreed, and Susanna smiled tightly. I know that Elspeth will be glad to hear that when she arrives. It does appear that she's running late. Olivia swallowed hard. That was the same frustrated tone of voice that Kimberly's cashier had used when Dee Dee had demanded to know where Kimberly was. Did Susanna not know where Elspeth had gone off to? It looked like maybe Tanya's mother had discovered what Tanya was up to, after all. The lecture came to an abrupt end when the DJ started to do a sound check. Not wanting to face her mother with Andrew there, she asked him to put her purse in the coat check. He lifted an eyebrow but didn't say anything. As soon as he'd left the gym, she hurried over to Pamela. Mom, Joe, what are you two doing here? We're volunteering, Pamela said with a bright smile. I see that Andrew is with you. Does that mean everything has worked out? No, Mom, we're just here as friends, so please don't make things awkward. Awkward? Her mom's smile turned frosty. You mean like asking you questions about what happened since I don't know because you've been avoiding my phone calls? Guilty. I haven't exactly been ducking your phone calls. I've just been busy. Prom planning and sheetrocking. Sheetrocking? Joe asked curiously. Olivia waved her hand around. We really need some steady income, and the 2 apartments upstairs have to be rented out soon. To save money, Janelle and I have been doing some of the work ourselves. Oh, dear, Pamela said with a frown. Joe, do you think you can take a look? Mom, I don't need him to take a look. Everything is fine. I've been watching YouTube videos. That makes everything better, Joe said with a wink. Still, I'm happy to help out if you need me to. Olivia could see Andrew returning. I appreciate that, Joe. I'll let you know. She was just about to go meet him and pull him away from her mother when Pamela whirled around to face him. Andrew? She said coldly. He didn't even blink. Miss Rickard, he said as he bowed, you look lovely in that dress. My daughter looks stunning in hers, she pointed out. Olivia held her breath, but Andrew just smiled. Yes, she does. My daughter is a wonderful person, and I suggest that you remember that tonight. Tossing Joe a pleading look, Olivia immediately stepped between them. All right, we're going to talk to Susanna and see if there's anything we can do now. Have fun tonight, guys. As she pulled him away, she looked up and bit her bottom lip. I'm sorry about that. I haven't really talked to my mom about everything, and she's a little biased, although I am surprised. I was starting to think she liked you more than she liked me. Olivia, you don't have to apologize for your mother. She's right, you know. You are a wonderful person. I think sometimes you forget that. His fingers brushed along her arm, and she trembled just a little. Maybe tonight really would be the perfect time to speak with him. Soon the bright lights dimmed, and the atmosphere lights flashed purple and lit up the ridiculous disco ball in the middle of the ceiling. The DJ started with the popular hits, and slowly the kids started straggling in. Some of the girls were decked out in elegant evening gowns that shimmered to their ankles, and other girls had gone with flashy cocktail dresses. But they all looked beautiful. The boys were charming in their tuxes, even the one kid who was decked in baby blue and had selected a matching feathered and sequined mask. And soon the gym was filled with chatter, laughter, and music. It took a while for the dancing to start up, but even the shyest kids started to join in. Tanya was nowhere to be seen. Come dance with me, Andrew murmured in her ear. She was about to remind him that she was a terrible dancer, but a slow song started to play, and he pulled her effortlessly into his arms. A few of the teenagers and chaperones stared, but Olivia didn't care. For a moment, when she closed her eyes and surrendered herself to his embrace, she felt like everything was perfectly fine. The proposal, the wedding plans, none of that had happened. She and Andrew were happy. You might just be the most beautiful woman in the room tonight, he murmured in her ear. Her heart skipped a beat. You're just saying that because you're hoping to get lucky on prom night, she joked. No, I'm just being honest. He hadn't played on her joke, and once again she was confused. Was he just play acting, like she'd intended to do? When the night was over, would he go back to Brett's and pretend that it had never happened? It was almost too much for her to bear. Unable to hide the lump in her throat, she pulled away. I think I need to get some punch and go to the ladies' room. Excuse me. There was a flash of concern in his eyes, but he didn't stop her, and she hurried out of the gym and prayed she wouldn't burst into tears. Chapter 18. Out in the hall, Olivia took a couple of deep breaths and tried to clear her head. She was about to head to the bathroom when the sound of sobbing caught her attention. Following the sound, she moved through the lunch area and down the math hall. As she passed the blue lockers, it occurred to her that whoever was crying was on the move. "Hello?" she called out. "Are you okay? I'm a chaperone here, so if there's something wrong, you can tell me." As she turned the corner, she stopped short. It wasn't a student waiting for her, but Elspeth, and Olivia only had to take one look at the woman to realize that her tears had been fake. "I thought I'd never get you alone," Elspeth spat. "I went to your office until I remembered that you'd volunteered as a chaperone. What a joke. You've never done anything for the school committee before, but now that you're single and lonely, you suddenly wanted to be the big hero and help." "I admit that I usually shy away from things like this," Olivia said slowly. "But I wasn't just doing this because of Andrew. I needed to figure out some things about myself." Elspeth narrowed her eyes. "And what have you figured out?" "That you're not the timid little lady that I originally thought. That I'm capable of doing whatever I set my mind to. But that's not what you wanted to know, is it?" "You're to blame for all of this," the older woman snarled. "You've been spreading lies about my daughter, and I won't have it. Tanya is a good girl, and I will not let these rumors ruin her future." Olivia tried to step back, to head back to the main hall, but Elspeth was quicker than she looked. She reached out and grabbed Olivia, spinning her around and slamming her hard into the lockers. "Kimberly told you, didn't she?" she hissed. "She just loved to spread gossip." "What are you talking about? Kimberly didn't tell me anything." "You're lying. I suspected that day when I saw you in line for your dog food. I thought you might have listened to Kimberly's poison, but I wasn't sure. I needed to keep you close, just in case." "Just in case what? Elspeth, did you kill Kimberly?" Olivia whispered in horror. Tanya's mother's eyes were wide with rage, and anger stained her cheeks. She pulled at Olivia and then slammed her into the lockers again. Pain lanced up her back, and Olivia found that she couldn't get traction in the damned heels that she was wearing. "She ruined my life. One little lie, one whispered falsehood, and my career as a lawyer was over before it even began. She told everyone that I cheated on my final exams, and as a result, I flunked them all. I barely graduated, and after that, no college would take me. It was a lie. I never cheated a day in my life, but no one would listen to me." "Elspeth, you need to calm down and listen to me," Olivia said as she balled her hands into fists. "Kimberly never told me anything. The rumors about Tanya using Rich Eats to poison pets were started because someone overheard Tanya threatening another student. But Tanya admitted to changing grades and to the threats. That's no lie." "You're lying. Everyone is lying," Elspeth shrieked. Olivia swung her fist and connected with the older woman's jaw, but she was no match against the adrenaline coursing through Elspeth. The woman shoved her into a corner, grabbed Olivia's throat, and started to squeeze. Desperately, Olivia clawed at the older woman's hands. "Elspeth, stop," she choked. "You don't want to do this." Elspeth just increased the pressure, and Olivia began to panic when she couldn't find her breath. Finally, she managed to wedge her fingers just under Elspeth's pinkies and yank. Tanya's mother hissed in pain and released her. Doubling over, Olivia had just managed to inhale her first breath when Elspeth attacked her again, pinning her against the wall. Olivia grabbed at Elspeth's wrists to keep them off her throat, and they were deadlocked.
"Olivia!"
Andrew's voice echoed through the halls, and as he rounded the corner and raced towards them, Elspeth released Olivia and stepped back. Olivia would have slumped to the floor if Andrew hadn't caught her.
"Christ, Olivia!"
Andrew muttered as she massaged her neck.
"Are you okay? What the hell is going on?"
Olivia took a few deep breaths and saw Elspeth's gaze suddenly go out of focus. The woman looked dazed as she stumbled back. It was like she didn't even know what was happening. She'd gone into full attack mode to protect her daughter, but now she was meek little Elspeth again. "I told Tanya to go to the sheriff and admit what she'd done, Elspeth. Your daughter found Kimberly's body." At that, Elspeth pressed a hand to her lips. "No," she cried out softly. "Nick is probably going to arrest her, and he may even charge her with murder. With the evidence against her, it doesn't look good." "She didn't do it," Elspeth moaned. "I just wanted to talk to Kimberly, but I was so angry when I got there. She was whistling and so happy with her perfect life. She'd gotten everything that she'd wanted despite the fact that she'd smashed my dreams to pieces. And then she was going to do it to Tanya, too. I was so angry. I barely remember." "You need to go talk to Nick." Olivia reached out and gripped Andrew's shoulder. "Now, before this gets any more out of hand." Elspeth nodded and slowly backed away. When she'd turned the corner, Andrew brushed some of the hair out of Olivia's face.
"Do you think it was a good idea to let her go? She killed someone."
"She loves Tanya. She'll do anything to protect her. I know she'll do the right thing. Besides, we're going to call Nick and make sure that even if she doesn't go to the station, she gets picked up."
"She almost killed you."
The memory of Elspeth's hands around her throat was enough to make her shudder. "I totally had the situation under control." She managed a weak smile. "We should fire Lady Celeste. She was supposed to foresee this kind of thing." Andrew chuckled softly and leaned down to kiss her. It was just a brief touch of the lips, but it made the fear inside her dissipate.
"What am I going to do with you?"
he whispered, as he rested his chin on top of her head and stroked her back. What indeed? Chapter 19.
"You could have died,"
he whispered as he held her close.
"If I'd been even half a second too slow, she would have pulled that trigger. Point blank, Rose. There's no coming back from that."
She was more shaken up than she wanted to admit, but it was torture to have him this close. "But you weren't late," she reminded him. "I called you, and you came."
"Haven't you figured it out, Rose? I'll always come. That's not the issue."
She turned her face away. "We have an issue?"
"You only call when you need the detective. You don't call when you need the man."
Slowly standing up, she walked away from him. "That's not fair, Jason. You have a girlfriend. A nice, safe girlfriend who will have dinner ready for you when you get home and not pick your case apart when you talk about your day. It's all you've ever wanted. Remember?"
"No,"
he said hoarsely.
"All I ever wanted was you."
"Sure, but you wanted me to give up what I love, and I can't do that." He didn't say anything, and her heart broke as she turned and walked away. Once again they had been so close, and once again they just couldn't make it happen. It was the story of her life, and it probably meant that she needed to move on from Jason. Really move on. After pulling Suzanne aside and quietly explaining the situation to her, Olivia and Andrew were excused from their chaperoning duties. Olivia told her mother good night, but failed to mention what had happened, and Andrew drove her straight to the sheriff's station. Tanya and Elspeth had both turned themselves in, and Nick was already arresting both of them. "Even Tanya?" Olivia said with a frown.
"I'm afraid so," Nick muttered. "She's 18, an adult. All we can do is hope that a jury is lenient on her. But not only is hacking a crime, she obstructed an investigation. I'm glad this case is finally closed, but Mary is going to kill me if I'm late for dinner. I think she brought a new dress and everything."
It was over, but it was hardly a victory. As they headed back to the car, Olivia stopped suddenly. "I actually think that I'm going to walk," she told Andrew. "But thank you again for the lovely evening. I know chaperoning a bunch of teenagers wasn't your idea of fun. Probably spending the night with your ex isn't ideal either, but I managed to make it all that much worse, didn't I?"
"I'll walk with you. I could use the exercise. Brett has terrible dietary habits, and all I've eaten lately is fried food," he joked.
Olivia wanted to tell him that she wasn't sure she wanted to be around him, but she ended up saying nothing. They fell into step and were quiet as they walked through the town. Everyone was dressed up for the evening and out enjoying the festivities. Women were dressed in flowing, sleek evening gowns and poofy princess-cut dresses. Men were in tuxedos, mostly in the classic black, but Olivia did see a few brightly colored tuxedos strolling throughout town. The town square was lit up, and music filtered through the night as people danced and laughed. Children skipped around in the grass as they chased each other. Little girls twirled to show off their sequined dresses, and the little boys tugged sourly at their bow ties. Everything was sweet and charming. But Olivia couldn't get into the mood. She'd been so excited when she'd been getting ready, but after the evening's events, she really just wanted to relax in the bubble bath. What a waste of a dress. Even worse, she could feel the chasm between her and Andrew grow even deeper.
"Do you think of me as your ex?"
he asked quietly. "Aren't you, though? You said you wanted space to think, but you moved out. Like, out of the lease out. That seemed pretty final to me." He looked straight ahead as they walked. There had been a time when Olivia would have thought the dimly lit streetlights were romantic, but now they just reminded her of what she'd lost.
"I did need some space," Andrew admitted. "I just didn't know how much space I needed. I feel like you still weren't willing to admit that things weren't working out between us."
She needed to be honest with him. It was now or never. "I know that you're wrong about me not wanting to marry you, but I also know that it's my fault that you thought that. I have always resisted change, and in a lot of ways, I resisted you. I knew that you were going to propose, and I threw myself into a murder investigation as an excuse to avoid you. We should have talked more about it and been more open. But Andrew, I never regretted saying yes to you."
"Then why did you get so weird during the wedding planning? I felt like you wanted to get it over with, like it was ripping off a Band-Aid."
"It's how it started," she said slowly as they walked. "And then it became about proving that I wasn't some cursed bride. The wedding terrified me, but the marriage to you, I was 90% sure that I could handle it."
90%? He echoed with a raised eyebrow. "I was sort of hoping for 100%.
"Hello, commitment phobe right here," she said as she pointed to herself. "Still, I think you were right about us needing some space. I feel like maybe you took too much space, but there were things that I needed to figure out."
"And did you?"
She smiled. "I think so. I know that I spend more time running from things that scare me than is healthy. I've learned that I'm a terrible judge of character. I'm starting to realize just how great this town is, and I've realized that I don't give myself enough credit."
"No, you don't."
"I also know that I lie to you. I lie about things that matter. Not that I'm cheating on you or anything like that, but I'm not always honest about the things that make me happy." He paused and turned to her.
"Like investigating crimes?"
"I know that you hate it, but I don't. I love it, and I'm not terrible at it. I'm not saying that I'm going to give up dog walking in order to be a PI, but I don't want to not help out if I can." Rather than continue their walk, Andrew sat down heavily on a nearby bench.
You do realize that I'm going to have to start counting on both hands the number of times that you've been in danger. I'm never going to be okay with that.
Tentatively, she sat beside him. I'm not going to be okay with that either. I enjoy living, but it's not enough to make me stop. He didn't say anything, and she started picking at her dress nervously. Did you figure some things out?
Yes. I've discovered some truly terrifying things about my best friend. I've also realized that I wasn't in love with my previous girlfriend like I thought.
Andrew had dated a girl pretty heavily before she up and moved out of state. It wasn't something that he talked about often, and it certainly wasn't what Olivia wanted to hear now. Excuse me?
She left, and it didn't occur to me to go after her. I left you, and my employees are now terrified of me,
he admitted ruefully.
Being away from you hasn't been easy, Olivia. I do love you. Breaking off the engagement did nothing to change that.
She held her breath.
But I'm still breaking the lease.
Her heart plummeted into her stomach, and she tried not to cry. More than anything, she wanted to beg him to stay, but she wasn't going to force him to do something that he didn't want to do. I see, she managed.
And I think you should too.
Wait, what? Confused, she stared at him. He smiled softly and ran his fingers through his hair.
I actually threw away the paperwork to end the lease agreement a few days ago because I thought we had a chance to get back together and make it work. I was going to romance you tonight at the prom, and when you walked out of the gym with tears in your eyes, I was afraid that it might be over for good. I certainly didn't expect to see someone trying to choke you to death. I hope you realize that you shaved 2 decades off my life.
Focus, Andrew. You're not making any sense.
We're talking openly and honestly, Olivia. It's something that we haven't done in a long time, and I think we can both agree on 2 things. The first is that we love each other enough to want to make this work, and the second is that falling back into our old lives isn't going to help. We need to work on this, and living together might make us lazy again.
Olivia scowled. I'll have you know that I jog now. At least I did once, but I am not lazy.
I meant as a couple,
he said and shook his head.
Really? You went jogging?
The memory of her failed run with Goodwin still stung. I don't want to talk about that. So you think we should both move out of the house? Then what?
Well, I hear there are 2 apartments that will be available as soon as the landlords finish them,
he said with a mischievous twinkle.
And I think that they're desperate for tenants.
Olivia stared at him. You want us to move into the brownstone?
Right across the hall from each other, but still close enough.
Close enough to what? She laughed as she leaned down and she slapped a hand on his chest. Easy there, Tiger. We've still got a few things to work out.
Like what?
Like the ring that I've been wearing around my neck. Pulling her across the bench into an embrace, he kissed the top of her head.
I'm actually going to take that back. It's still meant for you, but when I give it to you again, I want to make sure we're both ready for it.
Snuggling up to him, she could help but smile. That sounded like the most perfect plan ever. Epilogue. Oh, come on, Olivia wheedled as she poured the bag of popcorn into the bowl. The whole kitchen stank from the first batch that she'd burned, and she was privately happy that she'd done it in his kitchen and not hers. There were some perks to this whole separate living thing.
Freddie Prinze Jr. is way past his shelf life, Andrew muttered as he shook his head. What did you do in here?
She grinned and held up her bowl. Popcorn?
Why does it smell like you burned it?
Ignoring the question, she reached for the ranch seasoning and dumped it all over the popcorn. It's our first movie night, and I want to watch something in honor of our prom night.
You mean the night some woman tried to strangle you? I think we're better off watching Carrie.
Olivia frowned. A horror flick?
A sly grin crossed Andrew's face. Sure. That way, when you're scared, you can snuggle up under my arm and I can cop a feel.
Pretending to be outraged, she tossed a few kernels at him. I do not get scared. Prove it, he challenged. Fine, but I may not be so generous with the popcorn. We'll see about that, he fake growled as he reached for her. She shrieked with laughter and ran into the living room. As popcorn spilled to the floor, Goodwin and Fender both lunged for it. Settling on the couch, she did indeed snuggle under his arm, and when his hand swooped a little too low, she batted it away. The movie hasn't even started yet, she laughed. At least the walls will match the theme, he muttered. Olivia stared at the maroon wall behind the entertainment center that she'd so lovingly painted. I'm sorry, did you say something? She asked in a dangerous tone. Nothing, sweetheart. I just think that our landlord might have gone a little overboard with the colors, he said with a grin. Olivia waved her hand dismissively. You know nothing about home decor. True. I guess I should watch some YouTube videos. As she pinched him lightly, she was secretly delighted, although she was sure that Andrew felt the same. The last month had seen a lot of changes between them, and although they were hardly where they had been before, they were stronger than ever. And for the first time, Olivia wasn't afraid of her future. This has been One Bark and Stormy Prom Night, Happy Tales Dog Walking Mysteries, Volume 3. Written by Stella St. Clair. Narrated by Machelle Williams. Copyright 2017 by Relay Publishing. Production copyright 2018 by Relay Publishing.